place. He's had a tremendous year, scoring Grandmaster norm after Grandmaster norm. He just broke the record for being the youngest Grandmaster in the history of the United States, and he's just it just seems unstoppable.
Yeah, he's on a hot streak, and he's definitely here to win this event. He's not here for experience. He's not here to just play in another tournament. He's here to win and qualify for the U.S. Championship.
I think that he's done with second place. He got second place last year. He's done with that. But we have a very strong field also in the girls section.
Right. So let's take a look. So leading the tournament, we have the youngest player, Carissa Yip, followed by Maggie Feng, who recently had a very strong showing in the Women's Championship. Ashrita Eswaran and Akshita Gordy, very strong players. Agata Bykovtsev. I think Agata Bykovtsev and Apurva Virkud, the oldest players in the event. Followed by Annie Wang, Emily Nguyen, Rachel Orlik, and Stalia Cervantes.
It's a very young field. I mean, Carissa Yip, only 13 years of age. She's already proven that she can beat top players. We have she beat Irina Krush not once but twice already, the top player in America. So I mean, she's proven that she can beat anybody, absolutely anybody.
Right, and here in the studio we also have GM Cristian Chirila. So let's hear his thoughts about the upcoming match today.
Thanks, guys. What an exciting 10 days we have ahead of us in the 2017 U.S. Juniors and 2017 U.S. Girls Juniors. Let's look at the key matchups for today. In the U.S. Juniors, we have Akshay Chandra battling Joshua Collas. Akshay Chandra actually is leading Collas 4-0, so he's very, very dominant in their matchup. We'll see if he can keep that up. In the girls section, we have a very important matchup between Maggie Feng and Apurva Virkud. These ladies have met during the 2017 U.S. Women's Championship, and they're definitely going to be battling all out in the first round to try to take the lead in this important event. Back to you guys.
Probably going to have a very bloody round.
I expect so. You know, you see these junior tournaments, and one of the problems with playing junior players, whereas an open tournament, a closed tournament, a championship, there's many problems. One of them is they're incredibly ambitious. You know, sometimes it'll
fearless.
be fearless. Sometimes you get to the 8th, 9th round, and you're playing another experienced grandmaster, and you figure you have nothing to play for, and you try, and it's a good game. But if you play a junior, it doesn't matter what the situation is in the tournament. It doesn't matter what's going on. He's going out for blood. He's going out for the rating. He's going out to improve himself. And when you have 10 of them playing against each other, man, the games are chaotic.
Well, let's take a look at all the pairings for the day. So we have Caden Troff facing off against Andrew Tang, Rufeng Lee against Mika Brattain, Akshay Chandra against Joshua Collas, Michael Brown against Nicholas Checa, and Bobby Liu versus Wonder Liang.
We see Tony Rich, the lead arbiter of the tournament, giving the players some final instructions as the games are about to begin momentarily.
Okay, let's take a look at the pairings in the girls section. So we have Talia Cervantes versus Agata Bykovtsev, Emily Nguyen against Ashrita Eswaran, Annie Wang against Carissa Yip, Akshita Gordy against Rachel Ulrich, and Maggie Feng against Apurva Virkud.
I think that we will have some very interesting matches with newcomers to the tournament and people that are more experienced in this type of closed settings. It does make a difference, right? When you get used to playing a lot of open tournaments, you get used to playing 2 rounds a day, to coming into a closed setting, an all-play-all scenario in which you have 1 round a day, very long time controls. It does take some getting used to learn how to prepare against your opponents, how to manage your time properly, how to manage also your efforts, because it's a very tiring tournament after 10 days.
Yeah, it's a very, playing in an open and playing in a closed tournament is playing completely different tournaments, different approach, different mentality. Let's take a look at the prize funds for our tournament. So the first place we have $6,000, which is a pretty hefty prize fund for a junior event. And let's not forget that the winner also qualifies for the U.S. Championship, where the last place is, I believe, $5,000. So second place, $4,000, third place, $3,000, fourth place, $2,000, fifth place, $1,500. Sixth place, we have $1,200, seventh place, $1,000, eighth place, $800, ninth place, $600, and finally 10th place, $500. And for the girls section, in the prize fund, for the first place, we have $3,000, and again, the qualifier for the U.S. Women's Championship with a guaranteed last place money. Second place, we have $2,000. Third place, $1,500. Fourth place, $1,000. Fifth place, $750. Sixth place, $600. Seventh place, $500. Eighth place, $400. Ninth place, $300. And 10th place, $250. And let's not forget that the players have all their expenses hotel covered, so this is a pretty nice tournament for up-and-coming juniors to play in.
Well, it's definitely the nicest junior tournament that I can think of in the world. They get to play here at the St. Louis Chess Club, which has hosted so many elite events. It's just the aura then when you play up there, right? That you can see, I mean, you feel yourself surrounded by this greatness. And you're here trying to compete to play the very same tournaments that some of the very best in the world participate in. Talk about Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura. They're trying to fight against these players by qualifying here in this tournament. As I can see some handshakes going on in the very first round of the 2017 U.S. Junior and U.S. Girls Championship.
The games are underway.
Correct. We see here one of the key matchups that Cristian was talking about between Akshat Chandra and Joshua Colas. And you guys were mentioning that there's a 4-0 discrepancy between Akshat Chandra and Joshua Colas. And that's already pretty significant when you're playing psychologically against a player that has, well, your number. I mean, 4-0 is already a pretty decent result.
And you're playing in the first round and you have the black pieces.
It's tough,
think, yes,
right? It's
it
tough.
is.
How do you overcome this? How do you start overcoming this psychologically, even from the moment of preparation?
Well, I know, Alejandro, you have been beating me quite a lot recently, but in the last couple of games, I think we drew. So I'm picking it up. I think it's all about the mental state of the player at the moment of the game. It's very, very important. I think Joshua is going to becoming very, very well prepared. He's ready for a battle. He's going to uncork some interesting novelties, and I think he has a good chance to put a good fight against the dominant Akshat Chandra.
You know, I was on the opposite side with a grandmaster, famous grandmaster, and every time we played, you know, I had already accumulated 4 or 5 victories in a row against him, and I always felt like, okay, statistics are going to play against me. You know, at some point, I'm going to lose. So on the other hand, there's also that pressure to keep it up. As we see that the players start up with Akshat playing e4 that he's preferred already for several years, playing almost exclusively e4, and going into this kind of Taimanov Sicilian, they're playing still a little bit slow.
Well, Akshat is known for his, not so great, speaking softly, time management. But I mean, it's still opening, so let's see if he's going to go for a sharper line or the quieter line. Maybe bishop e3, f4, something.
I've had the pleasure of playing Akshat, unfortunately only once, and it was with the white pieces, so I'm not completely familiar with his repertoire when he's playing white. But just judging by the way that he plays chess, it usually tends to favor the sharper Sicilians with the white pieces. He doesn't shy away from theoretical duels, from key lines in which a lot of theory is required. He does go for these trendy subjects, and partially it's because he is a player that's completely dedicated to chess. Some of the players in the tournament, they're juggling school, they're finishing high school, some of them are in college. But Akshat has taken a sabbatical year to focus entirely on chess before he decides what he wants to do with his life, basically.
Well, the tournament isn't during the summer, so that's a great opportunity for the students who don't have to sacrifice school year to play in this tournament. And of course, he's playing someone who I'm sure is well prepared, student at Webster University.
Right, which we can talk about. Joshua, even though he hails from New York, I mean, he is part of the elite Webster University chess team, and I think for him, that's such a great experience. Even though he's one of the strongest junior players in the entire country, Webster is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, university in the entire world, and he's been able to compete and to train with elite grandmasters like Le Quang Liang from Vietnam, like Alexander Shimanov from Russia, like Vasil Durarbeli from Azerbaijan. He's had the opportunity to really brush up with some of the best chess players in the world. So I'm sure that he comes here not only very well motivated, but also very well trained.
So I'm wondering if Akshat is thinking, because it's already surprising opening, because this is a very strange time to start speaking, especially in the round robin when you can't prepare it to a tournament. So I think Joshua has played
Yeah,
a new opening,
I'm not
something he
actually
doesn't always play.
familiar with Joshua's preparation. We did prepare him very briefly when I was the trainer for St. Louis University in the Pan Ams. I was looking at Darius Svirts, my first sports pairing, and he was playing against Joshua. And he was white, but we very quickly decided to play d4, so I didn't spend a lot of time checking his repertoire against e4. Now, there's a lot to be said already in this position after queen c7, as black actually has two very important alternatives. He can play the move a6, which leads to different kinds of positions, but allows this knight to capture on c6, and it's sometimes not so useful to play this move a6 when you don't have b5 as a resource. And the other option is to immediately play knight f6 and transpose into his Sveshnikov Sicilian most of the time, which leads to very, very complex systems. However, the move queen c7 has been considered for the past, I think, 100 years to be the main line of the position, after which white, well, they've essayed a lot of things in different scenarios, but by far the main tries here do involve the move bishop to e3 and either establishing some sort of English attack, which I know is your absolute favorite against any Sicilian, it doesn't matter in which shape or form, or
don't be giving away my secrets.
well, I mean, some of these players might watch the show, and well, when they play against you in the U.S. Championship, they might be prepared. Certainly, a strange time to think.
It is.
Akshat, known to be somebody that handles his time management very, very poorly, is already kind of stuck in the opening, something I'm not very fond of.
I don't think he's stuck. I think he's trying to decide what he wants to play and what his opponent can have prepared against him, because I'm assuming it's a surprise that he's facing it, because I don't see any other reason why he was spending so much time move 6.
We certainly have other games to look at, so for me, another key matchup of the day will be this one between Caden Troff and Andrew Tang. Caden is definitely the most experienced player in this tournament. He's been the Grandmaster for longer than anybody else in this event. He has played a number of tournaments around the world. I had the pleasure of coaching him during the 2012 Slovenian World Youth Championship, where under 14,
where he won gold.
He won the gold medal. Yes, absolutely brilliant performance. Needed to win in the last round, and with a clutch Catalan, he was able to clinch first place. Here, he adheres to his favorite d4 variations, and he's playing against a relatively unknown but quite strong international master who is more famous actually for his online skills than he is for his over-the-board skills. There is a very strange variation of chess, if you can call it chess, that
I hope we can call it chess.
that is 10 seconds per side, which is, some people think 1 minute bullet is an abomination. I don't know what you call 10 seconds per side. But he is the #1 player in the world, at least in one of the major websites. So he's definitely fast with the mouse, and he's very tactically gifted. He just played the Continental Championship in Colombia, where he faced against Alexander Shabalov, and with the white pieces, he won a very, very clean game. I was very impressed about it. Here he's, with the black pieces, going for a somewhat classic approach at first. Has a relatively good orthodox Queen's Gambit exchanged, where he's been able to develop the bishop to f5 with a tempo on the queen on c2, which already makes me wonder a little bit what this variation is about for white.
Yeah, because usually is the problem piece in the structure, right?
Right, it just seems like white's down a few or many tempi.
But I think the classical approach only lasted for one more move. Looking at the position in front of me.
Well, Caden tried for a very quick f3, which I'm assuming is to play e4 on the next move, trying to take advantage of the bishop. Now, most people would consider the move knight f6 just to avoid e4 coming in.
You're running bishop h6 now.
But perhaps bishop h6 he was concerned, he can't castle, maybe g4 he was concerned about, some kind of expansion, but he decided, I'm not going to deal with this, I don't know what this is. He played g5, bishop g3, knight gf6. Now, I am just simply not familiar with this position at all, but perhaps there's another grandmaster in the house that could give us some insight into what already looks to be a crazy game.
Christian?
No, absolutely. That game of Tang is crazy, crazy, crazy. And he's, in my opinion, he's a very classical player, despite the fact that in Bullet he's a very performant athlete. He has actually played against me very nice Nimzo, and he equalized. And we made a draw like a couple of years ago when he was only 2300. I feel his approach is very classical, but he's also a very gifted tactical player, as you guys mentioned. But we have another very enterprising opening in the game between Li Ruifeng and Brattain Mika. Li Ruifeng is a very, very enterprising player. He's trying to surprise his opponents. He doesn't believe in opening theory. He just believes in his force to outplay every and single opponent. And he started with b3, d5, bishop b2, bishop b2, c5. We can see Black's approach. He's trying to grab the center, play knight c6, potentially play e5 if white allows. Knight e3 was played, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, immediately pinning this knight. Bishop d7 was played, and I think we have another move, d4, e6, castle. This is the position on the board. Very, very enterprising chess. Potentially, white is going to play c4, take on d5, and try to transpose into a better structure, potentially an isolated pawn with the bishop on b2 very well placed on the long diagonal. This is going to be interesting. I expect something like a6 to attack the bishop, to ask him, what are you going to do? If you go back, potentially I might try to grab some more space on the queen side. If you give me the bishop pair, which I expect white is going to do just to try to get more control over the central e5, potentially knight e5, knight bd2, f4, and we're going to see a king side attack. This has the potential to become a very, very explosive affair. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Christian. And I had a question, seeing this Ruifeng Li game. Ruifeng, a player that I've known for many, many, many years. What do you think about teaching young players this kind of offbeat systems? I think that a lot of coaches, they say don't focus on the openings, don't spend too much time on them, and then they teach, you know, like the Ninja Larsen, they play the Birds opening, they play some kind of a Grand Prix attack or something like that against the Sicilian. What are your thoughts about this kind of offbeat systems being taught to the youth?
Well, I mean, he is considered youth, but he's also a grandmaster, so I think this kind of cancel each other out. Like, I wouldn't teach something like this to like a 1600 or a 1400, but he is a grandmaster. He's been playing chess for a long time. He's been playing against other grandmasters. He's played main lines. So I think for someone like that, playing offbeat openings is fine. Also, he was playing at the National Open. I believe he was playing b3 there too, so I'm not sure if this is something he's doing all the time or something he's trying out recently.
b3 is definitely one of his pet lines in recent years. I think him and Jeffrey Chong, they have the same trainer, and what they focus on is middle game, and end game. They don't focus a lot on theory. They put in a lot of work in the middle game. They put in a lot of work in the end game. This is their collective approach. So they work a lot. They work 8 to 10 hours a day, every single day, and they accumulate that confidence that they can outplay pretty much anybody if theory is not involved. So that's what white Li Ruifeng is trying to do in this particular game. b3, e3, bishop e2, very unconventional approach, and he's expecting to outplay his opponent in the later parts of the game.
I think it's a good approach for a tournament like this when you know your opponents are preparing and playing something offbeat, and especially against less experienced players.
Absolutely.
And easier to outplay them later in the game than try to out-theory them.
To me, it's always been a tough balance, especially when players are reaching the Grandmaster level, or Ruifeng that's already a Grandmaster, between playing this offbeat systems, because I do it pretty often, and actually learning main lines, because I do feel that there are certain openings where without practice you think, oh, I can just play it by feel or figure it out over the board, but without that familiarity with certain structures, with certain common themes, I feel like it's very difficult to figure some things out. I had the experience of playing Ruifeng recently with the Black Pieces in a Grandmaster tournament here at the club, and I felt that his mainline ideas in Sicilians were kind of lackluster for a player of his strength, and maybe he just had a day off, or his brain had a day off, but I felt like you know, this kind of structures, as fun as they are to play once in a while, they have to be handled with care, not to rely on them too often, especially when you're a junior player.
Well, when I was younger, I was always taught to play the main lines, and I'm a big fan of playing the main lines, playing open Sicilian, and, you know, playing the openings that the top players are playing. But I mean, I guess if you take a look now at what the top players are playing, so many of them are playing offbeat lines, trying to avoid theory, just trying to start the game earlier on.
Perhaps that's where the game is going nowadays. But okay, we've seen some of the matchups here in the junior championship. Perhaps we can take a look at the girls section. You guys were mentioning the matchup of today was going to be between Maggie Feng and Apurva Virkud. So perhaps we can get started over there.
Yeah, so these two players have actually faced off several times. They played this year at the U.S. Women's Championship, and they actually have 4 draws against each other. So very peaceful results.
That's very, very unusual.
It is.
Considering every time I see a Maggie Feng game, it just seems like pieces are flying off the board consistently. But okay, let's take a look at what's going on here between these two players.
Maggie's very well prepared.
Yes, actually
I remember from the Women's Championship. She surprised me with some line, and she was quite well prepared against me when we played.
Well, it seems like we're having a very classical idea here of the Queen's Gambit decline. We've seen this idea of e3 being used more and more often. This idea of playing c5 was considered to be certainly dubious for some time. It was not considered to be the best. A lot of people you can see are playing the move knight bd7 in this position. But c5 is playable, and it leads to a position with an isolated pawn.
I don't think c takes d5 is very principled. At least that's not the main issue with c5. I think after c5, d takes c5, bishop c5, a more interesting approach would be to go queen c2, preparing the move rook d1, put a lot of pressure in the center. And a3, b4 is also going to come with tempo on this bishop. There are crazy lines going, something like knight c6, a3, queen a5. Now b4 obviously doesn't work because knight takes b4, a takes b4, and the rook on a1 is unprotected. But after queen a5, you have options. White has options. He can play rook to d1, or he can even castle, or he can play knight d2. I think all three are yielding very good results for white. C takes d5, as she played in this position, I feel is going to eliminate any sort of problems for black, and I don't see this game going anywhere but to a draw.
Well, thank you, Christian. Yeah, and I can see what you're saying with that assessment at the end, as a lot of pieces do get traded, and normally you're happy as white in this kind of structures. So we do have one remove knight c6, where you have pressure against this pawn on d5. The problem here is that it's going to be very difficult for white to organize both any pressure on this pawn as well as blockade it. Normally you want to blockade the pawn, put the bishop on e5 and control that square. But currently black's doing an excellent job with this bishop pinning the knight, this queen coming to f6, the idea of pushing d4 herself at some point. It seems to me that black has got a pretty excellent isolated queen's pawn with potential chances of just eliminating the pawns and going for an equal position, or taking over the initiative by simply keeping the pawn and trying to put pressure on white's position.
Yeah, because the way you play with an isolated pawn is you play for the initiative, and here black has developed with no problems. The light squared bishop is just a problem. Bishop is out. The rooks have places to go. Queen f6, like rook's in the center. So I'm not sure what white is playing for.
Yeah, it seems like Maggie has been out-prepared in this position, just slightly. It doesn't mean that she's in any trouble or anything.
Right.
She is white after all in this position, and that gives her that extra tempo, that extra cushion. But I don't think she's managed to gain any kind of initiative at all in this kind of positions.
No.
Let's see if we have any other games. We haven't really gone around the horn here looking at stuff. Something that kind of jumps at me, perhaps Christian has some insights in a game that might have been more exciting.
Look at those pawns.
Yes, absolutely. We have the game between Cervantes and Bykovtsev, two very young players that are trying to claim their top spot. So Cervantes, very aggressive approach. d6, f4, the 4 pawns, kings Indian, castle, knight f3, c5, very aggressive approach for white. He's trying to grab the center. He's trying to choke black's position and get all the space advantage possible. d5, e6, d takes e6, which I don't particularly fancy. In this position, I would prefer playing the move bishop e2, trying to continue my development. If you take on d5, I'm going to take with the c-pawn, and this is going to be a typical Benoni structure, which usually favors white. I'm definitely an active proponent of the Benoni as white. Rook e8, knight to d2, controlling the center, defending the center, castle, and then a potential expansion in the center with e5 or f5 to close up the bishop on c8. Instead of that, she took on e6. I definitely don't like this release of tension in the center. F takes e6 was played, bishop to d3, knight to c6, castle, knight to d4, knight to g5, attacking this pawn, e5, f5, and the game is getting wild. But let's see what happened next. h6, knight h3, g takes f5, e takes f5, and in this position, black decided to sacrifice a pawn in order to take full control over the center. Instead of that, she played b5. Instead of that, she could have played the move queen to e8, very powerful move, preparing the move e4, and then you're going to have big problems with the pawn on f5. So it's going to be very difficult to defend that. Instead of that, she decided to play the move b5, knight takes b5, knight takes d5, c takes d5, and we have this position on the board. I think a4 was played, powerful move, defending the pawn on b5, and potentially if you play e4, I can have this idea of playing bishop b1, bishop a2. I'm not saying it's good, but it's an extra idea at your disposal. She's going to try to take advantage of her superiority on the queen side, potentially bishop e3, rook c1, put some active pieces on the board. But this center looks very menacing. This is going to be a crazy game.
So that knight on h3 doesn't look very exciting.
Well, this is a very strange position, especially for me, considering the time situation, because already we've played 17 moves of chess, which is a lot considering how long we've been sitting here looking at the games. That's very fast. But if I'm not mistaken, Talia, the white pieces, has more time than what she started with. That's due to the increment. Let's remember that we're playing at a rhythm of 1 hour and 30 minutes for the first 40 moves. Then you get another 30 minutes, but all throughout you get a 30-second increment, which is why she currently sits at 1 hour and 32 minutes. Well, that must spell some kind of preparation from the white side and probably also from the black side, as they've quickly achieved this position, which, I mean, the only objective evaluation you can make out of it is that it's a huge mess.
Yeah, I wonder how black is going to continue, because you don't really want to be pushing your central pawns, because if you push your e pawn, the knight's going to get in. If you push your d pawn,
it seems like
right.
Agata has answered your question.
Oh, c4.
She's played the move
right.
c4, which is quite logical, as Cristian was mentioning. This bishop maneuver down to a2, attacking this pawn on d4, makes d5. Sorry, it makes a little bit less sense now that there's a pawn barrier on a c4. Black clearly has compensation for her pawn, but as you mentioned, it's not trivial to advance the pawns forward, as soon as they get blockaded, black is pretty much dead. She has to be very careful for these pawns to be mobile and to put pressure on the development of white's pieces.
Well, the bishop is going to go back to e2, I'm assuming.
It's very unclear, because
really?
the problem with bishop e2...
Well, I want to stop d4, because bishop c2, I don't want to...
Right. I understand you want to stop d4. I just don't know where the bishop would reroute to effectively. I don't want to play bishop f3 and run into e4 at some point. It just seems like the bishop here is a little bit misplaced. I'd probably put it back on c2, keeping an eye on e4, keeping an eye on f5 for now, and perhaps not so much in the way of the pieces, daring you to play the move d4, and perhaps I can start calculating if I can break up your structure with the move b3. Of course, this is something that's already very risky, something that white has to consider very carefully. As Cristian mentioned, this is going to be a crazy and exciting game in which you can already see a huge imbalance in the position. Talia plays still very quickly. With the move bishop to b1, a similar idea to what Cristian was saying, hiding that bishop all the way in the back rank. I like White's position, I gotta say.
Really?
Yeah, the black pawns are very menacing, but I think that with some precise play, they can be controlled. And there's also this idea that's kind of sneaky. The fact that, well, the bishops are pointing to the king side after all. If perhaps I can get my rook in somehow, rook a3, rook g3, start menacing this king, it's, well, the king doesn't have any pawn covers, and if I can reroute everybody to the king side, White might be looking at a promising attack.
Absolutely, and I completely agree with you. I do like the move bishop b1 because you're preparing to play the move b3. You would love to play the move b3 and dispose of this pawn, very, very aggressive pawn on c4. But the problem is, whenever you play b3 right now, she's going to play c3. So I really fancy this idea of yours, Alejandro. Rook a3, rook to g3, put the rook in a very threatening spot, and then play the move b3, because c3 is going to be controlled by the rook on g3. So that's a very, very inquisitive plan. But black, I'm not really sure how she's going to expand in the center. Whatever she moves, one pawn is going to be left behind. So for example, if she plays the move d4, I can play the move bishop a2. Now we see the idea of this bishop on b1, and it's going to be very, very difficult to defend the c4 pawn. One thing I don't agree with you, Alejandro, I would never let this pawn chain be created on the board, because I think that would be just a game over for White. The dark square bishop is going to be restricted, and at the right moment, bishop b7, potentially I'm going to try to exchange the light square bishop, and these pawns are just looking threatening. And but yeah, after bishop b1, d4 hasn't been played. This is the position we have on the board. Obviously, Talia, who is a Webster student, she's very well prepared theoretically, and I think she has the upper hand in this game.
I mean, can I just play bishop b7 and not rush with my pawn pushes?
Rook a3.
Yeah, the problem is always going to be this kind of things.
Rook
Bishop
a3,
b7.
rook g3. Very important maneuver.
I mean, rook a3, and then I play the king on e7. Like, do you really have an attack?
Well,
after you play rook. Okay, but
I'm not entirely sure if White needs an attack is the problem, because let's remember that White is up a pawn, and strategically, if Black doesn't do anything and I start playing moves like b3, controlling your center, if you're not able to actually expand on the center, well, White's going to be up a nice pawn. The king is weaker than its opponents. If you can't expand your pawns
can I expand
d4
now?
here, well,
can I push d4?
You might have to try, but then here's where it becomes a little scary for Black, right? You have to consider moves like bishop h6 already, moves like rook g7 and queen d2. Not necessarily that do they work, but I mean, you can think of something like rook g6, so the rook's really actively posted. Perhaps nothing works immediately, but already as a player, I mean, you start looking at this queen coming to the king side, queen e1, queen h4, and well, you're not a machine. You start getting scared. At least I would be.
I think maybe e4 in that final position.
Yeah,
to
I'm just pushing my pawns.
Go for the kill, but now I'm just going to play bishop f4, potentially queen e1, queen h4, with the idea to point that h6 weakness that you have. So this is going to be a crazy affair, that's for sure.
It's going to be a decisive game. I can't imagine this ending in a draw. One side's going to crash and burn. It's just we don't really know which one. Either the pawns pretty much control and choke White's position, or White's going to be able to get out of it and counterattack both in the king side and against the pawn chain. Well, this is going to be a pretty good affair. Let's see if we have any other games. We still have a lot of chess.
Let's look at Carissa's game.
Of course, Carissa Yip is the youngest and highest rated player of the tournament. She's currently with the black pieces against Annie Wang, a very talented player who
from Southern California.
Southern California. Well, you must know her better than I do, but I remember a couple of years ago she was on the rise. She played a U.S. championship here in St. Louis, U.S. Women's Championship, but I haven't seen her being so active since then. I'm not entirely sure what happened to her chess career.
She played in World Youth last year. I think she was one game away from winning. I think she had to either draw or win the last round, and she lost, and she ended up tying for first in World Youth under 16, I want to say. I only played her once, but of course I've always seen her play in tournaments with me.
It's she uses a very curious variation here of bishop b4 right away, instead of playing, for example, knight f6 or something else. is considered to be a little bit substandard as
Yeah, but now it's just an IMSA.
well, actually, it isn't. This line is considered to be a little bit dubious for black, precisely because of the idea of playing bishop d3 and the knight to e2, rather than what happened in the game. I remember this was our preparation for the U.S. Olympic team when Anna Satorsky was playing against China. She was playing against now reigning world champion Tang Song-yi, and we consider this to be a little dubious for black, precisely because of bishop d3 and knight e2.
Yeah, because you want your pawn to be on d7 here, because your idea is to play with d6, b6.
Right, and against knight e2, you're just controlling more light squares. But okay, a slight subtlety in the position, knight f3 and castle, nothing too major. Now we're transposed
to knight f3.
pretty much into an Imzo-Indian, which, I mean, it's still pretty early in the game. Not much has happened.
Yeah, I think this is a problem for junior players when there are some subtleties in the opening. They don't really catch them right away. They just want to go to a position that they know. So here, instead of thinking like my knight's on g1, maybe I can be flexible. I just play knight f3 and automatically go to a position that you already know.
It seems something that comes with experience.
Yeah.
Here we have a very old panel bringing you the U.S. junior and U.S. junior girls. But yeah, something that I've noticed, that there are some things you just don't learn from watching games, you don't learn from books, you don't learn from studying theory. It's just that feeling of where the pieces go that you only get after playing certain positions over and over again. For example, this move she just played, bishop e2, I can see on camera. It just seems a little dubious. Because why is the bishop on e2 when you can always put it on d3? The bishop would always be controlling this important e4 square, the battleground of the Imzo-Indian, whereas putting the bishop on e2, it might eventually transpose to a known position if Carissa decides to take on c4, white recaptures and nothing has changed. And perhaps
actually one of the ideas of bishop e2, if I may, I think this is the position. If you put the bishop on d3, then I think potentially white is trying to take on d5, force black to recapture with the e-pawn, because if he takes with the knight, this complex of pawns is going to be very powerful coupled with my bishop pair. So after c takes d5, e takes d5, with the bishop on d3, you're going to have to worry about the move c4, targeting the bishop. So I think this is what she's looking for. She's trying to take on d5, e takes d5, potentially put the queen on c2 to defend against this move, bishop f5, and then at the right moment try to expand either with c4, either with e4, if she can make that happen. But at the moment, black has a very, very powerful fortress in the center. Black has a nice strategical advantage because of the pawn structure. White has the bishop pair. If the center opens up, if I manage to correct my pawn structure, then white is going to be better. But if not, and it doesn't seem like she knows, like white knows the particularities in this position, then I think she's going to end up in trouble. And I definitely like the way Carissa is handling her position. Another very interesting game I want to point out is the game between Bovei Liu and Awander Liang. Bovei Liu is the lowest rated player in the event. He's coming up with a chip on his shoulder. Definitely he has to prove that he's welcomed in this field. And look at what he does. He's playing one of the most active and aggressive players in the circuit. d6, bishop b5, very, very tame approach, strategical approach, knight d7, d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, a6, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7, and now I'm going to play c4, I'm going to get a Maroczy bind, and I'm looking at a non-theoretical long game, long strategical game. Castle was played, e5, queen to d3, queen c6, c4, grabbing control over the d5 square, bishop e6, b3, b5, and we have this position on the board, c takes b5. I really like Awander's idea with b5, blasting up white structure. He doesn't allow white to get that strategical bind after knight c3, a4, bishop e3, and control the d5. Controlling the d5 square is very, very important strategical point in this position. If white can achieve that, then he's going to have a better position. But if black manages to, at some point, break in the center with d5 and make good use of his bishop pair, then that's going to be a big, big trouble for white.
It seems that white in this position is already kind of against the clock. If he doesn't create some sort of threats, we already see that black's pair of bishops will eventually rule the day. Black already has even superior structure with the rook pointing on against a2, weakness on e4, eventually blasting open with d5. It's Bove here that has to prove something with the white pieces. He can't develop normally. He has to start putting pressure on his opponent as effectively as possible. Already he has to consider whether he wants to quickly develop this bishop, transfer the rook to c1, or if he wants to play the quick knight c3, attack the pawn on b5, and play knight d5, which to me seems to be the most logical and obvious way of starting out some kind of initiative in this position. Now what worries me is that I wonder, a player that never shies away from complications, that's always well prepared in his lines, he doesn't change them very often, he usually plays what he knows, is ahead on the clock significantly already, about 25 minutes. He hasn't spent a single second. It shows that he's still well within preparation, and that's not necessarily the spot you want to be against such a streaky player as Liang.
Do you really think he always plays what he knows? I played him several times, and I felt like every time he's done like very specific preparation against me, at least against me. Because every time he played something I wasn't really expecting.
I think that's why you beat him all the time. Like
I only beat him once.
He plays against me, he plays what he knows, and I've had a lot of trouble dismantling his defenses with black, and I have trouble surviving with black. He already beat me once in the Millionaire Open last year in a very convincing fashion. He played a really nice game. So, I mean, I wonder, it's always somebody that you got to be very careful of.
He's definitely not scared to play the most aggressive lines, even come up with over the board. Because I remember when I played him, he just sacrificed the pawn over, like he spent like 20 minutes sacrificed the pawn, and it's kind of scary to face. But yeah, in this position, white has to find something because you're ahead in development. But if black just develops knight f6, bishop e7, knight f6 is going to be a tempo move.
Yeah,
so you cannot play bishop e3 because knight f6 and then you'll lose a
something
move.
simple like bishop e3, knight f6, and already it's not so clear how you want to defend the pawn. You can play knight d2, but then the knight's on d2. It's not where you want to be. It's not aggressive. Black eventually finishes development either with bishop e7, d5 immediately can be considered.
d5, knight takes e5.
Yes.
Oh, I cannot play that. Sorry, you're right. Bishop e7, but then I'm going to hide my queen on b7 when you attack it. I'm going to castle short. I'm going to be very happy with my position. Your knights
cannot move the rook on a1.
You can't move the rook on a1. Your knights are not coordinating. Your bishop on e3 is hitting air.
It's like an ideal Sicilian for black.
Absolutely ideal.
Yeah, so I think you're right. White has to try knight c3, knight d5, and then try to open the center somehow. Or maybe, I was thinking bishop g5 here, but I think bishop e7 is...
Yeah, bishop g5, bishop e7. It does force
maybe
a little
rook
bit
d1
of a weakness here. Perhaps I can try rook d1. I mean, it is something along the lines of what white has to do, which is to somehow stop black from his ideal setup. You know, just playing the simple knight f6, bishop e7, castle. Black gets those 3 moves in for free. He'll be taking control for sure. So white needs to do something.
White needs to simply pull the brakes in this position. He's low on time. He doesn't know the theory. Obviously, a wonder knows what he's doing. And I think what white needs to search for is that equality, simplification. So I think bishop e3, knight d2, potentially that could be an interesting idea. Rook goes to c1 and then a4. Try to exchange the pawns on the queen side because the a pawn might become a weakness if not. And at the right moment, I'm just going to try to exchange as many pieces as I can and make a drop, because obviously black is not having any problems in this position. And if you get down on time, you're going to feel the pressure, absolutely.
Yeah, it's an interesting point where this is a very difficult decision when it comes over the board. So you see a position and you have basically 2 decisions. You can play for the win, you can try to create complications, or you can say, hey, if I do this, I might end up a little bit worse. Why don't I just try to simplify the position a little bit, get rid of my weaknesses? I'm going to use the time that I have to squash any kind of play that my opponent has. And instead of going for deep complications, instead of going for some kind of all-out attack, instead you just, as Cristian said, you pull the brakes and you try to not be worse.
Yeah, but the problem with that idea, I think, once I move my queen from c6 to b7, you are running into d5, because if he takes d5, bishop d5, then you cannot take on e5. So I think it's just...
It's this break always on the air that's kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unpleasant situation to be in. You're white, you're the lowest rated player, you're playing one of the strongest players, you're uncomfortable. I think like the level of comfort is so important to start a tournament in a position you're comfortable in. Like, doesn't even matter how the game ends. You just want to feel like you can play against these players and you can get the positions you want.
Yeah, it is kind of an unfortunate situation, I think, for Bove, as I just think that he needs to hurry up, especially on the clock. And well, the position also demands that he takes action pretty soon.
Well, okay, he spent 30 minutes on 11 moves. I mean, it's not great, but
it's not the end of the world, but it does kind of start sending signals, right? I know that if I spend 30 minutes on an hour and a half time control, I start looking at my clock, I personally start feeling upset. I know that I do the mental arithmetic that I'm not making time control right now, so I really should hurry up, especially since, well, I made like 5 or 6 moves pretty much out of book, so I've really only thought 5 moves in 30 minutes.
Especially when your opponent technically hasn't spent any time, since they have already 30 left on their clock, so that's another factor that makes you uncomfortable.
Absolutely. Well, Christian, perhaps you can lead us to another interesting game that we have here today.
Yes, we have a very, very fierce affair between Chandra and Joshua Collas, and we were talking about decisions. In this position, White could have played simple castle, then h3, f4, queen e1, try to create something on the king side, but with the king on the king side. Instead of that, White decided for the aggressive move f4, d6, and queen to d2. We're preparing the long castle, and we're going to essay an immediate attack on the king side. Decisions, very, very important in chess. a6, castle, bishop d7, g4, and as we can see, and I think you pointed out very accurately, Alejandro, White, actually Chandra, has big problems with his time management. I see this as his biggest weakness, and he is down 10 minutes. This is going to become a very, very wild affair, very complicated decisions at every single move. So he might run out of time very, very quickly. But we know that he's beating Joshua 4-0. So he definitely has a psychological edge. We'll see how Joshua is going to deal with that. This is a typical Sicilian position. Black could potentially go kingside castle, and then we're going to see a wild affair. White is going to try to create an attack on the king side. White is going to pawn storm on the queen side, and whoever is going to be faster and more prepared is just simply going to win. But this is going to be complicated in a matter of moves.
Well, I have to butt in with a couple of subtleties in the position. As you can see here in the move after here, bishop b2 is one of the main lines, but knight f6 is actually not considered to be as common as the move a6. Here, bishop b3 is perfectly fine, bishop e7, and you see that black keeps delaying this move a6, which has good things and bad things to it. But the point is that after f4, d6, queen d2, that if you're going to go for this kind of systems, allowing white to go queen d2, g4, you're usually more or less forced to quickly trade on d4 and go for a very fast e5 to justify what you've done. Playing a6 just kind of transposes to some somewhat dubious variations, since after castles, bishop d7, g4, black already has to figure out how he's going to meet g5.
Can I take and go e5 now?
He can, but if he was going to do that, I think he should have done it earlier.
But not g4. Can I take on g4 after?
No, that is a little bit too ambitious, I think.
All right, let's see.
Queen takes d4, e5, queen simply retreats to d2. And here, I would love, for example...
I don't want to d5.
Yeah, you cannot really take this pawn. As in the worst case scenario, I get compensation for just installing a tremendous knight on d5, followed by a bishop on b6. That's on the good scenario. In the bad scenarios, I play rook g1, take on g7, and you wish you hadn't taken my g4 pawn. Now, the reason I'm considering this to be so dubious is that many times after you take on d4, e5, and queen d2, what you want to do very quickly is maneuver this knight to d7 and e5 after taking on f4. The problem, of course, is that you've given me enough tempi that after taking on f4, I'm already threatening the pawn on d6, not to mention there's a bishop on d7, so this maneuver comes a little bit too slowly. So I'm not saying this is completely unplayable, but it does look a little bit worse than usual, and which means that after g4, Joshua, who is thinking here with the black pieces, needs to figure out what he's going to do after the very simple threat of g5. This is not a situation that I'm very fond of.
It's like a weird Scheveningen, right? It's like
kind
something is off.
It's a dubious Scheveningen. Actually, even in this position, I think the move knight d7 makes more sense to me than the move bishop d7.
That's the critical mistake. I think bishop d7 just doesn't make a lot of sense. You're simply taking away this very important square for the knight on d7. Instead of that, he should have played castle, then b5, leave this b7 square for his bishop and the d7 square for the knight. After bishop d7, g4, very well played, immediately attacking and asking this knight very, very important questions. Where are you going to go? If you go castle, I'm going to go g5. Knight to e8, knight has to draw back to e8. But the knight on e8 is very, very secluded from the action. The knight from d7 could potentially go to c5 or e5 in case you play f5 and leave the e5 square alone. So this bishop d7 was a very, very bad decision by Joshua.
Yeah, I think he's going to be against the ropes pretty early on here against Akshat, who likes to play this kind of aggressive chess. He's not the best defender in the world, but when you give him a little bit of initiative, man, the guy can attack for sure.
It's funny because in the Sicilian, oftentimes you make what looks like a natural move, like developing a piece, and it's just a bad move. But if we go back a little more, if we go back to move 6 or 7, because I know in these lines when you play e6, you want to keep your d7 pawn flexible and the bishop open, correct? You want to play a6 and then always have this bishop b4 possibility. In case your opponent goes queen d2, you always want to have that option.
Right, and the reason that there's a very big...
Because d6 is so committal.
Well, the problem after f4, which white plays at a very opportune time, because again, we go back to the subtleties of the Sicilian. You know, white can just castle here like a normal human being and go into a normal variation, but I think f4 is very well timed, as black has not been able to play the move a6. A lot of the times you play b5 immediately against f4, with the idea that against e5, I play the b4 counterattack, and the knight has d5 to jump to. Right. But since in this position I have none of those resources available, I think he was just pigeonholed into playing d6. He didn't have a way of dealing with the move e5 being threatened, which is why he's being forced into this variation. Not a good thing, not a bad thing, it's just a different variation of the Sicilian. It is, however, this move bishop d7 that finally makes me a little suspicious about black's position overall. I think that Akshat has played what seems to be two very normal moves. This queen d2, bishop e2, g4 plan is already considered to be quite dangerous on a whole. I mean, even against black's best play. And bishop d7 just seems to be a little too suspicious for me in this position. Right,
and again, like you're playing a natural move like bishop e7 and all of a sudden you don't get the system you want. And I think Joshua is less experienced than Akshat, and I think when you play open Sicilian as white, you have more flexibility with systems. Like you can play against, you know what to do against different kind of systems, but if you're playing one kind of Sicilian as black, and that's the only Sicilian you play, so if it transposes to another one, then all of a sudden you're uncomfortable. Like you don't get the exact position you want. So I think as a less experienced player, maybe he's already not sure where to put his pieces. If he doesn't play like with d6 pawn, if he plays with a6, b5, all of a sudden the pawn is on d6 and he just doesn't know what to do anymore.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of bishop d7, but okay, plenty of games still left here. It's not like Joshua's lost or anything like that. Perhaps we're making it seem like he's made such a terrible mistake, but I just like
white's
already
position uncomfortable. Yeah,
it's a little bit uncomfortable. I do agree with that, as we see Akshat just walking around off the board, leaving his opponent to think. And
he has almost as much time as his opponent.
And there he goes with knight takes d4. He felt like it was time. Should not make a huge difference whether you take with the bishop or with the queen.
Yeah, because e5 is coming next move.
Right? C5 is going to be coming potentially next move, but it is considered to be more flexible to almost always take with the queen, as the queen might retreat to a different square. And it also gives, even though in this position it doesn't make a lot of sense, there are variations where the queen b6 might be useful. So it's considered to be a little bit more flexible to take with the queen. It shouldn't make a lot of difference here for Akshat. Let's see if he decides to capture quickly or if he's going to think about it. Knowing Akshat, he might spend 40 minutes on it. But hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he shows us some aggressive and powerful chess. I already really like his position. E5 is going to be a very difficult decision to make. I mean, E5 is so committal. D5 square is so weak. Black hasn't really finished his development yet. I would be very scared for Joshua's position straight out of the opening.
So maybe e5, queen d2, and then I could play a move such as bishop c6 to take control over the d5 square and try to attack the e4 square, try to create some sort of counterplay, because otherwise I'm just doomed.
Absolutely, this bishop definitely belongs on c6, attacking the e4 pawn, so after g5, knight takes e4 might be an issue for white.
So bishop f3, right?
Why perhaps
queen d3.
in this position it might be important to show the flexibility of the queen. Instead of retreating it all the way back to d2, it does something very similar on d3, where it might be a little bit more exposed, but it immediately defends the pawn on e4, which after bishop c6, g5, the knight really does have to retreat to
And f5,
d7.
and
5 is coming, knight d5 is coming, and it just looks ugly. But it's important, you know, again, the subtleties. The queen retreating to d2 might release the pressure. The queen going to d3 might keep it, and it's just little maneuvers that really make the difference in this kind of sharp Sicilians.
So I guess we'll find out after 40 minutes.
We'll see what actually has in store for us, because, well, we have a lot of games. We haven't seen the girls section in a while, and I'm kind of curious about how Agata's game specifically has developed. Because
let's see where the spawns are.
I mean, those spawns were already rolling.
Oh, still there.
They're still there. We actually don't have a lot of moves. It seems like Agata, I felt that when she played the U.S. Women's Championship. I saw some of her games, and it seems like as soon as she was done with preparation, she went into a very, very deep thing. She didn't have this poker face about whether her preparation ended and where her thoughts began. No, she just sank for 30 minutes straight.
Yeah, I think she lacks confidence. I think that's one of her main issues in chess. But I feel like in the U.S. Women's Championship, no one managed their time well, except maybe for Carissa, Maggie.
Out of the young ones?
Like everyone.
Well, I remember...
I think that's the theme of the tournament for time management. Like, you can skip the first 2 hours, and then after 2 hours, like, that's when the tournament starts.
Nothing much has happened. A check on b6, which I'm not sure how it improves black's position. And the king obviously has to go to h1.
Well, you cannot push a5 at any moment. Like, if I put a bishop on b7, you cannot.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what this move does. But it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad in the position. Yeah, it's a tempo move.
Well, the reason I wanted my queen on d8 is at some point, maybe if I go bishop b7, d4, I can play queen d5, and, you know.
Yeah, the queen's definitely more flexible.
But if your rook goes on g3, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't really matter. Yeah. Okay, so still Agata thinking after queen b6 check and king h1. Position that's very complicated, a position that I would personally prefer to be white on, but I think a lot of dynamic players would rather take the pawn majority and prefer black. I guess I'm just very greedy. I'm a greedy player.
See, I never get a good center in my opening, so I'll take the center. I just
so
give up the center.
Well,
so it's a nice pace, change of pace for me.
Indeed. Christian, perhaps you have an update here in another one of the games.
Another important affair, actually, our match of the day in the girls section between Maggie Feng and Virkud Apurva. In this position, we were discussing, I was saying that I think the game is going to continue and is going to patter into a draw quite quickly, but a lot of things have happened since then. After this move, rooks to c1, black took the drastic decision of playing the move d4, trying to simplify the position, try to exchange these pawns. If e takes d4, knight takes d4, all my pieces are nicely centered. This is going to be a very, very powerful position for black. Instead of that, white took the nice decision of playing g4, bishop to g6, and now closing up the center with the move e4, closing up the bishop on g6 as well. This is going to be the piece that I'm going to focus my attention on. I'm going to try to restrict it as much as possible, and it's very important that this bishop on d3 is a very good blockade piece. This d4 pawn is not going anywhere. If it could go anywhere, if it could push d3, then that would be problematic for white. But at the moment, it's not going anywhere. So after e4, rook e8, rook goes to c1. Now black is going to try to find a plan, because I'm simply going to play potentially king g2 and then an expansion on the king side, h4, h5. Try to ask you, what are you going to do with your bishop on g6? Is a very, very weak piece. I think you have to place a move such as f6, bishop to f7, try to gain some control over the e5 square at the right moment, play the move knight to e5, and if an exchange on e5 happens, you're going to solidify that pawn on d4. But white is going to try to maneuver his pieces around the light squares, potentially knight to d2, queen to e2, knight to c4, bishop to g3, f4. White has the more accessible plans in this position. Practically, I see black having a very, very difficult defense ahead.
Christian, do you think that, and perhaps since you're using the engine, but I didn't like the move d4. I thought it was a little bit rushed.
I agree.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the engines are still giving the position as very, very close to equal, but from a practical point of view, this just seems a little bit loose for black. I don't see where his pieces are going. I don't see where the plan is for black.
Yeah, it's interesting how machines play chess so differently than the way we do. Even though the machine might understand that after the move d4 and the successive blockade on the pawn, it thinks that black is okay, that you can develop all of your pieces, that it's approximate equality. I look at this position and strategically I'm already panicking compared to having simply the isolated pawn on d5.
Well, I think black just tried too hard to oversimplify the position. Probably even they're completely underestimated g4. She probably thought everything's going to be exchanged. But yeah, now you cannot even move your queen because you're running into knight h4.
Well, she did move the queen, actually moved it to e7 just to prove you wrong. But I actually am not sure at all what the queen does on e7.
Yeah, if I can play bishop g3, knight out, maybe f4 at some point.
I think that queen e7 is one of those symptoms of the position where a lot of the times you have a position in which you make a natural move that doesn't do anything. This is the kind of moves. The queen on e7, it connects the rooks. I've always hated that expression, by the way, ever since I was a kid. I never understood what connecting the rooks meant.
So they protect each other.
From what? in this position, I don't get it. I mean, you're going to put a rook on d8, centralizing the rook.
That's another question I want to ask you guys. Let's say I play bishop to g3,
Bishop
and you're
g3
going to play rook to d8, right?
Correct.
Would you ever take this pawn?
Which pawn?
The pawn on a6. The pawn on a6. Bishop takes a6 because now if you take, I'm going to take on c6. But I gave
d3,
up.
no?
I gave up my bishop pair. Now d3, as we were discussing, is no longer blockaded. So bishop takes a6 might be a rash decision. Will she be greedy, or will she just play a move such as knight d2, or even e5 could potentially be an interesting idea, exchanging the bishops. Now, I still have the very, very strong blockade, and I'm starting an expansion on this side. Now, the light squares, e4 and c4, are going to be very powerful outposts for my knight. Knight to d2, f4 to solidify my pawn on e5, and then potentially knight to e4, knight to d6 if you're not paying a lot of attention. Once again, I feel black's pieces are a little bit restricted in the position. Nevertheless, it's still far from over.
I've heard of overprotecting a square or a pawn, but I think that Apurva here with the black pieces might be taking Nimzovic's advice way, way too strongly. I think the rook on d8 would just be misplaced. It looks nice, but as long as there's a bishop on d3, it's true that, I mean, if the bishop moves, there's always going to be a d3 threat, but bishop is not going anywhere. I really like this plan that you were mentioning, Christian, of bishop g3, rook d8. I really like the move either knight d2, allowing an f4, or the knight coming to c4. Personally, I'm starting to look at moves like knight h4, eyeing this f5 square, eyeing f4 expansions, taking it slow also with king g2 seems very appealing to me.
The only thing I'm worried about knight to d2 or knight to h4 is the move knight to e5.
Yeah.
Knight to e5.
But I think knight d2, knight e5, maybe knight c4.
Yeah, it feels like I have to be a little bit careful as white.
Maybe?
Take on d3, I can possibly take back on d3 as you cannot take on e4. And I'm going to follow up with f3, again shutting out that bishop on g6. Yeah, I cannot take on e4 because after the mass exchange on e4.
But then maybe I can push my pawn.
You have to be very careful if this pawn's actually going anywhere, as if I can capture.
King f1, no?
You have king f1, and rook's going to come to d1. It feels like black still has to be a little bit careful. I like white's position as, of course, black has resources. Let's not kid ourselves.
That's how you get outplayed. You make what look like natural moves. Like you don't really sense the danger coming yet, like early enough. So you make natural moves, and then at least what you think look like natural moves, connecting the rooks, which is you're against. So a lot of people like to do. No, but you make those kind of moves, and then all of a sudden you end up in a worse position. You just don't understand how, because you think you just put your pieces on the right where they belong. But you know, you have to sense that danger early on. And I think that's a tricky thing to do. But so let's take a little break, and then we'll see how the games develop when we come back.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at exploreStLouis.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the coverage for the 2017 U.S. Juniors and 2017 U.S. Girls Championship. I'm Tatev Abrahamyan in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez and Cristian Chirila. So let's jump right into the games.
Yeah, we've had some exciting developments on some games that we haven't yet looked at, which, well, it seems like one side has gotten a great advantage here in the game between Nguyen and Ashrita
Defending
Eswaran.
champion Emily.
Yeah, the defending champion. She comes as with a chip on her shoulder, as some say, with a very, very disastrous performance at the U.S. Women's Championship this year. And she's a very talented player. I know that she had a tough time dealing with those defeats, and I think she's coming back here saying that, hey, I'm the defending champion. I should be winning this tournament again. She faces very strong opposition, but here she's facing against Ashrita Eswaran, a player that, as you mentioned, not as active anymore on the circuit, but already very experienced. And we're going to see another Benoni. I think it's the second Benoni of the day, as we also had Agata's game. This is more of a traditional fianchetto type of structure. I never thought that the fianchetto is a particularly good way of dealing with the Benoni. Actually, a lot of people with black force white to go into the Benoni fianchetto from a Catalan kind of move order, but that's another story. Here we have simply this idea of 96 knight c7, which is one of the many ways you can play the position.
Preparing b5.
Preparing a very quick b5 here. White, on the other hand, prepares a very quick e5. So this idea of knight a6, c7, a little bit more double-edged than putting the knight on d7 where it normally goes, where it prevents e5. Actually, the knight controls the square very often. Bishop g4 was played, I'm assuming with the idea of taking control of the dark squares. I'm not exactly familiar with the theory of this variation, but the move knight f8 already strikes to me as a little strange. Perhaps playable, but it just seems a little passive to me to put the knight on e8.
Black's trying really hard to prevent e5.
Yeah, but sometimes you're just scared of ghosts, right? I mean, e5 is something you really need to be very careful of, but it's not the end of the world, and you do need some kind of activity on your own end.
It just seems like black wants everything. Stop e5, get in b5, and you just want the world. Get rid of your bad bishop.
Perhaps a little.
If you played bishop g4 and you eliminated the knight on f3, you should definitely focus your attention on that square on e5, potentially queen e7, defending the d6 pawn and preparing the move knight d7, knight e5. I think that's a very sensible plan.
Yeah, I mean, we do hear from an expert, or perhaps somebody, some can say a traitor of the Benoni, as Cristian Chirila back in our heyday as college students was an exponent of the Benoni almost exclusively, and then
As you mentioned, Alejandro, I did play I usually play the Grunfeld nowadays, but against this setup G3 coming from the Catalan, I did force the Benoni quite recently in the Spring Invitational against one of your students, Ali Marandi, and we had an explosive game. I think I got the better out of it, but then in the end, my king went from G8 all the way to F4 with all the pieces on the board, and somehow it ended up in a draw. Yes, absolutely. I definitely do prefer keeping my knight on b8. Knight on a6, c7 seems a bit displaced in my opinion. I like the plan with queen e7, knight b to d7, and then knight to e8 or knight to g4 to prepare the move knight e5. I like to keep controlling the center with my knights, bishop on g7, and then at the right moment prepare the move a6, b5.
Let's take a look at what happened in the game. After knight f8, which seems
well, I think
nobody
knight
likes.
f8, it's not stopping e5, it's rather than allowing e5 in the future, and then you're going to put a knight on d6 as opposed to just not allowing e5 at all. But the knight on e8, of course, just looks so passive.
Yeah, and it begs the question of what black's going to do as long as this knight's on e8. As Christian
Let's say
mentioned.
if I go a4, right?
Right, if knight f8, a4 already asks black what the plan is. And I like what Emily did. It's a very similar move to a4. It's queen b3 that also, I think, stops the move b5. I have to calculate this out. Let's see, b5, knight takes b5, and I was worried about rook b8 here pinning my piece. I'm not sure actually if there's a way out of this.
Queen b3 so much.
So I'm not actually stopping b5. Perhaps b5 was worthy of consideration here. Is there some problem with the move?
I mean, of course, it's worth of consideration, right? Yeah, I don't understand this.
Should have been played, right? I don't see
Yeah.
I don't see any problem with b5. I think that any other move must be a mistake. Queen f6 was played by Ashritha of
Threatening g5?
a very unusual move. I think g5 is the threat, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop's here, and I think this happens to all of us very often, that we think we have a threat, but it actually isn't anything. And I think Emily looks at the position, shrugs her shoulders, takes the pawn on b7 and says, well, hit me with your worst. g5 was the move, and then she uncorked the move e5 as a counter. And now it turns out that the move g5 wasn't actually winning a bishop down on the f-file, since after the move pawn takes e5, which we see is on the board, some tactical developments occur here, and we have to be very careful with both sides. Now you can see there's a lot of pressure down here, but on the other hand I have moves like knight e4, and this is starting to get quite complicated. Remember that the knight is the only defender of the rook, so there's also ideas of playing the move d6 in certain positions. So perhaps Christian can give us exactly the tactical variations here in this position.
Yes, absolutely. I thought that position is just simply over. Let me get to it in just a second. Yes, we have the position on the board. Absolutely. Knight e4 seems very natural. I don't know if it's the best move. The computer actually suggests d6, immediately d6, potentially leaving this d5 square for the knight on c3. Honestly, from a human perspective, knight e4 definitely seems playable. After queen b6 to force the queen exchange, we see these two knights. I think Dvoretsky, a very famous trainer, called them superfluous knights. They're simply stepping on each other's feet. They're very badly coordinated. All his pieces are badly coordinated. So after queen b6, queen takes b6, a takes b6, bishop takes g5, could potentially be s8. And once again, we look at the difference between the pieces. The center is open. I have the bishop pair. Your knights are very badly placed. The bishop on g7 is not yet open. And look at this rook on f8. She's having some problems. I'm threatening to play d6, bishop to e7. All of my pieces are actively playing an important role into the position, and white is just simply dominating. So I don't see black faring very well in this game.
I think absolutely a very powerful performance here so far from Emily, who's considering her options. Knight e4, as we mentioned, very human. Also d6, and you can see those superfluous knights on e8 and c7. They're just not going anywhere.
But I mean, I just really don't like this queen f6 move. So if we go back, let's say I don't even have these tactical solutions. my bishop on f3 is misplaced, right? So I want to play bishop g2 anyways. So
Yeah.
I mean, queen f6 is just not a real threat. What if I just move my bishop back? Like, why is your queen on f6?
And the thing is, I'm always worried about e5 and the knight coming to e4 in the next move. It doesn't matter if it's in this position, the next position. At some point, e5, knight e4 is something I need to worry about. I'm just giving myself additional headaches by putting
Yeah.
the queen here.
Right, if your knight was on d7, then maybe you can play g5, knight e5, just like give up your light square bishop and just control the dark squares. But it's just black's moves that just don't go together.
I
And
agree.
queen
it's
b7
just-
was great. I mean, just taking advantage of, tactically taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes. It's
I
just
think
queen f6 just looks misplaced.
I think it's very brave, and I think it should yield very good results here for young Emily Nguyen, the defending champion here at the U.S. Girls Championship, as I think Christian has an update for us on another game.
We have another game that simply exploded, the game between Cervantes and Bykovtsev. We were analyzing this position. We were trying to figure out White's plan, and guess what? Talia listened to our commentary somehow, and she did essay this move, rook to a3, with the idea to transfer the rook on the king side. We see right now the queen left the king side. She's no longer a powerful defender. So right now you're going to have some big problems here on these files, g, f, h potentially, with the queen coming to h5. Bishop to g7 was played, rook to g3. I think this is the position we currently have on the board. Agata has only 39 minutes on the clock to Talia's 1 hour and 21 minutes. Huge time advantage. And the position is simply lost, completely lost. A move such as king h7, which is a very natural move, you have to defend against the threat bishop takes h6, this powerful pin on the g file, king to h7. I'm simply going to go rook to g6. If you take this pawn, I'm simply going to be, okay, take as many pawns as you want on the queen side. Do whatever you want on the queen side. I'm simply going to focus on your king. And I'm going to play this move, queen to e1. I think we were actually mentioning this plan during our analysis a few moves ago. And after a threat such as queen to h4, the knight is pinned, the knight cannot move. This is just simply game over. Queen to h4, bishop takes h6. There's no way you can defend against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers. You only have 2 defenders around your king. You have the bishop and the knight, which is immobile anyway. So this is just game over if Talia just finds the natural moves.
Well, I think we haven't talked about Talia too much. She is the wild card of the tournaments. She didn't qualify neither by rating nor by winning the spot at the U.S. Girls Open. But it's a very deserved wild card. She's been extremely active. She's risen in rating incredibly in the past couple of years. She is a local player, so I've seen her grow as a player in the last in many tournaments. I actually played her in one of the events that we had here at the St. Louis Chess Club, and she just came back from my home country, from Costa Rica, where she was playing the Pan American Under-18 Youth Championship. She scored a very respectable 3rd place. She got a bronze medal on a very strong field. And I feel that she's improving rapidly. She studies with the Webster University chess team. She studies under Susan Polgar. So she definitely has a lot of backing. She's incredibly passionate about the game. And I think that it just shows in her preparation here. And I have to agree with Christian. It just seems completely lost for Black just because she hasn't been able to create any counterplay. She already plays a very desperate move, which is to run away with the king towards the center with king to f7. You just see that's an ugly move to play.
Well, you don't want to go to h7, right, where the pieces are aimed, so you kind of want to run in the opposite direction.
But once you put your king to f7, you know something went terribly wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I know Agata knows something went very wrong. She can't be happy with her position. This king f7 moves is one of those things you throw on the board and you hope for the best and you pray, because this is very unlikely to be a king that survives. I still think the move rook g6 is both logical and strong. I like pinning the knight to the queen. I like attacking the pawn on h6. I think all their moves like queen e1 immediately jump to mind. It just seems like White has a wealth of choices on how to attack this very weak king on f7. And Black, who's still down a pawn for now, is struggling to create some kind of resources not to die in the next few moves.
I just love the rook lift idea. So I like rook a3, rook g3. Yeah, rook g6. If you can win the h6 pawn, I think it's over. And if your opponent play rook h8, I wonder if you can even play queen h5 and go for that endgame and just push everything.
Yeah, it's just such a bad position that you have to wonder if trading queens even benefits the white pieces with pretty much everything hanging.
Yeah, if I can push f6 maybe.
An idea. The bishop is hanging. White's still up a pawn. I mean, it just seems like.
Just win in the endgame, you're up a pawn.
But what I'm mostly impressed about is, as you were mentioning, Alejandro, she's a wild card. She's not qualifying by rating, and she's coming very well prepared in this tournament. She blasted off 20 moves of theory. She knew the plans. This is not something, rook a3, rook g3 is not something that necessarily comes naturally if you're not aware of the position and the plans in the position. So I'm very, very impressed by her preparation. She's definitely been putting on the hours. Agata, I don't know, she's definitely struggling.
Yeah, this is not Agata's game. I mean, she's very she's a very
she's
obvious
reliant
player
on preparation. I think she needs to be in her prep.
She's very out of it. She's king on f7. She knows she's in trouble. She's a very emotional player, I've always noticed. When she starts getting in trouble, you can see it on her face, you can see it on her mannerisms. And right now, I mean, you have a king on f7. There's no fooling anybody. Black is in a lot of trouble in this position.
Right. Yeah, and I think there's no pressure on Thalia. She's the lowest rated player. She, I think, got rated by quite a bit, even by number 9 player, I believe. So, you know, it's I think everyone probably has the mentality, this is a game, must-win game for them, so which, of course, gives her a lot of advantage.
Oh, man, how many times has that backfired on one of us?
Never.
Well,
always works out for me.
A tough tournament here for everybody, but I think Agata's starting off on the wrong foot. Christian, you have an update.
Yes, I would like to focus on one of the top games in the juniors division. We have this position between Troff and Tang Andrew, a very, very important game on the tournament, very, very closely rated opponents. I think Tang is 2 points higher than Troff, at least by FIDE rating. So in this position, after 92, Black took the rash decision, in my opinion, of castling. When you have a pawn on g5, you don't necessarily want to hide your king on the g file. So instead of that, I think he should have waited. He should have tried to maneuver his pieces, place his pieces on better squares with a move such as knight to h5, bishop draws back, and then potentially knight to g7, knight to e6, knight goes to b6 in anticipation of white castling on the queen side, and creating some sort of counterplay there, focusing my pieces there. Instead of that, he played the move castle. h4 immediately essayed by Troff, very aggressive play. He's filling the position. h4, knight to h5, h takes g5, knight to g3. Okay, I'm going to give you the bishop pair, but the problem is the center is still locked. I have the option of unlocking it by playing e4. So the knights are still powerful pieces in this position. Bishop takes g5. Long castle was played, very aggressive approach. Of course, we're not going to put the king on the same side as the black king because we're going to severely attack that king on g8. f5 was played, f4, bishop to h4, and now a very powerful move by white, knight to g2. Knight is going to this square, e5. Oops, no, that would be a very bad move for black. Knight to g1 goes, knight to f3, knight to e5. The bishop on g6 is very badly placed, and I, as white, Troff, has always the option of opening up the position with g4 whenever he wants. This is a very, very badly played game by Andrew Tang, who's found himself in severe trouble.
Well, just looking at this position that I have on the board, as we see Caden there strolling and enjoying his superior position, this move f5 that Andrew plays, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not the best move in the position. It might be out of necessity. But man, that's such a sad move to play when you play.
I think the bishop on g6 doesn't agree with the f5 move.
I think f4, f5 was actually a threat.
Oh,
yeah, f4, f5 was a threat. The knight even coming to f5 might be a threat if you ever exchange the bishop. Your king side collapses. Again, it might have been the best move in the position to play f5. But that is such a sad move. The bishop on g6 suffers. The e5 square is suffering, as you were mentioning, Christian, after the very logical move f4, just locking in the king side. This pawn on f5 is a complete weakness the rest of the game. Strategically, I would say without exaggeration that for a player of Caden's strength, and of course accidents happen, but I think this is already a winning position from a strategical point of
Knight
view.
G1, Knight F3, Knight E5.
I think White's position is very easy to play.
Yeah.
I mean, Black doesn't even have some very normal choices that he would like to have. For example, he would love to play Knight F6, Knight E4 for at least cement the knight there, force White to exchange, but currently this bishop is hanging. Can't do it at the moment, means the bishop would have to retreat. You don't necessarily want to lose tempi like that. It seems like Black is in a huge mess, and White's moves are obvious.
He has played. Oh, no, sorry. But I mean, even if you could play Knight F6, Knight E4, I would just take it, and then if you take with the C pawn.
At least it's a little improvement. I mean,
Right.
the problem is this position is so bad on so many fronts. It's not just one weakness or one problem. There are so many problems with Black's position, whereas White, as soon as the knight reaches e5, the game is practically over.
Yeah, and you don't even have C5, something, at least pretend to have some counterplay on the queen side, right?
Right, something like c5, and you can say, oh, at least I'm opening up some kind of position, but not only is
hanging
c5
pawns.
doing pretty much nothing, but the pawn on d5 is hanging. I'm super worried about the move g4 followed by f5. Even a simple move like queen c2, just increasing the pressure on this diagonal seems to be dangerous to me. I don't know what Andrew was thinking castling long. I thought that as soon as I saw the move g5 way back in this position, sorry, castling short, that he was going to castle long almost by force. It's the usual thing in this kind of structures. But I'm very, very, very surprised about this very quick decision to castle short, especially when Caden hasn't committed his own king to either side, allowing this disruption of the pawn structure. I think that Andrew, I don't know. It just seems that, you know, the bullet tactics are not paying off for him in this position. Strategically, this is a horribly played game.
Right, in the position where he castled, it's not like he doesn't have any improving moves, right? You can still move your knight on h5, stop h4. It's not like you're out of moves. You just need to play something.
Yeah.
It's such a rash decision.
Definitely, he's just underestimating the resources of his opponent, or maybe overestimating the resources of his defense. I don't know what it was, but he's landed in an absolutely dreadful position here against Caden Troff in the very first round of the U.S. Junior Championship.
Yeah, not the best way to start the tournament.
And another game, another very important affair, the match of the day, in our opinion, the game between Chandra and Kolas actually played out the way we thought is going to play out, which was quite forceful. In this position, bishop takes d4 was played. Actually didn't spend 40 minutes on his decision whether to take with the queen or the bishop. He took with the bishop immediately, bishops to c6, bishop to f3, defending the e4 pawn. e5 was played, bishop to e3, knight to d7, f5, b5, g5. Both players are expanding on their sides wherever they have space advantage. But this position just looks very, very bad for Black. His attack is not going anywhere, while my attack, I'm going to play even h4, h5, g6, and at the right moment, I'm going to blast open the position. The problem is that this king doesn't have where to go. You can no longer connect your rooks. A big issue in chess, as Alejandro was mentioning. Connecting the rooks is very important. You have to get your pieces active. Unfortunately, after a castle, that's simply not a possibility. I'm going to go h4, h5, g6. I'm going to blast open your king, and you're going to get checkmated in a matter of moves. On the other side, I'm not having any difficulties repealing your plan, your play.
Yeah, it just seems
It's just lost.
well,
I mean, I've played so many positions like this. It's just.
I was just going to mention, this looks like every Tatev Abrahamyan game in which White wins. It's just like you push the pawns forward on the king side, and then the black king dies. But on top of that, I do want to mention that one of the important reasons why Black's attack is not as powerful as in normal Sicilians is the fact that this knight has a very comfortable retreat, or actually offensive square, on d5. Many times the knight after the move b4 is forced into a somewhat passive position, such as knight to e2, which gives time for black to threaten moves like d5, to threaten moves like a5 and a4. But currently, if you push b4 at some point, you're just forcing me to play something that I wanted to do anyway, which was to put my knight on d5, be able to capture with the queen on d5, which retains the pressure on this square. It adds pressure to f7. I can't challenge the control for the square d5 because this bishop is guarding this square on d6, and even if you did, it wouldn't be such a big deal.
And yeah, just have the terrible bishop.
It just seems like a very sad position for the black pieces. He has played the move rook c8, which I am assuming is done with the idea that after b4, knight d5, I'm going to be able to take with the bishop, and because the queen cannot take, because there's a queen takes c2 checkmate at the end, I'm going to be forced to take with the pawn, something I definitely don't want to do as white. On the other hand, I could simply consider playing something that's very typical in this kind of positions, that after king b1, b4, knight d5 anyway, takes...
Even if I take with the pawn, I'm still going to checkmate you.
Probably, but with the queen, it's just so nice to sacrifice one pawn. Opening the c-file actually helps white in this kind of positions.
Yeah, if you try to go back queen c6, I still have rook c1. See,
Queen
this is when your
c6.
rooks are connected, so you can't play tricks like this.
So rook comes to c1, and it's just a very, very sad position for black. Also, one of the problems with rook c8 is that sometimes in desperate situations, the king on e8 wants to long castle just to say, well, I'm not going to get checkmated in the next couple of moves. At least I can hide on the same side of the board as my opponent. But rook c8 cuts off that idea, fully commits to black staying either on the center or the king side, which makes it an easier target to fish out. I can't imagine that black's position is playable. It just seems like a huge advantage for white.
Well, I think here if you castle queenside, you're just saying I want to get checkmated on the queen side, so here you just decided where you want to get checkmated. But I think, yeah, king b1. I mean, even if you play before I play knight e2, like, I don't think it's a big deal.
No, it's not a big deal. It just seems like a bad position.
Yeah, because
for
in
Joshua.
typical knight of positions here, you have a knight on b3, because after e5 you play knight on b3, and then your knight gets in the way, and here, here you manage to exchange that knight.
Yeah.
So it's just a very bad knight orf.
It's just about the worst knight orf I've ever seen.
I think if you castle on the queen side, actually you're losing on the spot with after knight d5. Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, targeting both f7 and queen to a8 check and grabbing the a6 pawn. So it's just a losing position nonetheless. Rook c8, he's trying to get some sort of counterplay, which seems to be the only shot he has at the moment. But another very important game, let's stick to this type of structures with the Najdorf type of structure with a backward pawn on the d file. We have the game between Beauvais and a Wanderer, and in this position I mentioned that I would love to pull the brakes, try to exchange as many pieces as I can, and go for a draw. Instead of that, Beauvais played the move knight c3, b4, and in this position he should have went for this move, exchanging the queens, queen to b5, queen takes to b5, knight takes to b5. You still have some problems with your development. Black has some problems with his development on the king side, and the position would remain balanced. Instead of that, he played the move knight to e2, transferring the knight on the king side, but unfortunately that allows black to develop his pieces with tempo. He played the move knight to f6, knight to g3, and I think this is the current position we have on the board. I can play a plethora of moves. I can play h6, I can play h5 to try to disrupt the knight on g3. Simply these pieces are not well connected. They're not doing anything on this side. This knight would have loved to have a nice outpost on d5. Unfortunately, he's very far from that. And this pawn on b4 is a real powerhouse because it's blocking both a2 and b3 pawns. So the structure right now favors black. I also have the bishop pair. This seems to have gone very wrong for white.
Definitely, I think a Wanderer has to be very happy with the fact that this knight, as Christian mentioned, instead of installing itself in this powerful d5 square, it's kind of limp on g3. I'm not entirely sure why it's on this square at all.
Yeah, because you cannot go knight f5. I'll just take and go e4, right? If I play bishop e7.
I'm not entirely sure where the knight's going after bishop g7, bishop e7.
Oh, there's no knight f5.
Very natural move. You can't go knight f5 as Tatev was mentioning, there's the take, and the fork at the end. Thanks to the bishop on e7, I don't have to worry about any tricks such as a pin. And it just seems like black is getting everything that he wanted. We mentioned that he was a few moves away of completing his development, and when he managed to do so, strategically he would just enjoy a much superior position. I don't think that my evaluation of that has changed at all. I really like a Wonder's position. I don't like how Bove has placed his pieces, especially the knight on g3, seems completely misplaced to me.
It's like a juxtaposition to the Akshat game, like how to play knight Earth, how not to play knight Earth. Yeah,
it's funny how the different structures have similar motifs, but just subtle differences, like the fact that one side controls d5 and one side doesn't control d5 changes the entire outlook and evaluation of the position. Here I just think white is slightly worse. Not
and
like
then when white is checkmating you and white is not checkmating you, changes the evaluation.
Here I think white's a little bit worse. It's probably not the end of the world, still probably a defensible position under the right circumstances, but it is an unpleasant one.
Definitely. And black's moves are so easy.
Yeah.
Especially once you get into d5, your position is just going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of white's handling of the position, even if he's not.
I would like knight d5 better than knight e2. Even just allow bishop d5. He takes d5 at least.
That's what I was thinking. Why didn't he, even though queen b5 was clearly the best move, as Cristian was mentioning, why not at least just stick the knight on d5, force the trade? Because what else is black going to do? I'm taking on b4, right?
Can you
play
take
knight
and go
f6 maybe?
No, you cannot play queen c3. So you have to take, and
You
then
have
play
to
queen
take.
b7.
Take with the pawn, queen b7.
Yeah.
And
So can I move my knight and go f4?
the problem is this pawn on d5 does become quite weak. Perhaps he was worried about, knight f6 is coming.
I don't have a good way to defend it. You have to play rook ft1.
No, this looks very
This
uncomfortable.
looks
Yeah, perhaps he either had to play queen b5 or not play knight c3 at all. I think those were his two choices. He's gone somewhere in the middle, and after knight e2, I think his position is going to suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, not great. I just don't think that you can play such clumsy maneuvers with your knight against a grandmaster like a Wonder Liang and expect to survive.
Well, I think it's more out of desperation, just not knowing what to do and where to put your pieces.
Yeah. No, I agree. We haven't taken a look at a few games for a while. I wanted to check out #1 seed in the junior championship, Rui Feng Li, who's playing against Amika Brattain, I think. Well, I wouldn't have guessed that this started with the move b3.
Looks like an exchange French.
It really?
No. Looks like 1b3, I don't know.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how we got here. Perhaps Cristian can update us later. But this position...
Looks nice.
It looks a little risky for white, but if I can consolidate...
Why is it risky for white?
I'm just always worried about the move f3, right? If somehow I'm able to eliminate the knight on e5 and get f3 in, I'm always worried about the structure on the king side being a little bit weak.
I have time to play f3 myself, no?
That's the thing. The knight currently attacks this bishop on g4, which means I'm not sure if I do or don't have time to play f3.
I want to just
I want to
sacrifice
sacrifice a material, and we've.
Well, it's not yours, so you should try
It's
it.
not my bishop, so I might as well sacrifice it. But I
G5 or something?
don't think this works at all.
Then I'm gonna come back with the knight to e5,
Yeah,
block
this
your
doesn't-
bishop on d6.
This doesn't
and
work at all.
just
The
lose
problem is that even if it's not my bishop, I'm still not sacrificing, and the knight on e5 just returns. So f3 doesn't work, which means that Rui Feng will have the chance to play an f3 himself, squashing pretty much any counterplay that black might have on the king side. The bishop on d6 will be very sad about the blocking of this diagonal. The queen and the rook also won't be very happy. He'll have some ideas of knight f5, perhaps hitting d4, perhaps hitting e3. I think that black still has a lot of resources, but the fact that white has this knight on e5 is has some pressure over the d5 weak square. I think that I would rather be white by a very small margin. I'm not sure if
So
the computer
where
agrees
would you
with me.
move the bishop?
Well, that's another issue.
Because you
Where-
cannot stay on that diagonal d1 h5, because I always have knight d7 ideas.
I think maybe bishop f5 has to be played.
Bishop f5. Yes, perhaps trading the weak bishop as given by the isolated pawn on d5.
But even here, maybe just take on f5, queen takes f5, and then rook to e1, put the rook on an open file. At the right moment, play the move bishop to b4 to exchange the dark square bishops. My bishop on c3 is a little bit worse because of the pawn structure in the center. And then we're going to have the difference between the knights. Your knight on e7, not such a powerful piece, a defensive piece at the moment. It doesn't have an outpost. My knight on e5, a tremendous piece, a very centralized knight. It has a powerful outpost, and we just have difference between the pieces, which will give white the advantage.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It seems like Mika here is banking on some kind of activity in the next few moves, but as soon as a few pieces get traded, you start seeing how the difference between the knights and the pressure on the center just gives Feng a slight edge. I do like his position a little bit more here.
Yeah, definitely. It just, his coordination is just so much better. This
And
f5, f4 is like one direction, just pushing your pawn, so it doesn't work out. It's just your position is quite unpleasant.
Yeah,
Let's not forget about the time. He's 20 minutes ahead, and this is exactly where he excels. Feng Li excels. Whenever he's supposed to outplay his opponents, that's what he tries to do. He doesn't want to play theory, and he just wants to outplay you in the middle game, put you in time trouble, and then you're just going to make unnecessary mistakes and lose the game. That's simply his plan.
There's one game we haven't looked at all today, so we might as well look at it at some point, between actually two very strong players in the field, which are Michael Brown from California and Nicholas Checa from New York, the opposite ends of the spectrum here, fighting in St. Louis, and just visually, without calculating very much, some kind of mess happened. This looks like it came out of some kind of exchange Slav.
Correct.
Which usually is known for its passive and positional play. It seems like lately this has been thrown off the board as more crazy exchange Slavs seem to happen more often and often. I actually saw a game, a decisive game between Lázaro Bruzón with the white pieces against America's Sergei Ehrenberg in the Continental. And it started with an exchange Slav, and I thought, okay, why is Bruzón playing for a draw? 15 moves in, one side had sacrificed a pawn, the king was on f2. I mean, it just became absolutely crazy. And here we have something kind of similar, in which neither king is very happy about their situation.
Yeah, but which one's unhappier?
That's what we gotta figure out. This bishop's permanently cutting out the king from castling.
It's the opposite of a French bishop.
Yeah, this is the best bishop ever. On the other hand, this queen might come in and, as another commentator here likes to say, tickle this king on e8, and it doesn't have a lot of defense on it. I do, just without too much calculation, just from intuition, it does seem like black's position is much, much better. You have the pair of bishops, this bishop on b1 can't easily join the fray. This king on e1 seems to be a more permanent problem than the other king. I can't say that I'm finding anything immediate, but I do like black's position. I mean, if nothing else, the pair of bishops should give me an advantage for the rest of the game. So I do like black's position better here.
Can I try something like, I want to go queen b5, but then you have the perpetual.
Queen b5 is
the
obvious ambitious.
Yeah, when I first saw the
Queen
position, I was like,
E2
what?
checkmate.
Is there a checkmate?
Yeah, but there's
Maybe
a couple
queen
of
A5.
ways. Yeah, there's a couple of ways.
Oh, you have a check.
You
That's
can
annoying.
check. King on e7 is not very happy about being on e7. I could consider just giving you another check for a perpetual. I could consider going knight c3, attacking the queen and defending against checkmate.
So maybe queen a5 instead, or even queen back?
Perhaps queen a5,
A5
with some kind of already devilish threats onto the king here on e1 after queen c8 check. White does force the trade of queens, since after king e7 I have at least queen c5. And
But do you want to go into an endgame?
I don't think I have much of a choice. It
Oh,
doesn't
you
really
can-
matter
Oh, you
if
get
I
to stick
want
with
to.
the knight, so that's
Yeah, I
actually,
get
yeah, that's actually nice for you.
Yeah, the bishop's
You
trapped.
get the bishop, so I think
Bishop's
you're fine.
not coming out. Yeah, I think fine.
Okay.
It's soon going to translate into a slight edge. But
yeah, so queen is not a good move. So maybe I shouldn't allow you to check, so I should maybe go back.
Just queen d8 seems
Yeah.
d8
sensible.
seems.
Not to be ambitious, just play normal.
Yeah, and now this kind of emphasizes some of the problems in White's position, is that
Maybe
how do I
knight
get rid
c5
of
again?
threat?
Knight to c5,
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
necessarily like queen to c7, and you're having some difficulties on
King
that
to
c5.
d2.
Let's not go crazy. Maybe you'd have to play that. But king d2, I don't know, king d2 I just don't even want to put on the board. But I can see that there are some problems with white's position. I do like black better. It just feels like the bishops and the king situation is better.
If you would have one more move to play potentially b6 and lock that knight on a4 with black, that would be almost winning. But unfortunately, yes, this maybe a3, knight c6, b4, try to gain some space on the queen side, and at the right moment play the move knight to c5. My biggest problem, the king on e1. If I manage to get that out of the way to castle on the king side, then I'm going to be perfectly fine. But unfortunately, that's far from now.
Yeah, it's going to take some time, but I do like some of white's ideas to get rid of the pressure. The bishop on a6. It's just very difficult for white to deal with. We have the position here after queen takes e1, Nicholas Checa thinking about what I think is already a superior situation, but not overwhelming. White has his resources. White will eventually push back some of black's pieces. Already is pushing back the queen on b6. He'll play a3, which means that the knight on b4 will eventually be pushed back probably to c6. Where I was looking at queen d8, Christian mentioned the move a3. I was thinking of knight to d3 check, but realized that perhaps taking and simply knight c5 is really not that bad for white. I can start thinking that if too many pieces get traded, I can think of simply playing king d2 and swinging my rook back to c1. There's not a lot of attack now that the queen controls so many squares. It's a difficult position to play for both sides, because if black does let go of the initiative, he'll know that he's gonna give up a tremendous opportunity here to play for a win against a very talented young player.
And I just want to point out a quick little detail about this particular opening. We started off as an exchange Slav. I played the exchange Slav quite a few times in my life. I have good results as white. But in this position, white essayed the move bishop to g5, a very novel approach, which I actually saw in the Grand Chess Tour between Alexander Grischuk and Magnus Carlsen. Bishop to g5, I think, was played in that game. Knight to c6, bishop to f6, gf6. We get this unbalanced pawn structure, and after e3, Nicolas decided to keep the bishop on c8 and potentially open it up and transfer it on a6 as he did in the game. If I remember correctly, the game between Grischuk and Carlsen went like this: bishop f5, bishop to d3. Then we saw a move such as bishop to g6, and then black played the move f5, h5, completely locked his bishop on g6, but at the right moment played the move f6, e6, managed to withdraw the bishop on e8, and he had a perfectly fine position. But we see these players are very much up to date. Michael Brown, he's up to date. He knows this bishop g5. He has prepared it specifically for his opponent. These guys are very competitive. They know what they're doing, and they came here guns blazing.
Yes, we see that Nicholas Checa has opted for trying to exchange queens, thinking, well, the queen on c1 was kind of difficult to deal with. Played the move queen c6, offering that exchange of queens. I think Michael will be happy to see some kind of simplification, considering how weak his king on e1 was. He can now trade queens and perhaps not be worried about keeping the king in the center, playing something like king d2 and transferring that rook over.
It's playing for a long-term advantage of the two bishops, but what happens? Can I just take on knight c5 again, perhaps?
Yeah, I think that you'll see something very, very similar to that.
Right, I mean, that's a little strange. I mean, his king is a little safer than his opponent, so I don't know, maybe there's some lines he calculated he didn't like.
I'm not sure. I'm not very thrilled about this idea of queen c6 that we have on the board, and just trying to trade off some material.
For example, I can just simply play king d2.
See?
Wow,
My
king d2 immediately.
King d2 immediately. That's the computer's approach. Obviously, human perhaps would exchange the queen first on c6 and then play the move knight c5, as you mentioned, Tatev, which is a perfectly fine option. But king d2 actually
I like king d2.
might be quite problematic for black, because right now his best move, according to the computer, once again, is king to d7. Very strange play, but we'll see if these players are going to uncork these unnatural decisions.
Yeah, talk about unnatural and not
Yeah, I don't think
very
that's going to happen. Maybe king d2, but I don't think.
Yeah, king d2 I understand a little bit better than king d7. King d7 I just think is out of this world. I can't foresee that happening. Well, I don't really like queen c6, but we'll have to see if the game still becomes tense with a move like king d2.
The idea of king d2 is actually to play a3 and force you to exchange the queen. Queen takes c1 because your knight on b4 doesn't have any square to go. You're going to be forced to take on c1 with the queen. Rook goes to c1, and I'm just going to have a more centralized king.
But how does king d7 help?
Oh, it doesn't help. You're just centralizing your own king as well, and you're preparing for the endgame. So all of these players are playing anticipative chess. A3, queen to c1, rook takes c1, knight to c6, and to be honest, I kind of like white a little bit better in this position. The bishop on h6, okay, it was very powerful, but right now what is he doing on a6? And I can always have the option of just exchanging it. At this current moment, white's structure is just simply superior to black's, so this could potentially turn into a strategical slugfest in which white could have the advantage.
Yeah, I love the king d2 move.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, I love that king d2 move. It's unusual, but we'll see if Michael's thinking about it. Wonder comes in. Maybe he thinks about it. We'll have to see if any player figures it out. I'm gonna take a look.
We should have a puzzle for the players when they come in for interview. What would you play in this position? Let's see who will find king d2.
King d2 is very unusual. I wanted to take a look at the game between Caden Troff and Andrew Tang, taking a look at the position that I consider to be strategically lost for Andrew. Caden decided to move this pawn to g3, which I'm not super thrilled about. I'm not entirely sure why he didn't just go knight g1 here.
He wants to play
Knight g1, rook e8.
with a knight f3.
But I thought I could gain a tempo here by playing knight f3, and then since I'm attacking the bishop.
I think his idea was to play g4 followed by knight g3, so you want to chase the bishop away.
Wow, that is some clever subtlety. And I really do want to talk about this kind of points in the chess game. When you have a winning position, many times you are faced with two options. You can blast open the position and go into tactical complications, trying to give that coup de grace to your opponent and saying, hey, that's it, that's the game ending combination, is the game ending attack. Or you can keep massaging the position, keeping up your advantage. And I think in this position I would have much rather preferred to increase my advantage with something like knight g1, knight f3, knight e5, than to play the move g3, bishop f6, g4, saying, hey, I sense the weakness, I'm going to stick that dagger into your position's heart. And I think it's just a little rushed.
Because after take knight g3, there's bishop h4 again.
Well, not only that, I'm not analyzing this so much from a tactical point of view.
I understand that you're just making a general point.
Yeah, and especially now that I see it, and you mentioned that bishop h4 is on the board, is possible on the board, suddenly things are unclear, right? I'm down a pawn, which I have to justify somehow. Obviously, I have compensation as I've opened the king side. But, you know, black's bishop on g6 is now alive. The rook's going to come to e8. There's a weakness on e3. Black seemed that he went from a position where he potentially, after white installs the knight on e5, he has absolutely zero plan, to, well, I have ideas, I have moves, I have an extra pawn, I can put pressure on one of yours. It seems like Caden's giving him a little bit too much rope. Not saying that what he did is bad. It just seems like a strange approach to the game to figure out this quick and early g4 rather than a more patient knight g1, knight f3, which I thought was just devastating.
Yeah, especially in a situation where you see your opponent doesn't have any ideas, you don't have to be in a rush. Like if your opponent has some direct plan that's coming at you, then you have to do something direct yourself. But when your opponent, even improving moves like queen e7, rook e8 don't do anything, then you just have all the time in the world to build up your position.
Yeah, I think that Caden has rushed. Perhaps he still holds a strong advantage because of the
Rook
opening
G1
of the
maybe?
king side.
I don't know.
Of course, the move rook g1, jumps at you with the idea of taking on g4. Black's position, I still think, is very dangerous.
Oh, so sorry. So if you played g4 immediately, then after rook g1, I would have bishop f2.
Ah, so that was the idea.
Actually, g4,
No,
bishop
just
f2 directly.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, bishop
And
f2.
you're having huge trouble after defending the e3 pawn, because rook h3, I just simply take on g4, and your rook doesn't have any square. So g3 was accurate in terms of following his idea of opening up the king, but as you mentioned, Alejandro, knight g1, knight f3 would have been a very powerful approach, which would have seized the strategical edge immediately. And at the right moment, you're just going to play rook d g1 and then g4, but much better with the knight on e5. He played g3, bishop f6, g4, f takes, and as you mentioned, Tatev, rook to g1 is the best move in the position. Black is still having some difficulties defending. Right now, this knight could potentially go to d1 to defend the e3 pawn in case a move such as rook to e8. Your pieces are still a little bit uncoordinated. The bishop on f6, not really doing much. He's fighting against this powerful structure in the center. If I go knight to d1, you might potentially get the move c5 in the game, because the d5 pawn is no longer going to be attacked. So black definitely got something out of nothing. If knight g1, knight f3, knight e5, there's absolutely nothing for black. Right now, there is something, and with the clock ticking, we see Caden only has 29 minutes on the clock to Andrew's 53 minutes on the clock. And we know Andrew is a very, very powerful blitz and bullet player. So if they end up in that part of the game with a complicated position on the board, it's going to be difficult for white to actually convert and maintain his precision.
I've known Caden for quite a long time as a chess player, and I've played with him on numerous occasions, and I've always find that he has a lot of resources, a very strong defender, but his technique has always left me a little bit wondering. I remember very specifically his game against Conrad Holt in a US championship, where, I mean, he was just completely winning at some point.
What game was that?
He was in crazy Groomfield position. And at some point, both sides.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Both sides were completely winning, and they showed some of the worst technique I have ever seen. And not to say that this is his normal day-to-day games, but
is that the game where he got checkmated at the end?
yes, correct.
I remember that.
Yeah, and it was kind of a funny game, one of those that you kind of just perhaps don't memorize, but you kind of remember the gist of it. And I just don't think that the way that he's approached this, again, still dangerous for black. It just doesn't sound very sensible to me to be giving so much counterplay.
Also, it's a strange time to think, because you would think if you're pushing g4, you should have a follow-up, right?
He did play rook
He
g1.
did play rook g1,
Oh, he already played
and I
rook,
think
okay.
it's Andrew's turn to think.
Oh, okay.
But still, I think that even though Andrew's still against the wall, I think that he at least has some punches to throw back as opposed to some other positions, because specifically I want to see this knight on e2 doesn't really participate in the attack. The knight would be installed on e5, this game would be over.
So what's your move, rook e8?
I would probably start with rook e8 if I'm going to force you to play knight d1.
Can I just take on g6 and play queen c2 and just
Try to checkmate.
play in my true style?
And then check, and I assume you just want to move.
Yeah.
You could try, but I mean, you always have to be very careful. There's always resources. For example, here the move queen f3, just giving up g6, bishop g7, and okay, oh, yeah, this is just too ugly, right? We have a rook. Yeah, this is a little too ugly. Yeah, perhaps this also puts a lot of pressure on black's position. I can consider the move rook e7 maybe to meet queen g6 with rook g7. I'm not saying that black is full, saved himself, but it just looks
just
better.
playing true to my style. Just regardless if strategically I'm better or whatnot. If you see an aggressive way of playing.
Well, I think Caden approves of your style, as he's evidenced by the approach in this position. Christian, take us to another interesting game here in the tournament.
Well, another game that is true to the attacking style of both you and Tatev is this game between Cervantes and Bykovtsev. We left the position after the move king to f7, rook to g6 was played. We see white is just simply moving forward. Every single move moving forward. rook to g6, rook to h8, defending this pawn on h6. And right now, what is my worst piece in the position as white? The knight on h3. It doesn't have anywhere to go. So I'm going to reroute it potentially to g4, attack your pawn on e5, attack your pinned knight on f6, the pawn on h6. Very, very powerful move by Talia. And right now, Agata is thinking she only has 17 minutes left on the clock. This almost game over.
So I'm not sure if the computer might agree, but I think she just
Queen to d4, yes. Queen to d4 was played, which is a very natural decision, trying to simplify the position, trying not to get checkmated. And guess what? I'm definitely not going to exchange those queens. I'm going to play a move such as queen to f3 or queen to e2. Rook goes to d1, potentially attacking the queen on d4. The queen on d4 feels a little bit unnatural there, despite the fact that it's centralized. You're not allowing your pawns to move forward. You're not allowing yourself to create any sort of counterplay. And simply, I'm just not seeing how black is going to untangle from this position.
No, I don't think that Agata's position is going to survive such an onslaught. Queen coming to f3, queen coming to g3, the rook coming to d1, kings on f7. I mean,
where to start?
I mean, and white's up a pawn.
She'll start there.
White's up a pawn. It's just something went terribly wrong here for Agata, and I think Talia's moves are just play themselves. You know, they're so dangerous and so obvious.
Yeah. It's always nice to be in that position. Even if you're slightly worse, if your moves are easy to play, I think you're just more comfortable.
I remember what Mikhail Tal said about this specific variation of the symmetrical English, in which black is basically just copying white, and he said, at no point will I say that black is better, but his moves are just much easier.
Right.
Guys, let's take a tour of the crazy positions. And remember, we had a very, very active game between Nguyen and Eswaran. And in this position, we were considering either knight to e4 or d6. And she did play the move d6, the most powerful move in the position. Queen takes to d6 was played, bishop takes g5, f5, queen to b3. We see black's pieces are very, very tangled up, while white's position is very active. The rooks are coming in the center. The bishop on f3 is very powerful. It doesn't have an opponent on light squares, and you're simply just losing an exchange. Knight goes to c8, knight to a8, knight to e8, rook on f8. Everything is very, very passive in black's position. And after queen d5, I'm trying to exchange the queens. I'm trying to simplify the position, transfer it into the endgame, which would be a technical win. Queen to g6 was played. We have this position. White is still thinking, but this just seems like game over. Unless you manage to do something on the king side as black, you're simply not going to have anything else. But the problem is, whenever you play f4 to try to open up the position, I get this e4 square for my knight or my queen. And I mean, this just seems like game over in a lot of ways.
Well, as a lot of people like to say nowadays, it seems like white has the material and the compensation. This game seems like it's already a technical win for the defending champion, Emily Nguyen. And it just seems like black's struggling to catch some kind of counterplay. She has these ideas, but none of them really come in time. Let's see if Emily has a technique to bring this home safely, because the easiest thing you can do with white is trying to get into some kind of trouble. What she needs to be very careful of is to not give black any kind of counterplay. You can imagine that black has put the queen on g6. She wants to, on a great day, play the move f4 and exploit the fact that the pawn on g3 is a little bit undefended. These are mostly fantasies rather than ideas, but you know, if you help your opponent, they might come true.
Well, I think the position is just going to win itself. I don't think white's going to have to try too hard. But let's
true.
take a little break and see if we'll have some results when we come back.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at exploreStLouis.com.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the first round of 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Girls Championship. When we left off, there are some exciting games going on, so let's just jump right in.
Yeah, we definitely had a very thrilling battle, some of which seemed a little more one-sided than others. I went upstairs just to check out the games, and I was looking at Agata's position, and I was mentioning she's not exactly a poker face type of girl. She's definitely showing on her face, on her emotions, on her mannerisms, the way she sits and stands up and goes back into her seat, that she knows how bad this position is for her right now. Talia is very calm. She took the time to sit on a chair that is not the one that she's playing on, something that you see a lot of top players do, where they just want to relax, they want to sit down, but they don't want to be able to look at their position and think about it. She's just there. She knows that she has a very clear advantage. We finally see a couple of moves. Talia did go for the move Queen E2. E4 was played by Agata, who has less than 11 minutes left for still 16 moves of chess. She will have a 30-second increment, but it's not a lot to defend what is anyway a hopeless position, as her king on f7 still is greatly suffering, and the coordination of her pieces does not impress me whatsoever.
Knight g4 just looks crushing, no? I'm threatening bishop e3 to
Knight
drop your
g4
queen.
seems absolutely crushing to me. The move bishop e3 seems like it wins. Okay, I think that's just the easiest. Perhaps the computer can find something else, but I think knight g4 is both human and completely winning.
Yeah, this just looks game over. And she's going to have to start playing on increment.
Yeah, which is not anywhere near where you want to be when you're defending such a sharp position. White with over 50 minutes on her clock.
And you can actually include bishop e3 first.
Really?
After e4, just include the move bishop e3, force the queen back to e5, and now knight g4, displacing the very powerful defender, the only powerful defender in black's position, the knight on f6. Knight to g4 has to be played, queen takes g4, and now I'm threatening to play f6, so you're going to have to put this bishop on f6. And I was analyzing this position with one of our guests here at the St. Louis Chess Club, a grandmaster himself, Dennis Boros, and we couldn't find the exact win, but it felt like white is just completely all over black. And after looking at the engine, I saw the move queen h5, putting pressure on this diagonal, and this bishop on e3 is ready to jump to c5 to seize the position and completely entrap this king on f7. After king h5, king to e7, potentially bishop to c5, or even a move such as rook to d1, bringing the last defender into the attack. Now we're threatening to play bishop d4. This is just simply game over. There's plenty of winning ways for white, and it doesn't seem like this game is going to last for much longer.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a winning position, when you're in the losing position and you're less time, it's kind of like all the pressure is on your opponent, right? And then they get too excited, they mess up, but I don't think that's going to happen here.
I mean, it is a position where things could potentially go wrong. You can imagine white letting go of the gas and saying, okay, I have a better position than a pawn, and suddenly those pawns manage to roll, get some kind of counterplay against white's own king. But at the current situation, I think that Talia has shown very good technique, very strong patience in her attack. She hasn't gone crazy or anything for for example, she simply put the pieces where they belong, and she's increasing her pressure. Well, guys, we have plenty of other interesting games. We also were taking a look at the game between Emily Nguyen and Ashritha Eswaran, who is up the exchange, and Emily's up the exchange, in a position where not too much has happened. Black has put the rook on g8, the queen on g6, gone for the break on f4, hoping to crash through on g3, but Emily's having none of that. She took a free pawn on c5 only a couple of moves ago, which increases her material lead. The bishop on h4 is anchoring her situation on the king side. The knights seem as clumsy as ever on c7 and e6, and I just don't think that Shritha's position beckons any hope.
Right, and f4 looks like an attacking move, but you're giving up the e4 square for the knight. So once the knight comes in on e4, I think it's just over.
Yeah, this spells disaster for the black position. Once the knight establishes itself on e4, it's going to be able to control g3. It's controlling the king side completely, and any trade, any single trade that black performs at this point will just be one step closer to the grave. It's just too much material. It's just too much material, and exchanging a pawn is an easy win here for a player as strong as Emily Nguyen.
Right.
It's just game over, absolutely. We're going to essay some sort of strategy on the light squares, queen to c4, queen to e4, chase that queen away from the g6 square, and then I'm just simply going to move rook d2, rook d1, put my rooks on the open file. There's simply no counterplay. This is the key factor in this position. Black doesn't have any counterplay. But let's go to the junior section in one of the most compelling games of the round between Chandra and Kolas. And in this position, White did play the move king b1, getting his queen out of this very dangerous c file. Knight to b6 was played, trying to go knight to c4, and now White played a very, very powerful move. Bishop takes b6 with the idea that, okay, I'm going to give up my powerful dark square bishop, but immediately after that, I have some tactical resources. And he essayed the move f6, immediately blasting off Black's position. G takes f6, G takes f6 was played, bishop to f8. This is the position we currently have on the board. And now White could potentially essay a very powerful plan. Rook to g1, rook to g7, and very, very rarely will you be able to actually capture that rook. And I'm going to try to focus my attention on this pawn on f7, on the light squares in general, because if you play a move such as d4, I'm going to go knight to d5. If you take on d5, we're going to have opposite color bishops, but the problem is the two factors of assessment in opposite color bishops are who has the initiative, that's one, and the difference between the bishops. Both of those factors of assessment are in White's favor in this position. This is just completely hopeless. There's simply no counterplay for Black, and as I mentioned, rook g8, rook g1, rook to g7, queen on d5, very centralized, bishop to h5 at the right moment. This is going to be a complete collapse in a matter of moves.
Yeah, collapse by Kolas here in this position. As well, we see on the board, I see that Akshat has a bishop on h5. Not very surprised about this move. It doesn't have to be super precise. He just needs to be strong enough to keep up the pressure. I didn't like allowing the rook potentially coming to g8 and exchanging one of them, because the coordination of the queen and the rook mean that I can't play rook g1 myself. I would have preferred, much preferred actually, to put the rook on g1 first, as it's not like bishop h5 is going away anytime soon. Perhaps he wanted to avoid Black from playing h5 and developing the bishop, but this seems to me like a lesser concern than the g file, since Black also has to first solve the problem of the pawn on d6 before you can develop this bishop on f8. I greatly would have preferred rook h g1. That being said, after bishop h5, White still has a humongous advantage, even after the move rook g8, which I consider to be almost forced for the Black side. I cannot imagine playing any move that's not rook g8. It still feels really bad for Joshua, and I think Akshat is taking the practical decision of improving his pieces in a timely manner, because he does know that he suffers greatly on the clock. And they haven't played too many moves. They've only played 21, and he's already down to 19 minutes and change, which is not terrible, but
it's strange because his moves were just so easy.
Yeah, they were very natural, especially for an attacking genius here like Tatev Abrahamyan, who, let's not kid ourselves, she loves these positions. I cannot tell you enough.
I played this exact position against Apurva 2 years ago, US Championship, because I remember I went f6 and I sacrificed the pawn and was kind of rushed because I didn't have to give it up, but she didn't take it, she went bishop f8, and it feels like almost like this position.
It certainly does. I do remember that game, and
Maybe my bishop was on f1 there. Something was a little bit different, but like it was, everything else was exactly the same, basically.
Yeah, either way, both positions, it feels like Black's position is suffering. Rook g8. Akshat does have to watch out for the time. I think that's the main concern in his situation, that he doesn't botch this up by getting into some kind of time pressure, and suddenly his initiative, I don't know, somehow fades away.
But I wonder where he spent his time, because when we left off, he wasn't down on time.
Oh, don't worry, Akshat will find a way. He is resourceful like that. I have seen him play entire games in the matter of seconds because he was forced to, not because he had a choice.
The Grishchuk kind of strategy.
Yeah, absolutely his favorite player, Alexander Grishchuk.
Well, Grishchuk is more of a perfectionist, but I mean, okay, in this position, I just think White's moves are just so natural. Just push your pawns.
Yeah.
Play King B1 and push your pawns.
And another explosive game that is going on right now is the game between Troff and Tang. And in this position, after Rook dg1, we mentioned how the strategic knight g1, knight to f3, when the white pawn was on g2 and the black pawn was on f5, would have been the preferred option. White didn't do that, and now he's facing backlash, because after Rook dg1, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, Rook a e8 was played, and in this position, why not just simply take a pawn? Take the pawn on g4, open up the lines, force the black king to go to h8, and now I can just simply defend my pawn on e3, potentially bring the rook to h3. The third rank is protected, and it doesn't seem once again that black is having any sort of immediate counterplay. He's going to have some troubles defending the position. Instead of that, White played the move king to d2. Okay, I'm defending the pawn on e3, but the problem is this king on d2 could potentially become a weakness if black, for example, at the right moment essays this move c5 or bishop to g7 and then knight to f6. There's a lot of mechanism that could go wrong for White in this position. After king to d2, rook to f7 was played. I'm bringing this defender next to the king. Knight to g3, again, not taking the pawn on g4. And I'm not really sure about how this feels for White, because, okay, you're trying to play knight to f5 and knight to h6. This is a clear threat. You're threatening to gain material. But I can simply play a move such as queen e6, defend against that. And whenever you go knight to f5, I can simply just withdraw my bishop on g7, once again attacking the knight on f5, and if you take, I'm going to take with the rook. The pawn on g4 is protected, and in any sort of endgame, if I manage to survive with this pawn on g4 and keep the connected passers on h and g file, is going to be bad news for White. And you still have this problem. The knight on c3 is not very active at the moment, so it seems like White, with this idea of keeping the pawn on g4, is burning all the bridges, is betting everything on the attack. But if it doesn't manage to checkmate the black king, then he could potentially find himself in trouble.
Well, I have to agree completely, Christian. We see that Kitten has thrown forward a rook there to h6, trying to pin this bishop on f6, perhaps putting some pressure on the 6th rank on the king. But to me, it is completely baffling that he didn't take the pawn with check.
Guess what? I can play c5 now.
Wow, c5. But here's the thing. We were talking about the knight rerouting, trying to get rid of any potential counterplay. And if you're telling me that black can play the move c5, not worry about your opponent's threats, threaten myself something like either c4 or c takes d4 on the right circumstances, something went horribly wrong for White in this position. He might still hold an advantage, maybe, but this is a 3-result game. Whereas I thought once you put the knight on e5, it wasn't even a 2-result game. That game was over. I really have to criticize the way that Caden has managed his attack here on the king side.
He already declined so many options to just play simple chess. One was transferring the knight to e5, the other one just simply taking on g4. Just feels like the way he's playing is too complicated
It's
when it's unnecessarily complicated.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of fantasy there, right? He's trying to not take the pawn, maneuver around it, but it just seems so complex, so difficult. And in chess, like in life, sometimes the easiest solution is the best. And I think that he's just trying to be a little bit too artful with his maneuvers with his knight and blocking the pawn, whereas he should have just taken on g4 and blast open the king side and put pressure on h7. I think that right now he's probably not in trouble or anything, but I see that his advantage is is diminishing move by move, and that, well, that just means that the position is moving more and more towards Andrew's type of complicated situations that he would love to have when he was faced against situations where he had nothing to do, just absolutely nothing.
Right, and sometimes when you have a good position, like you're making moves and in your mind you're playing that one good position, and then the nature of the position changes, the evaluation changes, but you're not really keeping up with the changes because it's in your mind you had a good position and you just keep like in your mind you're improving it, but in reality you're not.
Correct.
So I think the position is just changing and Caden is just not really keeping up with the changes in his mind.
I think that's absolutely true. I think that it's this complicated position when you have that you know you're winning. You just know it. You're strong enough to know. And then you play a couple of moves that you think are good, which means the position should still be winning. But perhaps that isn't actually factual. Perhaps the moves that you played were not so good, and suddenly the position has become a little muddied. And this might be what happens to Caden. You have to have a sure footing sometimes when you choose your moves, and right now Caden doesn't have it. He might think he has it, which is one of those problems in chess where you think you know, but that ends up backfiring badly when the opposite turns out to be true. Here I think that he still has a position with a lot of potential, but Andrew himself also has some kind of counterplay, especially if the move c5 is playable.
Yeah, that's a dangerous territory when you think you know, but you're not sure.
Oh yeah.
So you're
that's
especially like in the openings, right? When you think you know the line and you're not sure and you're playing it and actually it's not the line. But yeah, here he's definitely something has gone wrong with for him in his position, and maybe he knows that and he's thinking. He's at the board. He's thinking. So.
Yeah, he's at the board, he's thinking. It's already a complex game in which both sides still have time. They're not nearly in time pressure right now, but this is kind of the key moment in which both sides have to figure out exactly what they want to do, how they want to make progress. Andrew still has the option of trying to hold on to his pawns or to start this counterplay with c5 that I like very, very much. It's a key decision for him at this juncture in the 25th move.
Yeah, he cannot be happy with a move like King D2. I mean, when you're attacking, you know, you don't want to play a move like King D2.
Yeah, I think Caden has done something wrong to his position here.
And he had the option of taking with the check on g4 and retreating on g3. I mean, that's just so natural. This king to d2 with the overly complicated idea of playing knight to g3, leaving that pawn on g4, and just simply banking everything on that power of the knight coming to f5 or on h5, which is not as compelling as it looks like. So definitely, as you guys mentioned, something went really, really wrong for white. But let's look at the game between Feng, our tournament top seed, and Brattain Mika. In this position, after knight to e5, we were considering move bishop f5, try to exchange the bishops. Instead of that, he played the move bishop to e6, rook to e1, immediately essayed, put the rook on the open file, defend the knight on e5, the very powerful knight on e5. And black said, okay, I don't like your knight on e5, I'm going to capture that. So bishop takes e5 was played, rook takes e5, knight to g6, the knight comes to g4, potentially f3, weakening the light squares, and white could have some problems. The truth is, this doesn't look very appealing if you play a move such as rook e1, but instead of that, white essayed the very powerful move rook to h5, controlling the king side and maintaining the pressure on the 5th rank. f3 was played, g3, queen to f7, rook to g5, queen to f6, h4, very energetic play from white on the king side. But the problem is, black's position, black's pieces are a little bit tied up. You would like to play a move such as h6 and take this rook away from the powerful g5 square. The problem is that's simply not doable at the moment because of this knight on g6, and I'm simply going to play a move such as rook to e1. Potentially this pawn on f3 could become a weakness after a move such as rook to e1, rook to e3, and once again it seems like black's pieces are a little little bit tied up. White's position is just more flexible. He has the bishop pair. His bishop on d3 is a powerhouse in this position. And the pawn on f3, okay, it's a nice pawn wedge, as we call it. But the problem is your queen cannot go to this nice square on h3 and create checkmating threats. This just seems like a very, very nice position for white strategically.
No, I have to agree that Feng's position looks much better. I love that rook on g5.
I do too. I love my rook lifts.
Side. Man, it's such an unusual rook lift because it doesn't actually threaten the king directly. It's just done to control black's pieces. It keeps the bishop, the queen, and the knight all at bay. Here, black's not even considering a sacrifice on the king's side, as he would be if the rook was anywhere else. But because of this power of the rook on g5, you see the complete control on the king's side. I just love this rook. The bishop on e6 seems completely stuck, having to defend against this pawn, whereas actually the white bishop isn't stuck, because if this pawn somehow disappears, the bishop on c3 becomes a huge monster, again connecting with the rook on g5. There's problems on the g7 square. I hate black's position. It seems so difficult to come up with any kind of ideas. Yeah, it's just a bad position here for Mika against the tournament top seed. He has played the move knight h8, a move that makes sense. It's ugly. Let's not kid ourselves. This is an ugly move. But it makes sense. The idea is that after knight f7, this rook, which is so pretty, is currently under attack. I wonder if I actually care, though. For example, the move rook e1 looks very appealing to me. And after knight f7, I was wondering if I could just play either rook h5 and then take on d5, or I can do it immediately. I think the bishops are starting to get a little out of hand in this position. For example, rook d5, I was thinking. And bishop takes d5, I'm assuming. Queen takes d5, and I was just thinking these guys are controlling the board.
After rook d5, I don't have rook d8, you just have bishop c4.
It just looks like an ugly position, but at least Mika's trying to establish some kind of material imparity, trying to put the knight on f7, asking the rook where it's going to go. Obviously, the rook doesn't want to retreat, but I'm not feeling black's position, especially not with the amount of time he has left, which I think is 9 minutes and 50 seconds for a ton of moves.
Yeah, definitely a tough position to defend. Two bishops, a rook, rook a1 looks like a natural move.
No, this looks not quite over, but it looks dangerous. Strategically, at least, it's a good idea to put the knight on h8 and force white to find something to do with the rook. I still don't see what to do if I don't sacrifice it, because the rook is kind of stuck on g5. I definitely don't want to do something like rook e5, knight g6, and then move it back. I really don't want to do that. But sacrificing it probably, from a human point of view, is first difficult to do. But the more I look at it, I mean, the bishops are just so humongously powerful.
Yeah, you might even throw in rook h5, g6, if you're going to sacrifice on d5, just to weaken the dark squares even more. Well, after rook e1, knight f7.
Yeah. I wasn't sure I wanted to throw it in because I thought
then you don't have queen e4.
I lose some threats here.
Right.
But I just love this position with queen e4 coming up, something like bishop b4, bishop b7, d5 at some point. The knight doesn't really do very much. He has to defend against the diagonals consistently from the rest of the game now. It just looks almost hopeless, honestly.
I think you're going to win that f3 pawn at some point. It's going to be a weakness rather than a strength for black.
Yeah, this looks really bad. But okay, still some fight here from Mika. It's not like the game is completely over. Still sacrificing the exchange is perhaps not the most natural move for a lot of people.
It's not for me, for sure.
So, especially coming from the Petrosian school of chess.
I'm an embarrassment.
Well, we have a very strong position, I think, here for Feng. Let's check out the girls section, unless we have something that I'm missing key in
Let's look at Akshita's game. We haven't looked at that game.
Akshita Gorti
versus Rachel.
We do have some developments, and we actually might have a result sometime soon in the game between Michael Brown and Checa. In this position, Michael must have felt compelled to play for a draw, and he found this very nice plan of playing e4, forcing the opening of the center. Black said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep my pawn on d4. If you let me play e5, then I'm going to have a perfectly healthy pawn on d4, connect defended passed pawn on d4, and that's going to be an asset in any endgame following. But after d4, white played the move e5, checking the black king immediately. F takes e5. Now, the consequence of him taking the pawn on e5 is that the g5 square is no longer protected. So now I can jump with the knight on g5, take control over the light squares, and also attack on f7, take advantage of the fact that your pieces are a little bit tied up right now. So knight to d8 is the only move to defend the pawn on f7. You cannot defend the pawn on f7 with the king because the knight on c6 would fall. So after knight to e4, king to d7, knight to f6, king to e7 was played, knight to e4. This is the position we have on the board, and this just seems like a forced draw, because black is going to have to play that move king d7. Otherwise, the rook comes to c7, and your position is completely collapsing. Your pawn, your extra pawn, it doesn't really matter because my pieces are just simply dominant. The knight on d8, the rook on h8, the king being forced on the 8th rank. That would be almost a checkmating pattern for white. So king to d7 will probably be played. No, bishop to b7 was played, I think. We have the move bishop to b7.
Wow.
This is a brave decision by black, saying, okay, I have an extra pawn and I'm not going to accept your draw offer. But after rook to c7, what are you going to do? King to f8? Okay, you're still a pawn up, but look at your pieces. How are you going to untangle? I don't even have to do anything immediate. I can just simply play the move g3, get this pawn out of this diagonal, so now my knight is free to move, to roam around, potentially maybe d6. But even a plan such as a4, b4, a5, creating a passed pawn on the a file, this is not a practical decision by black, allowing the rook to come to c7. And I think brown is going to take the full point home.
I think this idea of allowing the rook on c7 because you're up a pawn is just about the most materialistic thing I've seen in my life. I mean, how can you possibly allow this rook on c7 when you're going to be forced to play king f8? Immediately, I mean, okay, as Cristian was mentioning, this move g3, but as a human, I'm just going to go a4, b4, a5. Your pawn majority, you can add 20 pawns to it. It doesn't matter. It's not going to be as important as this passed pawn on the a file. This rook's not part of the game. This king's very far from the king's side. This knight's only job is to defend f7 and b7, so it's completely passive. The bishop itself, not even entirely sure what it does. I just hate black's position.
I remember when I played him Checa well, in October or November. Actually, no, in February, in the GM Norm Invitational. We also had a game that was very up and down, and at some point we were repeating, and then he just declined the repetition and ended up in a much worse position. So, g4.
I have coached him before. We worked together in the World Youth 2015 in Greece. And he impressed me with many aspects of his game. I thought he was very sharp tactically. I thought he had a good sense for many structures. But his sense of danger sometimes seemed a little off. I don't quite understand white's last move either. The move g4 is a little loose compared to, for example, g3 that Cristian was mentioning. At no point will I benefit from playing f5 and trading the pawns because it kind of helps black's structure. I think g3 made a lot more sense. I don't know why a4 wasn't played. I think it was just such a human move to push the pawn forward. But even after g4, white has plenty of compensation for the pawn unless there's something immediate. I don't see it.
Is rook d7 possibility? Does rook d7 win anything?
Rook d7 would be a possibility eventually. I'm just forcing bishop takes e4, and I have to be careful. For example, if I did it immediately, right? Bishop takes bishop takes e4, you have check.
Yeah, but I think you're winning material after rook d7, no? Oh, there's king g7, so, right? Yeah, you have king g7.
Where? In which position?
After rook d7, you have king g7.
King g7,
yeah, I
right?
forgot about
and then the rook defense.
Yeah, but g4, I don't know about g4.
I don't like g4, but it's
Is
still...
it preventing f5 in any way?
I don't think I wanted to play g5, to be honest.
No, preventing f5.
No, I don't think I wanted to. Like, if I played a4 and you go f5, I'm gonna go knight g5 or
knight f6
or knight f6, and this king is really weak. Knight d6 is also a problem. I mean, this seems really dangerous, and I think actually I'm cutting off your your king g7 idea, so rook d7 might also be an issue.
Because of after bishop takes e4, I can simply exchange everything. Rook takes d8, rook takes h8, bishop takes e4, and then my pawn is just queening.
And this is just completely winning with this pawn.
Your king is way too far on h8.
Yeah. Well, whatever these players are doing, I don't like it.
It's looking good for Southern California.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with that. I mean, the king g7 is also a move I completely hate, because I thought it was absolutely mandatory to develop this guy somehow. Either rook g8 immediately or something. But king g7 looks way too optimistic. I'm so scared of g5.
Well, I think black is already on the optimistic side.
Well, we don't doubt that from these juniors. They're very optimistic about their positions, sometimes a little too much so. That's a very common chess player problem, I think. I mean, not in life, but in their positions, they're way too optimistic about them. And here, I just think that white's going to steamroll black after something like g5 or a4. I just don't see any change in the evaluation strategically of the position. But as you mentioned, we haven't seen the girls in a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen Akshita's game.
Akshita's game?
Actually.
Really? Okay, perhaps we should just jump over it. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But we have a very complex position.
The pawn on e3.
The pawn on h6, pawn on a3.
I'm not worried about the pawn on h6, but the pawn on e3.
We have a position between one of the members of the World Team Champion, World Team U.S. squad in Khanty-Mansiysk, recently representing the U.S. in the World Team Championship. Akshita Gordy playing with the white pieces against Rachel Ulrich, who is one of the newcomers to the tournament. She's comes from a chess family. Both of her brothers play chess. And I don't really like white's position. Somehow, this pawn on e3 seems to be much more dangerous than this pawn on h6, which is already blockaded by the king, basically. And the bishop on g5 eventually will be a better supporter of the pawn on e3 and attacker of the pawn on h6. And the knight's going to be, the knight actually retreats immediately to e2 to try to blockade the pawn. Something feels off about white's position. Immediately I'm worried about this rook coming to e4, attacking everybody. Of course, black has to be careful of h7, so perhaps this is not the time to do it. But it just feels like white's position is a little bit too loose. And the fact that the king doesn't participate actively in the game the way that the king of black does. Black's king controls a pawn and even attacks it. The king on b1 doesn't really do much, so this really worries me for Akshita.
Yeah, I think you're going to lose that h6 pawn. Maybe I can play simple, just put a rook on the 7th and then king h7. And
I see rook c7?
Yeah.
Rook c7, yeah. Put the king on h7, f6 if very necessary. Pawn on h6, it might survive for some time, but it seems more decoration than anything else, right?
I mean, that e3 pawn is just not going anywhere. No matter what we exchange, you're just never going to get that pawn. Rook e4
She's played rook e4 immediately, which I precisely didn't like because of the move h7. And I thought, okay, if you play king g7 to ignore the pawn, well, I don't think I have a lot of choices. Because king h8 immediately, rook f7 looks
I don't want to do that.
Dangerous. Rook g7. I thought here either h8 immediately
or rook f7.
Or rook f7.
No, but if you're gonna do it, you should play h8 to cut off the king.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure about the evaluation
but
of something like this position. Well, you're losing a pawn, true.
But then your king comes in.
But your king comes in. Because this pawn is on e3, it's kind of blockaded. So immediately the move king c2, king d3. I control your pawn with my king and the knight. The rook comes to a7 to attack your weak pawn on a6. It suddenly creates a lot of counterplay, and this kind of stupid pawn on d4, which originally was super weak, now has become a dangerous asset. This pawn now will be threatening to march on forward, and your incredibly strong pawn on e3 is suddenly blockaded and weak. So I'm not convinced about this rook e4 move. It does put the pressure on Akshita, as I see that she has about 5 minutes left on the clock.
Rook g1. So, very defensive move.
Oh, no.
So you had to go for the dynamic sacrifice.
No, rook g1 is not a move I would even consider.
No, now you're allowing king h7. Now you just don't have any rooks. Like, you don't have pieces to play with. None of your pieces are moving.
Oh,
your king's cut off, knight cannot move, rooks are not moving.
Rook g1 is way too passive. I mean, I honestly did not even consider the move. even if you have to lose a pawn, you can't possibly commit both of your most powerful pieces to defend a single pawn each. Now at this point, black will simply steamroll.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple rook, king h7, and now I don't really have to worry about what my next move is. It's white that has to worry about what she's gonna play next. I just don't figure out any plan. Eventually, I'll transfer my rooks to better places. I'll control d4 and g4 better. I'll maybe even threaten to play f5 at some point and f4. I mean, this just looks hopeless for the white pieces. I hate the move rook g1. I thought she was perfectly fine if she played h7 and transferred into the endgame we were talking about. Perhaps Cristian has a different opinion.
Yes, I think from what I saw in that position, black's position just looked dominant. But we have this game that we haven't focused our attention almost at all. The game between Wang and Carissa Ip, the 13-year-old Boston leader of the tournament, at least according to the rating. So in this position, after rook to f2, knight to c5 was played, we see the pin on the d file. This knight is looking for greener pastures. Knight to a4, knight to b3 is a clear threat. Knight to e4 is a clear threat. So the queen has to move away to defend against knight b3 or knight e4. Queen f4 was played. Knight to a4, a move which I don't particularly fancy. Okay. The biggest problem in white's position is the bishop on b2 is very, very passive. You do have the space advantage in the center, but unfortunately you cannot make use of your bishop pair because of your very passive bishop on b2. Why would you go hunt it? Let's keep this knight somewhere closer to the center, play potentially even a move such as knight d3 to exchange the knight, get your bishop pair, enter a position with opposite color bishops, and then I'm just simply going to be dominating on the light square. This bishop on b2 is going to be very passive. Instead of that, she played a move knight a4, queen to c1, rook to e7, bishop to f3, king h8, queen g5, a6, rook f1, bishop d3, rook c1. I think this is the position we have currently on the board. Ip is still trying to consider her next decision, perhaps knight to b6, knight to d5, transfer the knight in the center. The bishop on b2 is still a huge problem, and the bishop on d3 very performant on d3, taking control over this f1 square, controlling the rook on c1, controlling most of white's pieces. So despite the fact that white still has some center advantage, I think this is black's game. And let's look at the clock. White only has 2 minutes and 5 seconds to black's 25 minutes. This is a huge difference, and Carissa is definitely going to try to take advantage of that.
Absolutely. Carissa Ip, a very experienced player despite her young age. We've seen her play in the U.S. Championship. We see her here playing against our commentator, Tatev Abrahamyan. I think this was last year, perhaps, when you were in the French. I think I remember this position.
Yeah, I only played her twice, and I was black last year.
Well, you definitely had that concentration going. She's a very resourceful player. I mean, I remember it was just much worse against you in that position, and somehow she was able to find incredible resources and save herself, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I blundered and then, but okay. I'll give her that. No, but this year actually she made some dubious decisions against me. She had a better position, and then she forced a draw for some reason, because I guess she's still intimidated to play in the U.S. Women's. But I think she's one of the few players in the U.S. Women's Championship who didn't get in time trouble, which I think was a decisive factor in that tournament.
Yeah, and we can see here anyone really, really against the wall in the clock situation. Her position, well, it's a little dubious. As Cristian was mentioning, this bishop on b2 doesn't cause a great impression. If the light scores are somehow blockaded, that would pretty much spell the end of the game, as the bishop on b2 is a huge pawn. But right now, Annie does have an advantage of space on the king side. She's trying to put some pressure there. On some miraculous day, bring the bishop on b2 back into the attack. Game's far from over, but I do prefer black's position by a fair margin, as it seems that with the blockade of white's pawns on d4 and e5, I'm going to be able to create counterplay anywhere I want on the board, and any kind of simplification will favor black immensely.
Well, maybe if you ever move the knight from a4, I can just sacrifice a4 just to free up my bishop. Because I think if I free up my bishop and then somehow bishop a3, push d5, then...
Yeah, this knight on a4 is also a little bit stuck. I do have to agree that knight on a4 doesn't cause a great impression on me. I would have liked to have it somewhere else. Definitely reminds me of a Petrosian game, perhaps at some point, to give up this rook actually for this bishop on f3. In many cases, that would allow a complete domination of the light squares. I don't remember who Petrosian was playing, where he saved the miraculous draw in what seemed to be a losing position precisely with a rook e6 sacrifice.
I remember that game too. I don't remember who it was.
And then
but I remember the exact position.
Isn't this what they teach you before, like,
Your
basic
board.
arithmetic?
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, it's the time situation mainly that makes me like Carissa's situation so much. Over the board, it's still complex. I do like black a little bit better, but anything could happen.
And guys, I think we have some interesting development in the game between Talia Cervantes and Bykovtsev. In this position, we were mentioning a move such as bishop to e3, very powerful move, queen to e5, knight to g4, natural, knight takes g4, queen takes g4, bishop to f6, and now I can use this bishop, place it on this diagonal, on the a3, f8 diagonal, to completely restrict the black's king's movement. So I can play a move such as bishop c5 or queen h5 first, and then bishop c5, use my two powerful pieces to just drive this king out of the way and entrap it. Instead of that, she played the natural knight g4, which was very natural move according to you guys. But after knight takes g4, queen takes g4, bishop f6, this bishop on c1 is not really doing much. And queen g3 was played to try to enter black's position on c7, but unfortunately queen e5 came immediately. Now I'm also freeing my pawns, so potentially I could go d4, e3, and if I manage to entrap that bishop on c1 with d4 and e3, that's going to be all she wrote. Instead of that, queen h3 was played, a takes b5. I'm also opening up my rook, so things are getting very complicated. And Talia seems to have lost control over of the game. After queen h5 was played, king to e7, now we see how powerful a bishop on the a3, f8 diagonal would have been. I think bishop e3 was played, but right now I'm just simply going to take this pawn, and I'm simply taking pawns, and where is your attack?
Well, I think just the fact that you can even consider a move like a takes b5 when your opponent is crashing through the king side is a bad sign of the position, because, well, if you look at white's last moves after queen g4, she literally, look at the queen, literally plays the queen back to the side and to h5, which she could have done in one move instead of three. So clearly something has gone wrong in Talia's processing here.
She didn't find a breakthrough, I think, and then she started panicking.
It's a very strange way of panicking, but I do agree that she somehow lost the thread, and now is trying to grasp.
She's still doing very well. She's still doing very well, but she has to maintain her precision, and it's not going to be that easy because her time is clicking down also.
Yeah, Agata with 5 minutes on the clock, not very much for 11 moves actually. Whereas Talia has 10 moves left, she has 22 minutes. I think it's become a little bit more unclear than what Talia would have liked. Fortunately for her, the fact that the king's on e7 is going to permanently give her compensation almost no matter how many things are sacrificed on the white side.
But, I mean, do you even have a threat in this position?
Do
you need to have a threat in this position?
I was thinking as white to play the move bishop f2 to at some point either threaten rook takes f6 or to just play bishop h4 immediately. I was thinking that against Christian's move rook takes a4, the move bishop f2 was very appealing to me. Perhaps rook a6.
Very good move.
Yeah, very
Thank
good
you.
move.
Very defensive resources.
I do agree with you that, with everybody, that this position is already much more complicated than it should have been.
Your idea with bishop f2 is good, but the execution is not as good. You're trying to displace those pieces from the dark squares, the queen on e5 and the bishop on f6. Why not play rook to d1?
Did that guy just say my execution was not very good? That sounds like a challenge to me. Rook d1 you say is better?
I think so. Rook to d1 with the idea to play bishop d4.
That is absolutely killer, so you have to defend against this threat somehow.
So rook a, is that a temporary defense, rook a1? Probably, right? Oh, it's not even a defense because the queen is blocking to d1.
No, it is.
No, I cannot take on d4.
Ah, correct. We were thinking about bishop d4, but
Oh,
I cannot
I
play
can
this.
just sacrifice.
Maybe just
Yeah, just give up.
Well, we were thinking rook takes d1
No,
is
no.
checkmate, but it doesn't work.
No, but
because-
maybe I can just take on d4.
Really?
No. The rook is
Yeah,
6.
rook e6,
Oh, rook
king
e6,
d8.
okay.
Okay, I'm still defending. If I manage to bring my king to b8, then my king is just
Oh, I
perfectly
would love
safe.
to see this on the board.
That would be absolutely crazy. I mean, that's very difficult to find. I got this that takes with the pawn on a4, which I instinctively despise because it cuts off the rook on any potential threats on the a file. It seems a little bit counterintuitive to take with the pawn instead of taking with the rook. Actually, intuitively, I wouldn't even really think about taking the pawn.
I mean, you don't
Intuitively, I
have-
would consider something else, like bishop c6 to bring the bishop to e8 or something fast like that. But b takes a4 does give up a tempo, which I thought could
Rook
be
d1.
quite important. Rook d1
Let's
still
go.
seems very dangerous. And just threaten the same bishop d4 idea we were talking about, displacing the queen, the powerful queen on e5.
Yeah, but I think once you put your king on e7, you consider any move like rook a4 or anything. I mean, your position is already bad, right? Let your opponent find how they're going to beat you.
Well, let's
Just
see
take
if
a pawn.
Talia manages. I mean, I'm not very impressed about this queen g3, queen h3, queen h5 business, but it's possible that she hasn't spoiled anything.
I think she missed that after bishop f4, like when she played queen g3, her opponent can just take on f5, and I think her rook is trapped.
Oh,
right?
here bishop f4?
Yeah, I think queen f5, no?
Can you
Then
play
rook
queen
takes
f5?
F6?
Rook f6.
Queen takes f6. And
I have to
there's-
take with the queen, because if I take with the king, bishop
That's a check.
e5,
Yeah.
so I have to take with this guy, and the problem is, do I have an immediate win? I imagine that rook f2 is winning somehow, because I don't know what
You?
you're going to do.
It's not my position.
Well, yes, that's
So rook
it's
g8?
completely winning.
Rook g8, queen h3.
No, why can I not play bishop g5?
Ah, bishop g5 even stronger. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to check,
Wait,
take
how
this
many?
bishop.
Okay, I'm losing that.
It's not enough material. It's just not enough material here for
Yeah.
black, for the queen. So yeah, that would have
Then
been
she should
winning.
have played it.
She should have played bishop, yes. Well, I wouldn't be surprised that she's missed multiple wins getting into this position. She still has the initiative. Certainly, Agata still probably lost, but it has become a little more complex than it was a few
I
months
mean, the
ago.
pressure is on her opponent to win, right? It's not like I don't think she has she missed a defensive resource or anything like that. I think she's just making the moves that she has to make. Like, her
Yes.
opponent chases her queen, she just moves it. It's not like she has amazing resources. I think she just has to make her moves and see if her opponent can punish her.
There's another game that I'm just looking at from the corner of my eye, which I'm very curious about.
Oh, it's
Yes.
that end game.
I
Whoa.
literally thought this rook went here.
Is this
and
our analysis? Or
somehow
is this the game?
no, this is the same game. Somehow after rook fg1, this rook made it to f7. I'm gonna
It's
figure
very
out.
impressive.
This is an impressive maneuver. So check. I'm not entirely sure why the move bishop f6 was played. This pawn on d4 was doomed anyway. And
It's just impatience.
it's probably
They're playing too concretely.
that's a very strong problem. They're playing way too concretely in positions that require a lot of patience. It's probably still winning for black. I mean, the bishop is really strong. The pawn on h7 is not going anywhere. I can probably just play bishop e somewhere, either
Bishop
g7.
G7, then rook d2.
Probably just dominates the position. Rook
Right.
d2 is coming. This should be winning for Rachel. I don't imagine white has any counterplay. They're both out of time trouble, so we'll see what black comes
Oh,
up
it's move
with.
41. Okay.
Yeah, so Christian, do you have any updates for us in another game?
Huge update in the game between the top seed Leary Feng and Brattain Mika. In this position, h6 was played and queen c2 was essayed, missing the very important resource knight to f4. G takes f4 is forced, otherwise your rook is just completely trapped, or maybe after knight f4 potentially rook e5 would have maintained the balance, but you lost all your advantage once you give me the bishop on d3. So after g takes f4, queen takes f4, king to f1 is forced, because otherwise you're just simply going to get checkmated after a move such as bishop to h3, not allowing you to go king f1, and then queen g4 just comes with checkmate. Queen to h2, king e1 was played, queen to g1. This is the position we have on the board. Right now you have to play the move king d2. I'm going to grab this pawn on f2, and the problem is, okay, I have 2 pawns for the piece, but most importantly, your rook is very, very badly placed on h5. Also, your king is very unsafe with this open c file. in the combination between the open c file, the pawn on f3, all my pieces are active, and you have a misplaced rook on h5. This is bad news for white. He seems to have lost control.
Wow, what a turn of events here in this game between Ruifeng Li, the top seed, the Grandmaster Ruifeng Li, against Mika. That is, well, he's a strong player himself, of course, but he doesn't have the renown or the experience or the backing, really, that Ruifeng Li has had in the past few years. And he shows that he's not afraid of anybody. I love this sacrifice that he's thrown in. Perhaps the move Queen G1 a little bit rushed. I would have preferred to see the move simply Rook C8, asking white.
Patience.
Yeah, with patience, which it's not a teenager's strong suit, apparently, patience. Rook A8 with, I think, very strong threats, but still after check.
Rook A8 was completely winning.
Was it really?
Rook A8 was completely winning. The fact that...
That much?
Yes, absolutely.
Why?
After Queen G1, you did lose the advantage, and you're allowing white back into the game. And with low time control, that could potentially be decisive. But if Rook 8 to C8, I'm waiting for you to go King D2, because with the Queen on H2, I'm always going to be able to jump back to F4, force your King to go back on the danger square of E1, and then potentially put my Rook on E8. This pin on the C file is extremely, extremely potent. And right now I'm threatening to go Queen G1, Queen takes F2, and at the right moment, this pin is going to prove decisive. Rook 8 to C8, not taking any rash decisions, not forcing anything, would have been completely killing for black.
We're bad at making predictions.
Yeah. No, this Queen G1 check, I think, is also, as you mentioned, pretty dangerous. I don't like Ruifeng's position. He's thinking, I think, about Queen G1. He's actually considering sticking a bishop on F1. That looks completely suicidal to me.
I hope he's not considering that, because that would be
Bishop
completely
H3,
suicidal. No? Yes, Bishop H3, Queen to D3, and right now, once again, we see your Queen is a little bit overcharged. You're defending too many pieces. You're defending the Bishop on C3 after Rook to C8, which is the winning move. You're defending the Bishop on F1, and you're also defending a potential N3 on E2 by the other Rook. So after Rook 8 to C8, this position is just completely hopeless. And I think Ruifeng is calculating. He only has 10 minutes left. If I'm not mistaken, those moves have been played on the board. King to D2, Queen takes F2, King to C1. So we have this position on the board.
It's interesting
and
to
right
me.
now, black is just thinking what to do next.
It's interesting to me how the Rook on H5 has gone from being the hero of the position to the villain, completely controlling the king side
Plot
before. Yeah, and now the Rook on H5 is just completely misplaced. It's in danger of being trapped consistently. It's not part of the other
Well,
game.
I mean, it's kind of a defensive piece, right? Anytime you want to do something on the E file, I can swing to E5. Unless it's not like chop.
It's gonna take some time. Mika does play the move Queen G3, which I cannot imagine there was another choice.
So King B2, I'm assuming.
Problem is this pawn is running. Once the pawn's on F2,
That's why I need my Rook.
Yeah, the Rook needs to recover somehow, but then also Rook C8 is always on the air, trying to take advantage of the pin. You see the Queen's power on the third rank. Oh man,
Yeah,
this
F2,
is
Rook
a,
F3.
it's a tough position here for Ruifeng. I mean, this is not the situation he wanted to be in. I think he was slightly better in a very controlled position at some point. He allowed this Knight F4 sacrifice. Must have come as a shock, because there is no way he would have allowed going into such a mess from such a nice position that he had.
But that position required some precision. It wasn't the kind of nice position, you know, you just make moves. Like
Right.
Knight F7 was coming and he had to make some kind of a decision and he misplayed it.
He has misplayed it horribly, I think. This is going to be an exciting duel in what is going to be somewhat of time pressure for both sides. After the move Queen G3, which we do have on the board, Ruifeng Li is thinking with, I believe, 10 minutes and some change.
King to B2 was played.
It
He
has
did
to
play
be
King
played,
B2. He had to play King B2. I
But
imagine the
F2
move
I'm assuming,
F2
yeah.
is...
Or Rook C8, maybe.
F2 or Rook C8 have to be almost forced. I mean, I would prefer to play F2 first, just because I always have this threat of queening the pawn in certain variations, but...
And F2 was played
And
on the board
F2.
immediately by Mika.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised about the decision at all. The pawn belongs on F2. It's always, always crushing any attack or counterplay that white might want to do. This looks very dangerous for Ruifeng. He has a time advantage, but there's only
It's not
7
much,
moves.
yeah.
It's not much. There's only 7 moves to be played until time control, and more importantly, I believe that black's position is so much easier to play with little time. King on b2 just permanently weak, and well, black's threatening all
Bishop
sorts of
h3.
business.
Well, I remember when white had 30 minutes on the clock and black only had 10 minutes. Now that time difference has definitely diminished, and with the king on b2, the rook coming on c8, this is just a very, very difficult defense for white. Practically, black is having almost a decisive advantage.
I think we should go to very quickly look at other games, as this one is obviously a very interesting situation, but players still some time on the clock. I wanted to jump to what happened on Michael Brown's game
I think we need
against
to make
Nicolas Checa.
predictions before we have results. We have to pick winners.
This looks really bad, if not just completely lost for black.
How did knight end up on h8?
Well, this is kind of what I was worried about. All these kind of positions, so g6 was a very nice tactic. Obviously, I cannot take on g6 because it allows knight d6 check and takes on b7. The pawn is pinned, so he takes, and this happens. You know, the take on f7, you're absolutely compelled to at some point exchange rooks because of the pin, and he does it right away. But this knight is not exactly close to guarding against a passed pawn on the other side, and it doesn't matter that you're an extra pawn here with black. These pawns are not going anywhere. The bishop exerts great power. I think this should be a matter of technique, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I might be wrong. I might be overestimating white's position. Perhaps the computer can defend it, but I really, really think that black has to be close to dead.
The computer definitely defends this position because of the fact that he has this d4 pawn, very important. If we exchange the minor pieces, the bishop for the knight, then you're going to be able to create a pass pawn. But the problem is, I have this pass pawn already on d4, very, very influential structure for black. And after knight f7, let's say king to d3, I'm going to have to stop you from coming to c4, b5. Unfortunately, that's not possible. But I can play a move such as knight to d8, king to c4, and now I'm just going to play the move knight to c6. And I'm going to ask you, what are you going to do next?
Right, if I go king b5.
King b5 seems like a very, very natural move. But now I'm going to play knight to e7. I'm going to allow you to take on b6. Once again, I'm trying to make use of this very, very powerful pawn on d4. If you take on d6, I'm going to play knight to d5. Now, king, where does your king go? If you go on b5, then I'm going to go knight c3. The bishop is lost. If you go on a5, then you're just simply blocking the path of the important a pawn. So probably king to b7 is the best move. But once again, after knight takes b4, this becomes a pawn race, so it's definitely not trivial. The conversion is not trivial. I agree with you from a practical point of view. Having this structure and the control over the light squares, the path for the white king to enter black's position, definitely gives white the advantage from a practical point of view. But the game is not over. I think white definitely could have played much more aggressive beforehand, not exchange the rooks, keep the rook and the bishop on the board. We know the combination between the rook and the bishop, especially with so dominant pieces, the rook on c7 on the 7th rank, that would have been deadly. Unfortunately, he kind of lost thread of the position, and it seems like black is back in the game, but the game still can be played for only two results, white win or a draw.
I still do think that Nicolas is regretting that decision not to take the perpetual about 10 moves or so ago, and now he has to defend an unpleasant endgame that, even though the machine might say it's a draw, I think that from a practical point of view, as Christian was saying, this is very unpleasant to play.
But I think white also focused too much on the king side, trying to stop all counterplay on the king side instead of just pushing the pawn.
Yeah, I agree that he had
let his opponent figure out how he's going to stop the a pawn.
Correct. Well, let's take a look at another game that's really exploded. Is this game between Kate and Troff with the white pieces against Andrew Tang? We expected excitement from these two players, and excitement we got. We got a bunch of pieces here on the H file, attacking that king on h8, who's pretty unhappy. On the other hand, well, black has his own things. He's trying to rip apart the queen side with this move b4 he just played, attacking the knight, saying, well, this knight on f8 is currently defending everything. You're not really threatening anything specifically. And after knight e2,
I mean, I wouldn't think this came from that position, right? Because like, black should have never gotten these moves in.
Yeah, of course. And now I can even start considering sacrificing a pawn with c3 at some
Yeah,
point.
definitely.
Just to make this king a little bit unsafe. It might not be such a big deal, as I might be able to just recapture with the knight. But this kind of resources already appear on Andrew's radar. And I know that this king on d2, I mean, he's seen safer days. It's still a double-edged game. Material is equal if I can count properly.
Yeah, it's just the rooks are so committed on the h-file. And if
Yeah.
you have trouble for your king, you're going to have trouble bringing back your pieces.
It's still a very complex situation. For me, it's very difficult to assess. I currently don't have an engine on, so I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, the
but
main
it's
problem
just
is
a
you
mess.
cannot move your queen because rook f6, queen g7, so you're going to have a... So let's say if you give up your c3 pawn and then play rook c8, I might just take on d5 even. But okay, I might get mated.
Yeah, this is where it becomes a
No,
little
but this is
iffy
where I get
because
mated.
queen d5,
Yeah,
queen
8
takes
to 9, okay.
a2. This is a mess of a position. Wow, Christian, what is your evaluation of this situation?
Huge mess, and we're going to get back to that in just a second. But huge development in the game between Talia Cervantes and Agata Bykovtsev. In this look at this position.
What?
From such a dominant position for White, we have this position in which he's completely busted. White is game over. His pieces, the bishop on b1, the rook on d1, they're simply not cooperating with each other. They don't have any active potential. This is game over. Black is completely winning. Let's see how we ended in this situation. After king to e7, bishop e3, b takes a4. We saw this position. This is where we stopped. Rook to d1 was played with the idea of bishop to d4. Rook a to f8 was s8. And right now, why wouldn't you play bishop to d4? As we were mentioning before. This is just a completely winning position. You have to give up the queen, and I'm just going to take, then rook to e6, potentially even queen to d1, take on a4. I mean, the king is still very unsafe on e7. Instead of that, Talia decided to throw this check in and go for the material. But what material? Go for the exchange and allow this bishop on f6 to become a dominant piece on the dark square. That is just a bad misjudgment. King to d7 was played, bishop to f8, rook takes f8, queen to h6, rook to h8. Now you see black is actually threatening checkmate. If you move your queen anywhere on the board, you're going to get checkmate on h2. Rook takes f6 was forced, rook h6, queen takes f5, king to g1, queen to e5. This is the position we have on the board, and this is just game over for White. From a completely dominant position, beautiful preparation, but the conversion was just not there, and Agata hanged on, played her natural moves, and there you have it. White just completely destroyed her advantage.
And
It's
you
wrong
can-
about everything.
Yeah, she spoiled everything. And I was telling you guys, Agata, she's very expressive. She really knows that her position is improved. She can tell she's not panicking anymore, really. She's just making sure that she plays the correct moves. She knows she's got the advantage. It is a clear situation in which the material count is actually not so relevant. You could say that the material count here is equal, the queen and a pawn against two rooks, but the coordination is completely off. The rooks on h6 and d1 are not talking to each other. The pawn on b2 is just very weak. This pawn is going to be very dangerous. The bishop and the rook on d1 are completely controlled by the pawns on d5 and e4, and White would like to push her pawns on the king side because they're connected and passed, but the more you push them, the weaker your king becomes, therefore leaving you with no plan. This is, as we've thought in many situations, pretty much just a matter of technique for Agata to convert what should be really a trivial win in this position. It's hard to even go wrong tactically.
Right, and I mean, whenever there's a queen on the board, you cannot just weaken your king.
Yeah.
And the pawn chain in the
Pawn
center
chain
just
is
came
just-
through.
Yeah,
if
it's
you
just controlling the
d4, e3,
position. And this is what we were worried about earlier. We were talking about very precisely
Right.
that if the advantage and the initiative evaporates, those pawns are a menace. And a menace they are. It seems to me that this position is just a complete win. I have to agree with Christian. Something went horribly wrong. Agata should win
But
pretty much at
every
any
time we
moment.
say it's a complete win, it's not so.
Correct. So, well, Christian, perhaps you
shouldn't
can
make any statements.
update us on another interesting game going on. We have.
Everything is simply exploding on every single board. We were mentioning that Feng might have some chances of survival against Mika Brattain. But in this position, after queen g3 was played, king b2, f2, very powerful play, bishop to f1, withdrawing the bishop on f1 and supporting the defense against the promotion. Rook a to c8 was played, very powerful, very natural play. Black has very natural moves. That's the key in this position. Queen to d2, rook to f3, concentrating my forces against this weakness on c3. Rook to c1, bishop to h3. Right now I'm diverting. You see this rook on c1? It's defending both the f1 bishop and the c3 bishop. The rook on h5, completely out of the game. This is just simply game over. There's no defense against bishop takes f1 and then the intrusion on the c file. Something went really, really bad for white. We expect a handshake anytime soon. I don't see anything that could go wrong in this position for black. There's simply no counterplay. Your extra piece on c3 is useless.
So is the rook on h5?
Yeah, the rook on h5 causing a very bad impression. Feng Li, who comes as the top seed with the white pieces, trying to win point after point to gain that important qualifying spot for the US Championship, finds himself in a nightmare situation here against Mika. As Christian mentioned, I actually don't see any way of defending all of white's pieces. I'm sure that here he's trying to come up with some kind of clever defense, but there are so many threats in the position. It's just impossible to defend against all of them.
Yeah, can't even find a move. You just want to take on f1, you want to take on c. You have to move the bishop. Then I just take on c1, no?
Bishop b4 seems to be the most obvious move, but there are so many ways of winning this position, even simplifying. Unless I'm going to be missing something. I don't think so. Bishop takes f1.
So you don't have checks. You have one check.
You have a check here, and there's no check here because of the control of the rook. Might as well take this guy, but
queen g1.
Well, queen g1 takes advantage of the fact that you have no pieces defending on the light squares. No checks. I'm going to promote and be up a queen. That doesn't actually help Feng at all.
Being down a queen.
Down a queen.
Usually doesn't.
So I think this looks pretty much. I have to agree. I just don't see a move here for Feng. This went south very quickly, by the way.
Yeah, this was a big turnaround. And what a nice idea by Mika, finding knight f4 and sacrificing the piece.
Knight f4 was absolutely key in that position. I think that it was a great find to gain that sacrifice, to gain that counterplay. I think Feng let his guard down. He literally let his guard down, allowed something that should never have happened, and now finds himself in a horror scenario where with the white pieces, I think he's just going to lose. I don't see any defense. Mika has powerfully played his pieces where they belong, and that king on b2 is really suffering, not to mention that white's pieces lack any sort of coordination.
Yeah, but when you weaken your king with moves like h4, g3, when if you have your forces there, you cannot let your guard down.
And it seems, well, this is exactly why.
Something can come in, right? You have a weakened king.
Yeah, and right now I think that, well, Feng is going to try to somehow pull a rabbit out of his hat, some sort of magic, but I just don't see anything in this position.
Let's say Akshat's game, speaking of weak kings.
Akshat's game,
what?
I'm not entirely sure why there is a queen on h1.
Or a queen on f2.
Or how anything got here.
How did the rook disappear from h8?
Let's figure this out step by step.
Okay, so rook g8 was played.
We did see rook g8, knight d5. Akshat, by the way, with only 1 minute left.
Oh, so it's normal.
Not entirely sure why he took with the pawn, but okay, he took with the pawn. Centralized his queen. Bishop retreated.
Wait, we couldn't take on h7?
You couldn't take on h7 because the nice Romanian grandmaster with the computer will let us know why you couldn't take on h7. I don't see any problem with it. Seems like an extra pawn to me.
I mean, you cannot take on h5 and do any damage. Maybe just rook g2 or something?
Doesn't actually do anything, no. You have to go like rook g... takes rook g2 and then try to create counterplay here. But I'm wondering if this actually works.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot defend it, right?
Perhaps this is what he was worried about?
I think rook g2 was, what he was worried about for sure. And basically what he was trying to say is that that pawn on h7 is not worth as much, but it does look like it's worth a lot. So after rook g2, maybe just rook to c1. I'm not sure how black would have continued afterwards.
I'm really puzzled by e takes d5.
Yeah, that move I didn't understand. Here, taking with the rook.
He's definitely losing the control of the game, in my
Rook
opinion.
takes d5 seems so much more obvious. Allowing the rook to come in, maybe an a4 at some point, exploiting the fact that your bishop can play on both sides. I don't like so much it takes d5. It's kind of questionable technique here.
Well, pawns are equal, right?
Pawns are equal right now, so let's just move on to where we are currently. Somehow this rook made the tour and returned to h8.
What? Hold on, what is queen h1? Oh, you want to play rook g1?
He wants to play rook g1, but the move could not be clumsier. Queen d4, and this is currently the situation we have on the board after queen d4. Actually needs to, by the way, not flag. He just played something, but my board hasn't updated. Bishop d3, attacking here. I do still like white's position more because a bishop on f8 causes such a terrible impression.
If you can play h5 with white, right?
Yeah, especially if you can play that. Yeah, h5 would basically seal black's fate. I'm actually surprised they didn't go h5 immediately.
Well, he's trying to make time control, so bishop d3 tempo move.
Yeah,
I mean, he has to defend the pawn, right?
I still like white by a fair margin. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this still looks like Akshat is in the driver's seat, but it's not as clear as it used to be.
So, what's your winning idea here?
My winning idea is to somehow play h5 and trade everybody that I can on the other side of the board, and it doesn't matter that you have opposite color bishops because your bishop's not actually a bishop. So I can just win on the queen side with an extra piece.
Trade everything.
I just trade everything. I think that's the winning plan for white. I have to be very careful though that I do it after h5 and not before, because if black gets h5 in by himself, he'll simply activate the bishop and the position should be equal. So this is why I was surprised about bishop d3. I think he should go h5 as soon as possible, and immediately allows me to threaten queen e4. After which I think that even the trade of queens alone is a winning position for white, as black has no way of activating this bishop.
I would say maybe he was afraid of something such as a4 in that position after h5, just to try to create some sort of counterplay on the dark squares.
Correct, but here's what I was wondering. You know, now I can maybe play bishop d3. I could maybe play queen e4, play a3. Honestly, even if it costs me a pawn, either the A, B, or C pawn, but I can trade queens, that looks very dangerous for black.
Queen e4 looks dominant. You just want to exchange the queens. And if queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook c4, I think you can just simply play a move such as rook to e1.
Yeah, I'm slowly going to push the rook away. I'm going to play c3, king c2. Maybe even if I need to, king c1, king d2, king e3 to protect the bishop. Black has no way, thanks to the excellent position for all the pawns, to improve his bishop. I mean, the king cannot come around and take the pawn on f6. There's just no rook. So it has to be the rook that does it, but I don't see a way.
It's a very sad bishop on f8.
It's a very sad bishop.
Very sad bishop.
Could I try to play rook g1, rook g8 instead of trading queens, or
you can probably try to. I was just going for the more you know, practical approach. We do see that Akshat has played bishop b5 check after b4. King d8 was played relatively quickly, and he has installed a bishop on c6, which obviously is quite annoying for black. This king on d8 isn't the happiest about it.
Yeah, but now queen g2, queen g8, or rook g1, rook g8 just looks game over.
Queen g2
How are you ever going to defend it? Or you can go rook c8, king c7 or something.
I don't know, that does drop f7,
yeah.
So this might be a good way of following up. h5's always an idea, but good news for Akshat, he only needs one more move to reach time control, and I think his position is pretty much nearly crushing.
Yeah, you cannot mess it up in one move, so.
I don't doubt that, but I mean, it does look like it should be winning for white. I still think the advantage is overwhelming.
Yeah, I think queen g2 is going to be game over.
Yeah, even queen g1, which threatens to trade the queens, because in the final position I have rook g8 as a win, right? It would be a clear.
No, I have rook c8, king c7 there, because f7's not hanging now.
No, but after rook g8, you literally have no moves for the rest of the game. Like 0 moves. You might actually get zugzwanged. It's that bad of a position. But okay, perhaps Christian can update us, as we are reaching time control or time trouble in many games.
Absolutely. This is the most exciting phase of the game, when people are getting low on time and we see a lot of inaccurate moves, I would say, on the board. If I could say that, blunders would be a much more appropriate word for sure. In this position, Lee played the move bishop to e2, but after the easy move f1, I'm just simply going to get a queen on the board. Bishop takes f1, bishop takes f1, I have a huge threat. I'm threatening to play the move rook f2 and paralyze your queen, take it off the board. Queen to e1 would be probably the only move to defend against that. Rook to f2, king goes to a1. I'm just simply going to play the move bishop to c4, and once again we have opposite color bishops, but we see the difference between the bishops. The bishop on c4 is supporting the attack. I'm simply just going to threaten checkmate. Rook to a2, king to b1, queen to d3 is a huge threat on the board, and that's just going to be game over. There's absolutely no defense for white, and if black plays the natural easy moves, he's just going to get a winning advantage in no time. Feng only has
well, Christian, he didn't
16
go for
seconds on the clock, and I think we have some moves on the board.
He went for some crazy combination, and I want to see if this actually worked, because it's pretty nice. Probably not the most accurate, but he wants to play bishop g4, I think, right?
He's playing for the brilliancy price, but
Somebody's going to tell him
unfortunately
there isn't one.
maybe I can go bishop f1, bishop takes h5, king to d2. I'm going to grab this pawn on f2, and you're only going to be a pawn up.
Okay, but it should be a winning endgame.
It should be a winning endgame, but it's
Wait,
not trivial.
What was the alternative? Just going f1?
Yes, the alternative here in this position was to simply queen a pawn like normal human beings would and win the piece.
And then threaten rook f2 anyways, right?
And rook threaten everything. Seriously, everything. But he found this kind of cutesy combination, which I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe he forgot after bishop g4 you can just play bishop f1 and go for an endgame?
Yeah, I think so. Here, white has no choice but to take the rook. The tactical justification for black is to play bishop g4, forking the bishop and the rook, taking advantage of the fact that you cannot take the bishop because a queen with a completely winning position. But of course, the problem here is that after the move bishop f1, which I'm pretty sure is forced, or, well, you can play bishop d3, I don't think it's a big difference. Bishop f1, bishop takes, king d2. I imagine that because of the extra pawn, this should still be... Actually, I'm not so sure. I mean, with only one flank open, which is the king side, and no real ability to open the other one.
Can I just go king d7, king f7, king f6, king f5, and try to take another pawn? How are you going to stop both king e4 and king g4?
Perhaps it's a little inaccurate here to go king takes f2, and perhaps first I go bishop h3.
And bishop g4 doesn't do
Bishop
anything.
g4, I'd probably just go back, right? Bishop g2. Probably, as I said, probably still a winning endgame, but he has complicated himself quite a bit. They've reached time control. They have reached time control, the players here in this position. As we see the current situation after bishop g4, I expect this to be a... I do want to say it's winning for black, but I wouldn't bet any large amount of money.
So far we haven't been right about anything, so I definitely don't want to make any bets. Now let's try to take a quick look on the rest of the games.
Yeah, we have a lot of games to look at. We haven't looked at the game between a Wonder Liang for a while against here Bovelu, who I think has
an extra pawn?
An extra...
Wait, what?
He's down a piece.
Whoa.
No,
you don't expect this to happen, so just count pawns first. Wait, what?
How did this happen? So, somehow around... Whoa. Okay, we're going to have to take a look at this later because...
Yeah. So they reached time... Well, they moved 39, so...
Somehow this mess occurred in the board.
Someone queened, wow.
Someone queened. I didn't expect it to be the g-pawn, but somehow the g-pawn queened.
I don't think it was the g-pawn. I think it's another pawn that captured, and ended up on g2.
Yeah, that's impressive. All right, so we have this position now on the board, after which Bovelu is going to be down a rook, as I can see that, well, this bishop is simply skewering the rooks on c4 and d3. I don't know if I'm missing something. He's down a rook.
Yeah.
He's down a rook.
Okay.
All right, that game's over.
What?
Yeah, I wonder Liang, we could confidently say, will win this position.
Almost confidently.
I mean, a rook is a little bit too much. So we'll have to check back on this position after we finish the rest of the games that are currently in time trouble. I'm not sure where we should head next. I think we haven't looked at the...
Let's see the game between Nguyen and Ashrita, because Nguyen is definitely dominant. We saw she had a huge advantage out of the opening, and she didn't destroy it as Talia did in her game. She actually converted quite nicely, and right now she's just sitting with a piece up. The king is very unsafe on f8. There's absolutely no counterplay. I'm not really sure why Shweta is still playing.
I don't want to be
just
that guy, but isn't it a piece and a rook?
Oh, sorry, it's a piece and a rook. Okay, this is
So you are
game
that
over.
guy. Always counting material.
Yes.
I mean, it's just
Okay.
he
This
doesn't
is
want to
game over.
resign.
Okay, this is a little disrespectful.
I'm
This
not
is
really sure why Shweta is still playing. I mean, bishop c5 is just coming on the board.
Doesn't matter.
It's just game over.
I mean, at this point, a queen and not a queen doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, this game is over. Emily,
She's still thinking.
oh, why she's thinking?
Maybe, did she blunder? That's why maybe.
No, I mean, it doesn't really matter if she blundered or not. She went into time trouble lost.
I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Okay.
can't make excuses.
This reminds me of the game Fabiano versus Nakamura, when Fabiano got a completely winning position and reaching time trouble. Nakamura actually spent on his last move before resigning, I think, something around 30 minutes. And that was just a huge disrespectful move.
I think Fabiano had something to say about that.
Yes, absolutely. He mentioned it during the broadcast. But I mean, this is even worse than that. There's no hope for
Okay,
for
so
survival.
let's move on.
Let's move on. We have the game between, I wanted to check out the game between Annie Wang and Cristian because things that I didn't think were possible happened.
The bishop disappeared.
First, this bishop on b2 did a magic act and disappeared off the board.
A6.
Also, this bishop somehow reached a6. So let's take a look at how this happened. We left the game around here. Rook f8, I thought made sense to threaten f6 in certain situations.
Okay.
Bishop h5. For the
Ooh.
life of me, cannot explain the move knight takes b2. I get it.
It's maybe if it's something tactical, then
I
you
get
can't
it.
justify it, right?
f6, but that was not worth
No, I mean,
getting
you would take it if you have like tactical continuation that's
Right.
giving you
a
better
clear win or something.
Right.
But this was very far from a clear win. I think she actually missed this move, rook f2. I think she was only counting on takes and rook f6, after which I guess these rooks are very powerful. I'm not saying that this is the end-all be-all of the game.
Yeah, we have a result. The Wander has actually won his game. So
Yes.
we should take a look at what happened in that game.
Well, I mean, he was up a rook, I think.
No, but let's see how that happened, perhaps.
Okay, we can take a look at that. I'm
I
not
think
sure.
perhaps we're going to go through the interview with the players and we'll see what happened then. But we still have a lot of very exciting battles. I think the game between Tang and Troff is definitely worth looking at because we see White managed to safely attack Black's king and keep his own king quite safe on e1, ready to jump on f2, potentially very nicely covered by the pawns on d4, e3, and f4. So this position, I think they just reached the time control. White is just simply dominant. I'm going to play a move such as king f2. Your king on h8 or on h7, not very safe. Your knight on f8, a little bit badly placed, and I'm going to jump knight g3, knight f5 as a potential attacking resource. On the other side, your expansion on the queen side is just not going anywhere. c3, I'm going to take, knight takes c3, and my king on f2 is actually quite safe. So I see White as having the dominant position, and with the players reaching the time control, this should go White's favor.
I love this move king f2 that you're mentioning because I would like to play the move knight to g3 immediately, but of course that fails because after rook takes g5 nobody's actually defending this poor horsey. So that's the point, among others, of king f2. Not only does it safeguard the king, but it allows you to put this powerful knight on g3, which I agree. Once the knight lands on this square, it seems like it's going to be forking everybody on f5. This looks like a very dangerous maneuver. I really dislike Black's position. I feel like something has gone horribly wrong.
It's funny because the king was perfectly safe on c1 and then had to go to d2 and then go around and
Well, it's still feeling some safety, so it's still okay. Definitely a position that favors Kate and Troff, but we've seen a lot of ups and downs here. We've seen that we really liked Caden's position earlier in the round, and it became very complicated at some point.
one game we haven't looked at in a long time is Maggie Feng's game.
Maggie Feng, indeed, one of it's actually a key matchup of the day. Maggie Feng's game against the Perva Virkud. I can count that there's an extra pawn for the black side, and the presence of opposite colored bishops is very worrisome for both kings. I mean, the queen can come in both for white and from black to create very serious threats. I do feel that somehow black should be winning. I mean, she does have an extra pawn, and I don't like the activity of the rook on f1, but she still has to be very careful of many cheapos involving the activity of the bishop on d3, some e5 that might come at some point, weakening that king on h7. I do like black's position, but it's far from over, I would say.
Right. Yeah, and they already made time control, so I think that black is going to take a deep think, so we can come back to this game later.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. We have a kind of stunning decision, I would say, by Rui Feng Li, and by stunning I mean incomprehensible. Instead of going for the bishop endgame, which I must have assessed as lost, he decided to take on g4 and allow an extra queen, going into an endgame with a bishop and a rook against the queen. And I would agree that were this pawn on h5, it's very likely that white has serious chances of survival.
I can just check and take the
But
pawn.
correct. So unfortunately for Rui Feng, I have queen e1 check, take on h4, and that pretty much seals the deal. He does play queen e1, king c4, and after queen takes h4, that's just too many pawns. The rook and the bishop are not so great coordinating together, and black does have more passed pawns. So this should be losing. This should just be a pretty clear win for black. But lots of ups and downs in this tournament so far, and even though it's only round one, I do love the game that Mika has played, that powerful knight f4, that combination at the end. Maybe not the most sound, but it was pretty with this bishop g4, and he's reached what I think is a completely won endgame.
Well, we do have an interview with Bobby Liu, so let's go to Christian to hear his thoughts.
Absolutely, I'm here with Bave. Bave, this is your first year as a participant in the US Juniors. How do you feel about that?
Coming into the tournament, I felt, well, I know this playing here is every junior stream, so I felt lucky just to be able to play. And I was excited, but a little bit nervous too, because I've never played this tournament before. But I just thought I'm just going to do my best. I'm not going to worry about the result. And
you were playing one of the favorites of the event. What
right.
was your strategy going into this game?
I don't know. I just told myself, just play the board and don't think about the result too much, and then just stay focused, and that's about it.
I feel this is one of the critical moments in the position. You were kind of down on time. Obviously, black, your opponent Liang, knew the opening quite well. And what did you try to plan in this position? What was your mindset going into?
So I was surprised with like queen takes bishop. So I just played what I thought was okay.
You played knight c3, very strong move.
Mm-hmm.
After b4, did you consider this move queen to b5?
Not really, yeah.
Try
Queen
to
b5.
pull the brakes, exchange some pieces, and
queen
takes b5, knight takes b5. And it seems like you're maintaining the balance in the position. His king side is still a little bit uncoordinated. After that, when do you think the critical moment occurred in the position? You saw the expansion coming on the king side. It felt very powerful. The two bishops ready to get activated. After rook to g8, king to f2, we went a little bit further. And I think in this position, after bishop to d7, your pieces are very uncoordinated, coupled with the action of the pawn on g2. Very difficult defense. And you play this move, bishop to g3, which just loses the game on the spot. Well, very difficult first round. How do you plan on recovering?
Well, I'll just not forget about the game, but I would just say there are 8 more games. I'll just play my best the rest.
Well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Definitely tough to start against a player that is in such a hot streak as I wonder Liang. This year he has gained so many rating points. He's made his Grandmaster title, and he starts off with the correct foot.
Winning with the black pieces?
Winning with the black pieces is huge. Doesn't matter who it is. We'll have him surely here in the studio with us for an interview with a player that simply everybody around the world is talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely one of the big up-and-coming players in the U.S., not just a junior player, but formidable player for
Overall,
any age.
it's an established grandmaster at the young age of 14. We have a few updates. As expected, Shrita Eswaran did resign finally against Annie Wang, so that is, I believe, the first result of the girls section.
Against Emily.
Sorry, my bad. Against Emily Nguyen. So the defending champion scores the first point here in the girls section. I thought a very clean game from Emily. I thought she devastated her from the get-go. This beautiful queen takes b7 with the idea of e5 and showing how to play against the Benoni.
Yeah, very nice game. Not giving her opponent any chances, taking advantage of that one mistake. But we do have a wonder in the studio with Cristian.
Yes, absolutely. We have a wonder, one of the hottest player in this tournament. Take us through the game.
Yeah, so I guess we can start like right here. After bishop takes d7 check. The main move is, of course, bishop takes d7. But actually, I looked at this position in the database, and it turns out, like, surprisingly, queen takes d7 is playable too. Like, I think Nguyen played it and Bykovtsev. So those
Have you ever played this position before?
No, I haven't, so it's just kind of new to me.
I think c4 could potentially be an idea to try to get the Morozzi bind, but obviously there's a lot of play in the game.
It's a very fresh position, but like, I thought it was definitely playable, especially I thought it was kind of a surprise for him.
What do you think White could have essayed, a better plan to try to keep the balance in the position?
I think this was basically what I prepared. And then instead of like preparing the very obvious knight c3, I actually prepared.
You were still in preparation at this point?
Yeah. This was actually, I think, after b5. This was Nguyen's game, and his opponent played like knight a3. And here, instead of preparing the very obvious knight c3, I prepared knight a3, which is, I mean, it's a computer move and it's very interesting, but
it's a bit unnatural. You just maybe defend the pawn on b5.
Yeah.
And then this knight seems a bit misplaced here. But potentially could go knight c2, knight b4, knight to d5.
Yeah.
I would assume that is the idea.
Yeah, I mean, knight c3, and I mean, it was definitely a surprise and not a surprise at the same time.
After that, everything went very bad for White in the end game. You, as with this expansion on the king side, completely demolished White's structure. What do you do? What is your training routine? You've been playing very, very powerful chess, consistent chess. You just won the Spring Invitational, the B group with a dominant performance. Then you played very well in Chicago. What do you do to maintain this form?
Well, I just kind of keep playing, I guess. But I haven't played in a while after Chicago, so mostly I just started doing some tactics, and I guess it definitely helped me here in the time scramble, even though most of the time our moves were not the best.
Well, keep playing, winning, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
It's always quite a difference between players, especially going into the middle game, when one is surprised on move 3 and the other one is quoting and draking and Bykovtsev games. And I mean, one of the big differences between grandmasters and players that are aspiring to be grandmasters is that knowledge and preparation and keeping up of different situations, where I think that a wonder here exemplifies truly the preparation that it takes to be such a strong player, such a prodigy, quoting basically even very obscure games by top Russian players, whereas his opponent, well, just was completely unaware of any plans in the position, and it shows more and more in the middle games where he's completely outplayed.
Right.
I don't think we have any other results, but it does seem like some of the games that we're looking at are becoming more and more clear. I still do think Agata finds herself in a completely winning position. Let's perhaps take a look at the Akshat game against Joshua Colas here. In this situation, we left the move here after bishop c6, a4. Akshat asked, why can't I take this little pawn? Joshua didn't really have a good answer after bishop.
Well, a4 is
desperation.
I mean, kind of forced because queen is coming in. So you need to distract the bishop.
Yeah, but this doesn't seem like much of an improvement. I don't actually need the bishop on c6 for
Right.
queen g8 to be absolutely devastating. I'm not sure why Akshot spent 13 minutes to get to this position, but somehow he managed to do that. It just seems like a very clear win. I mean, queen g8, yes, it attacks the bishop on f8, but more importantly,
pawn on
I'm
f7.
I'm not really sure how you defend that pawn on f7, which is obviously the main defender of the light squares, and it gives white a pass pawn on the f-file. This should be just a pretty simple technical win for the player from St. Louis, who actually lives only a couple blocks down from the St. Louis Chess Club.
Oh, both players are from St. Well,
One's
one of
from
them is a
Webster.
student. St. Louis.
One is from the very far away city of Webster Groves. It's a full 10-minute drive, whereas the other one can walk here.
So such disrespect. Well, we do have a Shrita Eswaran with Christian.
Ashrita, you were going into this game as the clear favorite in terms of rating, but you were playing the former champion of this tournament. What was your strategy going into this game?
I just wanted to play my game and see whatever happens.
You played a very aggressive Benoni
Yeah.
structure. Did you know this plan with knight e6, knight c7?
Yeah.
And in this position, you had the option of actually playing this move, b5. Why didn't you play it?
I was going to play b5, that was my first intention. Then I got excited with queen f6 and g5.
And did you miss
I
e5 in
saw
that position?
e5,
or?
but I thought I had something after that.
And after that, everything just seems to be going downright bad for you. There was absolutely no counterplay. What happened at the end? Why did you spend so much time before resigning in this position?
I was just thinking what happened before and what I could have done.
Well, I hope you're going to do better in the upcoming rounds. We are very happy to have you here, and good luck in the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Well, we have some updates in the game between Michael Brown and Nicholas Checa, where it seems like both players just refused to draw. And we had left here in this kind of position where the bishop, obviously quite powerful, and sensing perhaps some danger, Michael decides to play f4 and simplify the position on the king side. I'm not very fond of this move f4. I think that even if you want to draw, the move king e4 makes a lot more sense to me. I'm actually not sure why he wouldn't play that if he wants to draw. f4 takes, and despite the fact that this king is coming in and taking everybody, it seems like you just don't have enough material to really put pressure on black's position. It's maybe a little bit uncomfortable, but I can't really imagine the black's in danger. I mean, you have to take all of black's pawns and then push the h-pawn before you create any threats. White doesn't have a lot of material left. For some reason, we got into a more complex endgame than that, as here, both sides, I think, playing for a win, have a passed pawn. Black is probably threatening something along the lines of knight f3, knight h2, but perhaps it's not such a big deal, as the white king is very close to the pawns, and even if black manages to win the f-pawn for the bishop, it's still a very reduced amount of material. If the king can get close enough to attack this guy, the knight might not have the correct angle of defense to protect him, and I still think this is quite drawish unless I'm missing something.
h4 just looks like a draw, no?
h4 does indeed look like a draw. I think that doesn't seem much for either side. I can check. King takes e6.
I think you have to take on h4 if you want to try something. But
yeah,
I know what you're trying.
I'm not really sure what you're trying, because after something like this,
Maybe
even a
it's
king
king
f5, king g. I don't know where I'm going. King g6. I mean, yes, you're going to win the bishop, but
yeah, it looks like a draw.
it looks like a complete draw. I expect this to be a draw in the game between Nicholas Checa and Michael Brown, but they've consistently refused draws from each other, so we'll see if they actually manage to finish up. Yeah, e5,
okay.
and you have to. You probably should take on e5. Doesn't really matter. You can play king g3. Although here you can play king g3, king e3. Makes more sense. Yeah, king e3 was played. You're going to take on here. Still should be a draw just because of the reduced amount of material. But suddenly that bishop is going to be defending the pawn. Got to be a little bit careful as black now, I think. Should be a draw. Let's put it that way. It should be a draw, but I think that white has the slightly better version of it.
Right. Well, we do have defending champion Emily Nguyen with Christian.
Emily, welcome back to the St. Louis Chess Club. It's a pleasure to have you here. You are the defending champion, but your rating is still much lower than your top opponents in this tournament. What do you do to try to bridge that gap?
I just try to play my best, I guess, and I don't really think about the rating or that I'm the defending champion.
So take us through the game. You played quite a brilliant attacking game.
Yeah, so after bishop takes f3 and bishop takes f3, I thought knight fe8. I wasn't sure what to do after that.
Knight fe8, right?
Yeah.
Did you see any other better alternative, perhaps, for black in this position?
I kind of forgot the line.
Perhaps maybe try to go b5, try to...
After b5, can I go like e5?
Absolutely. It's probably the best move. And then maybe I can go knight to f8, make a statement that your pawns could potentially be a little bit weak, overextended. But this very, very complicated position. After that, queen b3, queen to f6 was played, queen to b7, g5, e5, and this is just simply a winning position. You played, you converted very nicely. What were you thinking at the end when your opponent was simply just not resigning with a rook and a piece down?
I guess I was happy, but yeah.
But you were waiting for the conclusion of the game. Well, brilliant game, and good luck in the rest of your games, guys. Back to you.
Definitely a good way to start as defending champion, winning a nice game with the white pieces against a very strong opponent.
Always nice to start with a win.
Yes. And I'm hearing that we do have a result.
Our first draw of the day.
Our first draw of the day, actually.
It's not the result we were expecting.
It is definitely not the result we were expecting between Akshita Gorty and Rachel Ulrich after we thought that white was more or less busted around here, even though she was able to create some counterplay. We thought this was more or less winning.
Okay, so... Wait, why?
Why? Check looks okay. I don't really mind this move.
Oh, you don't have rook d2. Okay.
I don't mind this move, but I don't see the... well, rook d2 you don't have because of check on c8, actually losing. But actually, yeah, I agree. Rook d1 doesn't look good if I have to actually trade.
Can we take on g4 then? Oh, then e3 hangs. Okay.
So the position's not so simple, but I do expect it to be winning for black. I don't like trading because it does go into this kind of positions where we were unsure of the position. But still, this looks good for black. I don't like the rook on g2 as it feels very controlled. I'm not sure what else to do, but this doesn't appeal. I'm not really sure about this. Rook f2, perhaps already the position is very complicated to win. Because
it's hard to make progress.
It's hard to make progress, yeah. This rook is really, really stuck. And after...
So is your bishop.
Yeah, like so is the bishop. But here I think still, I would wonder if rook f5 is a better attempt. I have to worry about knight d4, of course. So perhaps it isn't. But it's a way of losing. But after bishop h6 here, the players agreed to a draw. And I will agree that with perfect play, this should probably end in a draw, but as white, I would start thinking about
just take on a6
winning
and
the
see
position.
what happens.
Take on a6. I'm going to play here and take on b5. If you don't do anything, the bishop's still kind of stuck. There's true that rook f...
Yeah, there check.
Rook f1 doesn't do that much. I mean, I still have rook a5, check.
Yeah, then king e4, and then you go around.
I go around. Yeah, it's probably a draw, but I would have played at least a little bit more with the white pieces.
Yeah, just before. No, I mean,
it might not have changed anything. Honestly, it might not have changed anything, but I would have tried a little bit more with the white pieces. She was getting low in time, so perhaps that influenced her decision. But a very uneven game, pretty up and down. I think that Rachel had great chances to win, and she was unfortunately unable to convert them.
So how many results do we have? 3?
I believe we have the Rachel game against Akshita that ended in a draw. Emily Nguyen has defeated Ashrita Eswaran. And I believe in the girls section, that's about it. In the junior championship, we have
a wonder who won.
A wonder won with the black pieces against Bove Lu. And I want to say that's it. We are going for the long run today as we are well past time control. And there are a lot of results completely up in the air, many games that are kind of wild still. without a clear direction. I do think a couple of them are more or less over. For example, I think Akshat has a completely winning position against Joshua Collas, but I think most games are still very, very unclear.
Well, looks like a good time to take a break. We'll come back. We'll see what happened after time control, as I think everyone has reached time control by now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, then we'll be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer. Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome to Chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So, create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Everyone to the coverage of the first round of the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Girls Junior Championship right here in the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm here with Alejandro Ramirez as we're through the first time control, so as games are wrapping up. We have several results already.
A lot of results coming into from the break. Some that we expected, some that were not so clear. I think the most obvious one was Agata finally winning against Talia. We left that in a completely winning position for the black player. I'm sure that we'll have Agata soon in the studio, but a couple of ones that are not surprising to me. Well, not so surprising. Nicholas Checa did finally sign a draw against Michael Brown. They played a basically
adventurous game.
An adventurous game, king versus king, pretty much. The exchange Slav is a drawish opening, no matter which route you take. And something that really did surprise me, however, is this result between Maggie Feng and Apurva Virkud, in which I thought that with an extra pawn, Black, even though she has a lot of trouble converting in this position, I mean, you can see the weakness of the king on h7, the potential danger of this bishop on d3. Although it is a very difficult conversion, I would expect Black to try for at least a very long time on winning this position. You are up a pawn, you have a queen on c3, any kind of trade might eventually allow Black to take on h6, leaving her up not one but two pawns.
Yeah, look, it's like technically, I mean, you're up one pawn, but you're going to be more than up one pawn, right? I mean, few of these pawns are going to fall.
I gotta say that I'm not quite understanding the draw offer or acceptance in this kind of position. I would never really take the draw. They repeated moves to get to this position. Yeah, let's
see that repetition.
Well, it was quite far from forced here, of course, after rook f2. White does want to throw in something along the lines of rook c2.
So if I take on a3, is rook c2 scary?
Yes, definitely. I would be very scared of rook c2 with the rook coming here, the queen coming here, and the king is definitely a little bit offside. But, you know, if you want to win this kind of tournaments, I think you have to take some risks, and I'm wondering if I can just grab the pawn on h6. I'm not entirely sure if there's anything against it.
So if I go rook c2 now?
King takes h6, rook c2. I was thinking I will bring the queen to the defense.
Oh, check, you want to block?
I want to block with the queen on h4. I think that this was definitely preferable for Black. I think that she must have misjudged the position.
What if I play queen h3 first?
Queen h3 right away?
Yeah. No, after you take.
After I take here. Yeah, I was wondering if there's some kind of perpetual, but after king g6, I think my king's relatively safe. And you still have problems with your own. Remember that you always have problems with the king on g2. So unless there's something very specific, the game is very complex. I still have the idea of queen e1, queen h4 on a day when you transfer the rook from f2 and c2. So I'm still a little puzzled about not grabbing the pawn and going for the win. I understand it's risky. I understand that you have a lot to calculate, but you're up a pawn against one of the top-rated players in the tournament. You're with the black pieces. You're playing for the win of the event. You really should be pushing this type of positions.
I think she was just scared for her king, and she probably thought the pawn on h6 is more of a shield for her king, and taking it is just too risky.
It's kind of those psychological things, right? The pawn on h6, it looks here like it's a shield that should never be taken because, after all, the pawn is covering her against checks, but pawn is a pawn, and it is white that would have to prove why she's down two of them, and I just don't think it would have been enough compensation. It would still be a very tricky route to a victory. I'm not saying that she's winning by any means, but her position 2 pawns up seems very preferable.
I mean, it's easier to say when you're not actually playing it, but right?
Yeah, as we've seen many times today, a lot of up and down roller coaster games that we've had today. I think that Maggie Feng will be happy to have drawn what looked to be a very dangerous position here against the Perva.
So speaking of up and down games, we do have Agata with Cristian to talk about her game.
Agata just won an incredible game, very, very sharp game. She was completely lost, but survived, hang on in there, and then brilliantly converted when the opportunity arrived. Agata, tell us what happened in this game. That was a wild affair.
Yeah, that was not my best game right there. I wasn't too happy with that, but I guess.
Well, your opponent's preparation was just brilliant. She was blasting off moves. What did you feel whenever she was playing rook to a3, swinging the rook next to your king, and she was playing this with like 1 minute spent on the clock?
I wasn't exactly sure what my plan was. I was thinking maybe queen b6 was just a bad move and the wrong plan there. I wasn't exactly sure what to do. I know that like b5, it's supposed to be normal, give up the pawn and play
Perhaps
d5.
In this position after, yeah, b5, definitely a normal move. Did you consider trying to plan the move e4, perhaps with this move, queen to e8?
I just, like, b5 is what I kind of prepared and, like, what I have.
This is your preparation?
Kind of, like, it's in my, I remember it being in my, like, opening file. I wasn't exactly sure if she was going to go for the 4 pawns or not, so.
And what was the critical moment in which she lost the thread of the game? Where do you think she lost control over the game? Because this position is just completely winning for her. Queen to h3, a takes b5, queen to h5. By the way, why didn't she take with the rook and keep the rook active? You decided to take with the b pawn. What was your thought process at this moment?
I was hoping this rook would potentially bring it over to g8 if needed. So I kind of just wanted to keep it on
keep
the
another
8th.
Defender on the board.
Yeah, I didn't want to move it too far away from my king at that point.
And then she went for her for your.
Yeah, she could have won the piece
exchange.
instead of the exchange. She could have played, what was it? Bishop d4, take on f6, rook g7, rook b7.
Which would have been winning.
Yeah, and then I was happier when she went for the exchange. It was still losing, but it would have been.
Did you feel that you are losing throughout the game?
Yeah.
And what was your strategy? Like, did you try to just play the moves that survived for the next couple of moves?
I was trying
just take it from there?
Yeah, just trying to play some active moves, like queen d4, just trying to bring it out to the center. Then I don't really have very many moves in this position in general, but I was just trying to hold everything together, just hoping for a draw.
Well, you more than held the game. You actually won the game. Congratulations.
Thanks.
And good luck in the next games. Guys, back to you.
Well, what an effort here from Agata. Clearly out-prepared at some point. No doubt a losing position against the ropes. Also down on time considerably, but she shows a great amount of resources. She is able to bring back a game that we all thought was just pretty much over.
Yeah, what I thought was interesting when she said, yeah, I think this is the idea, I have it in my file, and in the beginning we were talking about how you kind of remember something, but you're not sure, which is a dangerous territory, because the theoretical, especially a critical line where you're sacrificing a pawn may be fine in one position, but if you just exclude a couple of moves or add a couple of moves completely changes the evaluation of the position. So it's if you're playing a sharp line, it's very dangerous to be in that territory where you kind of remember, as opposed to you don't remember, you figure it out, or you just know it and you blitz it out like her opponent did.
Absolutely, and I think Christian has for us an update on a game that seemed to be quite one-sided for a very long time.
One of our featured game of the days, we thought this is going to be a blasting performance by Akshat, who was leading 4-0 against Kolas, and it seems like this is going to be 5-0 in their official encounters. In this position, White nicely opened up the position on the B file. The Black King is going to be well strained on this side, and after B takes A3, a lot of precise calculation had to be played. Rook to D3 was played, threatening rook to B3, king to A6. Now, if you take on A3, this would be a horrendous blunder after queen takes to E3. The pawn on B2 is simply pinned. This loses instantly. Rook to B3 was played. You're eliminating the defender surrounding Black's king, and the combination between the queen and the bishop is just simply going to be deadly. This is going to be game over. Rook takes B3 was played, queen to C8, king to A5, queen A8, king to B6, queen B7, king A5, C takes B3, and right now you're simply unable to defend against the simple threat of playing B4, queen takes to B4, and then queen to A7 checkmate. It's very important that we take this escape square from the king by sacrificing the pawn with B4. This is game over. The players are going to shake hands. We see this bishop on F8 is completely useless and has been useless for the past 20 moves. Very, very powerful conversion by Akshat.
Yeah, definitely. You can see here, even though Akshat never has any amount of time, he's still in a completely dominant position. I'm hearing that there was a draw agreed, but I was unable to.
It's Annie Wang versus Carissa Yip.
That game was drawn? Okay, we'll take a look at that.
Oh, that was the unusual game where the bishop disappeared and the run
like magic
appeared.
Like
okay,
magic. And
so we have another
have
result.
Handshake between Joshua Kolas, who loses his 5th game straight against Akshat Chandra. Akshat off to a nice start here in the championship. I think he got a slight opening advantage, and even though perhaps at some point his opponent got more resources than he deserved, he was still able to bring back the game, mainly because of that weakness of the bishop on F8. It started on F8, it returned very shortly after the opening, and it just died there. Yeah.
I think even with the resources, the position was so bad, you would have to give up so many resources for it to matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the end of the game between Carissa Yip and Annie Wang. We left it off more or less around here. I didn't really expect to get a position where White has a passed pawn on E6, but such is chess. Rook A1, bishop G6, and now Black is faced with quite a bit of trouble, as if this pawn is somehow able to get to D6, then this might become real issues. Rook E1, the bishop does return, and Carissa is able to capture this pawn on E6 as the rook is forcing the bishop off the defense. The bishop obviously not very well placed there. Yeah, that's how it got there. And here, in what should be an approximately equal position anyway, the players repeated moves and agreed to another draw in the tournament, which I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, we have 3 draws in the girls section, and so far only 1 in the junior section.
Yeah, I believe is that the last girls?
Yeah, the girls. Girls
finished,
section is done for the day. Yes.
Yeah, and so we have 2 early leaders in Agata Bykovtsev and Emily Nguyen. Well, not exactly what I expected this game to go by. This didn't expect to be a perpetual check, but it was still a very interesting, hard-fought battle, which leaves us, I believe, with 2 games going on here in the U.S. Junior Championship. The first one, I think, is...
These are the games we thought were going to be... Kate and Troff game, which we thought was just a matter of technique, would be one of the first ones to finish, but
yeah,
here we are.
Here we are, and we still... Well, let's take a look at the Li Rui Feng game against Mika Brattain, and it does still seem like the queen should overpower the rook and the bishop, despite the extra pass pawn here that White has. At the end of the day, if I'm able to control it, the pawns on G7 and H6 should eventually win just by pushing them. Still some technical problems, perhaps, from a practical point of view, but there is no question in my mind that this is a winning position for Mika.
And Feng is really down on time with just 5 minutes left.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit irrelevant in this position that's so simplified, but yeah, definitely doesn't help his situation.
I still wonder why he decided to go for this instead of that endgame. I mean, did he just think it's just straightforward loss and here we have some chances?
I don't think it was such an easy decision to make, because it does feel like the bishop endgame was very simple if he found a way to win for black. So perhaps he was trying to go for the practical approach and going into the position down a queen, but perhaps with this passed d pawn that he could create some counterplay. Fortunately for him, I just don't feel like it could possibly be enough against a full queen and 2 passed pawns, but you know, still have to watch out for some tricks here and there. The game's not over.
Also didn't understand why black went for this. This game is a little mysterious to me.
Definitely a little
mysterious decisions.
One that is close to being over is the game between Caden Troff and Andrew Tang, but that was a
lot of pawns. Yeah,
that's a lot of pawns. In this already very dangerous position for black, we left it after king h7. Time control was reached, and I think Caden played a good game here.
Oh, he just won a pawn.
He traded, played rook h5, and converted his attack into the pressure on d5, and eventually he was able to tactically win the pawn, reaching a completely winning endgame as, well, currently he sits up 2 pawns.
And for so long he refused to take the free pawns.
Yeah, now he finally has done it. This is just a little bit too much material, I think, and the fact that I have 3 connected passed pawns in the center, which I find completely unstoppable. I'm going to be playing e4 at some point once I protect the knight c3 or something. I think it's just going to be a pretty trivial win for the player from Utah.
So we do have our 2015 US Junior Champion Akshat Chandra with Cristian.
One of the victors of today's round, Akshat Chandra, brilliant conversion, Akshat. Take us through the game.
I mean, I wouldn't say brilliant. It was kind of messy at some point. I mean, I had a really good position out of the opening, but I went astray, and then somewhere before the time control, I lost most of my advantage.
Where did you feel you lost the thread of the game?
Around move 25, let's say.
25.
So I mean, I'm better here, but like, still, it's not easy to break through. I mean, somehow he's keeping it together.
This bishop on f8 has a very grim future.
Right, yeah.
Seems. So after rook g5, bishop e2, you are down on time at this moment, which is one of your biggest issues. You're getting very down on time pretty much every game. Did you feel like you kept control in time trouble during this game?
No, I don't think I did. I mean, I think I allowed him to maybe even get back into the game with some accurate moves. I mean, at best, I just have a slight advantage, and before I just had like probably a decisive advantage.
Did you spot any moment where he
could
have done anything better?
Because for him, I think b4 was really bad. He should have played rook c5. That's what I was expecting. And then I was gonna play rook d1, so he can't take on d5 because of bishop takes b5 check. And I thought it still looks better for me somehow, but okay, like queen f4 or something, and okay, I mean, he's not that much worse. I think it's holdable for him.
This could go into a repetition if you don't play maybe something like bishop e4, perhaps.
Yeah, I probably have to do something like that. Okay, I'm still better, but it's not
maybe
easy
an attack,
to win.
a4, a3, try to open up dark
space
around your king.
I mean, that was. I mean, I didn't see really how to counter that, so I probably have to play like, I don't know, c3 or something. But it's still very unclear. Obviously, I mean, nothing forced for white.
But after that, I was really impressed with your execution in this position. After rook to b8, you played this brilliant move a3, opening up the third rank for your rook. You calculated everything after b takes a3, rook to d3, king to a6. Did you see that after this move, rook to b3, eliminating the defender on b8?
Otherwise, I might get mated myself, so I have to see that.
Right, and after that, it's just game over. Very nice performance. Good start to the tournament.
Yeah.
You're definitely one of the top contenders to get that title. What do you do for your training before an event?
For this tournament?
Yes.
Well, okay, because you know who you're playing, you can do some specific prep. So I did some of that, and I guess it's important to stay in good physical shape. So I was working out a lot also for the tournament, hitting the gym, so I guess that's pretty normal for my preparation, I guess.
There you have it, chess and hitting the gym. Actual Chandra, our victory in first round. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we don't expect him to be the only victor of the round, as the two remaining games that we have seem pretty hopeless for at least one of the sides. Here we see that Andrew Tang with the black pieces, you can see that pawn on the h file trying to create some counterplay, but just not enough. This rook has just stalled itself on c5, trying to play rook g5 and threatening an exchange of rooks. Currently, white is up 3 pawns, which is usually pretty nice, and even
could be worse.
Could be worse. Even if somehow white manages to have to sacrifice this knight for a pawn, it should still be completely winning. It's just too many pawns. On the other hand, finally, Mika has pushed his pawn on h5. I think this was a very opportune moment to do it, as you're always worried about the move d6, right? But in this case, you cannot push the pawn on d6. You take advantage of the king being on e4, you skewer him with queen g2 check, win this bishop and the game. So after h5, I'm not entirely sure if Feng can do anything useful. This seems like the game is closing to an end.
Yeah, I also like that when like queen on h1 is going to be with a check, so it's like perfect
pawn race
timing.
Looks very grim for the white side.
I'm not sure how a pawn race would even happen. Like move the rook, rook c7, d6,
and I
like
think they're either switching.
Rook to d8 was played.
Rook d8. I think that is
60 moves.
So that's why you see them. They're switching the score sheets as they only hold 60 moves. Not much to think here. For actually, you have 2 choices, but they both should win pretty comfortably. I don't see a big difference between them. Yeah, it should be a winning position here for Mika. He has to be a little careful with this passed pawn. On the d file, I'm sure that Feng is going to try to his last breath, but that might be coming pretty soon.
So in the other game, do I have hopes of just pushing my pawn or no? Or do you just have rook g5 and knight g3?
Oh, hopes you have plenty. That I don't doubt, but actually.
Okay, so let's go h3. What do you do?
h3, I was thinking to trade rook g5.
So if we trade knight e4, just king f1.
Yeah, I just think that's too many pawns.
I win a pawn.
You win a pawn, but I'm still up 2.
I'm gonna lose the h3 pawn.
You're gonna probably lose the h3 pawn.
Probably.
It's just too many pawns.
Yes.
I have a lot of trouble believing that anybody can survive this position. It just looks completely lost to me.
Wait, then after... Oh, you just had knight h3. Knight g3, sorry. So I was hoping that after rook g5 I go h2, but of course we trade and...
Yeah, here knight g3, even knight e4, knight h1.
You're not going to take me knight.
Unfortunately for you, I'm not going to take the knight even in this kind of positions. The king is just a little bit too close to the pawn, I think.
Yeah, this should be game over.
It should be game over. Still, sliver of hope, but I don't quite see it.
So we only have 5 minutes versus 2 minutes, so
yeah,
it
should be over pretty soon. Christian,
yes.
Any thoughts here on the remaining games?
Well, the games are pretty much decided at this moment. Unless we have a huge blunder by one of the players, this is simply going to be a win for Mika and a win for the Grandmaster, the very experienced Grandmaster, Caden Troff. Brilliant play by both of these players. The knight f4 in this game really surprised me. I think this is the most brilliant move of the round by far, and it led to a huge upset. If he wins this game, and it certainly looks like he's going to win this game, this is going to be the biggest upset of the round.
Absolutely. We have Feng Li trying desperately. He has just played the rook to e8 check. I would almost instantly play king to d6, as the king is now closer to the pawn and can sustain any kind of advance. He decided not to do that. He played the king on f7, which probably wins as well, although I'm not entirely sure why the king is going to the king side instead of just hanging around the pawn that he
Not only that you're hanging around the pawn, but you're also hanging around the bishop. So d6 will never be possible because the bishop on c6 is just attacked by the king. King d6 just seems so natural. King f7, I mean, you're still giving up some chances. You're still making the game last a little bit longer than you should have.
Yeah, although to be perfectly fair,
I wouldn't call them chances.
Yeah, everything.
I mean, just
actually.
h4, check, h3 looks over. And what a disappointing start, losing with the white pieces to one of the lowest rated players.
I want to say that Mika, if I'm correct, is the second lowest player of the tournament, just above Lu, which, you know, Feng definitely wanted to come in here guns blazing, win the first game, establish himself already in a leader position, but quite the contrary, he's going to be playing catch-up against some of his great rivals. We see Akshat, Chandra, and a Wonder Liang start with very convincing victories on round one, and quite the opposite here happens to the top seed of the tournament.
Well, in a round robin, if you're going to lose a game, it's better to lose to someone, not one of the higher rated ones, or someone who's in the, you know, he's leading. So if you're going to lose a game, it's better to lose someone who's like low rated. So
you have the chance.
Yeah, so you have the chance to beat someone high rated, or someone who's going to be in the running later in the tournament, so you can catch up to them. But of course, you don't. I mean, you want to score as many points as possible, so it's just not a good start.
No, it's obviously quite a terrible
and
start.
And here, I really would like to have the king on d6, not to allow the bishop.
Yeah, it's pretty trivial though at this point. I wasn't so happy about letting the queen, the bishop return to this diagonal.
G5 just looks.
G5 should win. I mean, everything should win.
Okay, I see a check.
Can't imagine anything not winning. What did she play?
I think he played
King G2, Queen G2?
Yeah, I think I saw it.
Queen G2 was played on the board.
Okay, and now the king obviously has to go somewhere. There's
D5 or D4.
And then G5, G4. The game is over.
It's too much. It's too much in this position. This queen is brutally strong compared to the minor pieces.
One thing Feng is doing recently, he's just simply playing non-stop. So fatigue might play an important role in his performance during this tournament. Also, after this tournament, he's going to play another 2 tournaments back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken. So he's simply playing non-stop. He certainly must be fatigued. And missing knight f4 is easy whenever you're feeling the pressure and you don't have a lot of energy left.
Which tournaments is he playing?
The match of the millennials.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And I think he's playing another one. I might be mistaken though. He definitely needs a break after that, because he's been playing for the past 3 months non-stop.
He just played in the National Open, I saw him there, and then he came here.
Yeah, it's definitely been a busy season, not only for Feng, but also for a Wonder, whose definition of not playing forever is about a month and 10 days.
But you see, I wonder, he's a little bit younger. He's only 14 years of age, while Feng is 16. He's a little bit old right now, so his stamina is decreasing.
Oh, clearly over the hill, Feng Li.
Yeah, should just retire after this tournament. I mean, it's just no point.
I mean, he's even young for an under-21 championship.
Is he still 16? Or
he's still 16, yeah. He's a young lad from the schools of Dallas Chess Club back when I used to go to UTD. We still played. I think that I enjoyed playing against him when he was 1200, and I've seen him, grow in the ranks, and he has performed extraordinarily well in the past few years. He's gotten his Grandmaster title, but accidents happen to everybody, and here we see him suffering against Mika Brattain in the very first round of a tournament that, we've said it over and over again, anybody can beat anybody, and even though this game hasn't finished, it's pretty close to being so.
Right. So yeah, G5 should be played any minute now, right? Threatening Queen B2. More so than G4.
It doesn't even matter what he plays. White doesn't actually have a threat in this position, because Rook takes H4, it can have Queen F2 check. So he can really do whatever he feels like. G5 looks like the most obvious. Personally, I would like to never have to calculate the move D6.
Well, G5 has a threat, so you don't have to calculate it.
Correct. So G5, I can always I have the threat of Queen B2, taking this guy. So yeah, G5 is winning. Probably King E7 is winning. Queen D2 is winning. It's hard to find a move that's not winning.
Well, I mean, we've been wrong this tournament, this round.
We have, but not as much as the players. So after we see this game, let's go switch to the Troff game against Andrew Tang. Andrew, with only a few seconds left on the clock, he knows his position is completely hopeless. Plays knight d2, trying to exchange the h2 pawn for the e3 pawn and try to give himself some hope in the knight endgame. I doubt that's going to happen, although it doesn't really matter if it does, because I still have 2 extra pawns in the final position. But
Right.
both knight g3 and king takes h2 immediately, I expect, are extremely simple wins.
Has Kaden been playing a lot lately?
Kaden has actually not been playing a lot
I
as
haven't
far as
seen him
I
around
know.
because I know he used to play all the time, and via the Kasparov trainings, I don't know if he's.
He's not been as active. I've definitely
Right.
have noticed that about Kaden. He's reduced in activity. His rating has suffered. He was 2550 a couple of years ago, and he's now down at 2470, something that usually doesn't happen to young prodigies, although it happens once in a while. It happened to me, at least. So it definitely happens, and I think he's trying to get back in the groove of things. I know that he's going to have less time for chess, specifically after this tournament. So he's trying to
Make the most of it?
Make the most of it, yeah.
Well, looking good so far. So here, what
a
do you
good
have?
start.
Two threat, knight c4, knight f1.
Yeah, it doesn't quite matter which way white decides to give up a pawn. I mean, the resulting feature of the position is that you're still going to be up so many of them. Here, king f3, and I mean, this pawn, pass pawn here, a potential pass pawn there. You're going to have to waste time taking on g5. It's pretty hopeless.
So we're past move 60, changing score sheets.
Yeah, we're past move 60. The rest.
Did this happen? What's on the board?
Yeah, what's on the board has happened.
okay.
I'm just following their moves. I see a king f3 on the board. And yeah, the knight now has to move. I'm going to invade with king e4, and just trivial win. I mean, nothing to do here in this position.
Yeah, I think Andrew knows his last is
just going
sad.
through the motions.
Right.
Going through the motions.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to read that, especially when you have a bad position, you make a comeback, and then you
Yeah.
had some hope, and then the hope is taken away from you, and then
That's
you
what chess does. You know, it gives you hope, feeds you a
Then
little
crushes
bit, it just crushes your soul.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty much. All right, with that upbeat topic, you can probably see the end of this game. Kaden has many wins at his disposal. d5 is winning, king e4 is winning. Anything that doesn't blunder the pawn on d4 is just completely crushing.
I think Andrew is just thinking about where he went wrong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those things.
I don't
as
think he's thinking about this position.
No, as Shritha was telling us in the interview, like you just kind of start wondering what happened, right? Like, where did I go wrong? I had such a promising position. Where did I mess it up? Where should I go back in time to fix my problems?
Right.
And here, Kaden is just making sure that he doesn't spoil anything by playing precise moves. But he's done the hard part. He's got the winning position. He's pretty much back this point.
Well, despite the fact that he didn't take the easy route as we were looking at throughout the game with rook takes g4, just simply grabbing that pawn, I really felt Kaden did maintain his precision throughout the game, and he didn't allow himself to go into severe time trouble. If I remember correctly, around move 38, 39, it was actually Andrew Tang who was having less time. So he's playing without a chip on his shoulder. The pressure is not on him. He just finished his last year of college, of high school. He's going to college. He knows that he doesn't have a lot of time left for chess, so he's going to try to make the best out of it. And the pressure doesn't seem to affect him right now.
So I think that's the battle here, right? The college kids are going to college, and the younger players who don't have to worry about it. Some of them are homeschooled. Like Awonder, I think, is homeschooled.
Oh, definitely. Some of the
And
bigger
Akshat was?
prodigies.
I think like
Akshat is
50% of the tournament is homeschooled.
Well, Akshat is taking a sabbatical
No,
year.
but before
he
that.
was homeschooled before
Right.
that. Wonder is most certainly homeschooled. That guy spends way more time outside of America playing chess than he does here.
And I think Jeffrey and Sam Sabian, who's not playing here, they're also...
They're also homeschooled.
Rui
Rui
Feng
Feng Li is homeschooled.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
there's quite a large percentage of people, at least in the junior section, that are dedicating themselves fully to chess, and you can see it with their results, with their consistency. And even though there are accidents once in a while, like what's happening to Rui Feng today in his game against Mika, who I believe is not homeschooled. Well, even though this happens once in a while, he has had an incredible performance in the last few years, rising in the ratings, and I'm sure that even though he is going to lose today, he still has a bright future ahead of him.
I feel he's simply just trying to find his balance. He had a quick rise, and right now he's having some rough results. He's losing sometimes against the lower-rated players, but also his style is prone for that. He likes unbalanced positions. He doesn't like theoretical battles. Very sharp player, and accidents such as this one, they're just simply primed to occur. So, but he's trying to find his balance. He's definitely talented, one of the top talents of the United States.
Absolutely. Well, here Feng's on his last minute. He still has a 30-second increment, but that's what he's going to have to survive, as he's trying to somehow trick his opponent. Unfortunately, he's running out of pieces to do so, and since bishops only move in light squares, as long as black keeps his pieces in dark squares, it's not going to be in too much trouble.
So what, check, and then king d6, rook h6. I'm assuming king e5 is coming.
Oh, absolutely, everything wins here. So
something has to be played.
Yeah, rook h6 was played. I would expect just queen f4 check to start things off.
And then just g4.
Yeah,
well, king b5, I'm assuming after queen f4.
Well, check, king b5. Probably just...
I don't want to go g4 here.
Can't go g4 here.
No. King e5 should be more than enough.
King e5 is more than enough. Just bringing the king closer. Probably
maybe even
the
queen
pawn.
f8 in this position.
Queen f8 is winning.
Getting fancy.
Yeah, the problem is that even though there's not an immediate win, perhaps, and it doesn't seem like there's an obvious way of making progress, it doesn't really need to be one. I mean, the pawns will eventually pass, and the pawn on d5 isn't going anywhere. I couldn't even start thinking about checkmating your king, trying to bring the king and the queen closer to it and create those checkmate threats, since the queen is so powerful. All right, we'll see how Mika decides to finish off this game. There's still no immediate win, as they say. But
what about the other game? Any developments? Any moves?
We do have a few moves in that position.
Okay, that knight looks a little trapped.
Yeah, this knight doesn't seem very happy. So
if I go knight d3.
So here in this position, instead of improving the king, which is at least what I would have done, Kaden is trying to trap his opponent's knight on c2. You can see that perhaps the move knight d3 makes sense with the idea of trapping this guy. I'm not entirely sure how you get to him, though. I mean, I could just leave the knight on c2. It's not like you have any other piece to attack it.
You can try to exchange it, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps. That's the easiest thing to do. I like knight d3 just to control black's position, as I already said. 2 pawns is way too much in a knight endgame, even with the reduced amount of material. Black's not going to be able to sacrifice a knight for both. It should...
So I go for 3 pawns.
Yeah, he was up 3 pawns, but I mean, this is more than enough to win.
Right.
Christian, what do you think of today's round so far? We saw some topsy-turvy games, but a couple of them I was actually impressed. I thought they were quite clean.
No, absolutely. In the junior sections, I was mostly impressed with the game of Chandra. Very nice conversion against Joshua Colas. It didn't seem to me that he lost control of the game at any moment. For him, it did seem like that, but I think he wasn't objective because of the time trouble. I was definitely impressed with his play. I wonder, Liang, he's proving why he is one of the hottest players in the circuit. He just blasted off Bovy off the board as black. So very powerful performance by those guys. In the girls section, I was mostly impressed with Talia Cervantes' opening preparation, but after that she just completely collapsed and allowed Bykovtsev, whose resilience paid off. Very, very exciting chess, and I'm looking forward to the next rounds.
I like that word that Christian used, resilience. It's something that's very important in a chess player, and I think that it really separates a lot of weaker players, you would say, against grandmasters or title players at least, is that ability to fight on when you have a bad position. It's so easy to collapse when things have gone wrong, but to have that mental stability to be able to say, I'm lost. How do I create problems? How do I keep myself alive and afloat enough to make my opponent, induce him to commit a mistake?
Work for it, right?
You just work for it. And it's just not something that everybody has, and I think Agata showed incredible amount of resourcefulness today to salvage not only half a point, but a full point that I considered completely lost.
Right, and sometimes you see some players that you think, like you don't really understand how did they win, right? Or like how did they not lose? And it's because when you keep putting pressure on your opponent in a completely winning position, like making them work for it, calculate, find resources, and it becomes more and more difficult. And then there's the frustration factor when you feel like you should be winning, but you just cannot find a winning blow. And that's when it's easy to make a mistake. It's out of frustration, you just, it's like it should be there, but it's not. And you just like play a move that you think is winning and it's just incorrect.
So a word that I always love to describe certain players, and it is true, it applies to some, but is that word lucky. Like a chess player is lucky that he is able to salvage a lot of games that he should have lost. And it's not just about being lucky, it's about being able to put the pressure on your opponent to create the situations in which your opponent can go wrong. It's that resilience, that presence of mind that the game isn't over until it's over. And I think that we've seen it, today almost more than a few times in which players, even though they have a terrible, terrible position, manage to somehow create some kind of problems for their opponents.
I think Alexander Kostyuk said that there's no such thing as a lucky player. It's like you put pressure on your opponent in a losing position, they don't find the win, and that's how you survive. But there's no such thing as luck.
Yeah, perhaps
I
that is
feel
true.
there is
I
no such
disagreed
thing
with
as
it a
luck.
little bit.
There is no such thing as luck. There is only preparation. And whenever you're preparing for that moment when you're going to be on the back foot, when you're going to be defending, and you still have that confidence, that resilience, you're playing for something because you put so many hours in your preparation. If you don't put those hours in the preparation, then it feels like you're playing for nothing. You don't have anything to prove to yourself. That's one of the psychological factors I at least feel whenever I actually put in the work before the tournament and go out there, and even if I have a bad position, I'm still going to fight till the end because I know the hours I've spent beforehand.
I believe Capablanca was the one that said that luck prefers the well-prepared.
Well, sometimes I have the opposite. Like if I'm well prepared for a tournament and then I have the additional pressure that I feel like I've put in all this work, then I have to play well, and sometimes just
it backfires?
Yeah, because sometimes no matter how much you prepare, it doesn't mean you're going to do well in a tournament, right? You might do well in the next tournament or the one after. So it's not like you study for a test and then you know what's on the test and you pass the class. Sometimes you prepare, like you have a weakness in the end games and then you spend a lot of time studying end games and then you never get an end game in a tournament. So you feel like you just wasted your time. But of course, it's not a waste of time.
Yeah, it's something that pays off eventually, even though you might not see immediate results.
Right, but I think to win a tournament, there's a little bit of a luck factor. Like things have to go your way. Like at some point, like something has to fall into place for you to win the tournament.
That's absolutely true. I've always felt that, yes, there are strong players. Yes, they might be rising above the field, and a lot of times they have good events. But to win a tournament, a lot of things have to come together in a very specific fashion. I remember talking to Fabiano Caruana after his amazing 7-0 run that he did here at the St. Louis Chess Club in the 2014 Singfield Cup. And he said, yes, of course I'm playing well, but I also got lucky that my opponents, fell for the kind of preparations that my second at the time, Vladimir Chuchalov and himself, had prepared for. I mean, there are many games that had they not fallen square into it, maybe the game would have been a draw or perhaps something more interesting would have ensued. But it's part of the game. It's absolutely part of the game.
So preparation does pay off eventually.
Eventually.
Years later, when you go 7-0 against world-class players.
Yeah, we're still waiting here. I mean, Rui Feng doesn't have a lot of time, but he's trying. He's definitely trying. I don't even think he has a threat, but he's going to play until Black gets a new queen.
Fighting until the end.
So his opponent's trying really hard not to mess up anything, not to give any chances.
Just needs to make sure that every time that he pushes a pawn, it doesn't blunder anything, or allow some possibility of like d6.
Yeah. So can I go d6 now? Check king d7.
I think d6 has simply the move. I was just thinking of the move queen e3, and I wasn't sure where you're going to put the rook.
So can I just
push? You can just push. Okay, yeah, that might not be such a good idea.
No, but then you can still take and take on e6 and you're still winning.
Yes, I can even
Oh, actually you're forcing a queen. No, you're not forcing a queen trade.
Even queen takes here is...
Yeah, that's what I thought, and then take queen e6.
This is just completely winning. I mean...
But, I mean...
No,
I don't think he's going to allow this. No, but you can... I thought you can check... and play queen d2 then.
Here, check.
Yeah, so force king d7 and then queen d2.
Rook h5.
And I think rook h5. I mean,
And then king f6.
we are not arguing about the result of the game, no matter what black does, but...
I think d6 was played.
And d6 was played. I mean, you have to push the pawn at some point if you want to create any kind of chances. But
I really like queen e3.
Queen e3 to me is my favorite move. I mean,
because
that
queen c5.
queen endgame is completely won. Even there's no chance for a perpetual with the king in the middle of the board. There's 2 passed pawns, just completely lost.
3 passed pawns.
3 passed pawns. Yeah, it's just,
Yeah, we're not as specific as we can.
Yeah, yeah. This is not much to
And the other
analyze.
game?
About as much. Yeah, this knight is not making a great impression. This pawn is passed, and I'm threatening knight d4 and knight b5, so that's not very pretty. Black goes king c5.
Really? That happened?
Well,
Yes.
I mean...
No, I'm asking if it happened.
Yes,
in
but
c5.
the knight doesn't have a lot of squares.
No, I just wanted to know if it's the game where we're just looking.
Yeah, king c5 was played, and I think king e5,
No, but now I have knight e3.
b4.
b4,
b4.
and then you just... Wait, not this way. It just runs this way, and...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
it's over.
completely lost. I mean, there's more than one way to fleece this ship.
Well, he has 2 minutes left, so
Well,
there's still
okay, then.
some ways you can misstep this position and actually lose one of the pawns, and that would just be a draw. But
Yeah, if you lose the big pawn.
objectively, is completely win.
Well, I like what he's doing. He played king d3, and he's just going to trap the knight.
Knight a1.
Yeah, the
King
knight's trapped.
c3.
Knight c3.
Right, but how do you take it? How do you
b4.
b4 and
Oh, but if I
queen-
go
king
a5 now?
b2.
A5 here.
I can also
I
force.
can also just force the trade of the knights.
Exactly.
And the endgame is completely hopeless.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's-
there's like
let's
20 ways of
explain
winning this position. Seriously.
So let's find all of them.
King d3 was played. There's knight back. I think b4 is the easiest. Takes king here, and I'm gonna immediately take your knight. Yeah, that's just completely lost.
Okay.
All right, so that's done. This is done. This pretty much, yeah, this is completely winning.
Oh, he played the way I suggested.
Yeah, which is fine. As we said, there is really no big difference between any of the methods. Eventually, the pawn's going to reach h2. This pawn's not going anywhere with the king in front of it. There's no perpetual checks or anything. The bishop doesn't have too many squares. The queen's defending g4. It's perfectly fine.
So do you think it's going to be a race eventually between 2 or 3 players, or it's going to be more balanced?
It's kind of hard to predict this kind of junior tournaments. I've seen a lot of surprises in this kind of events, and I wouldn't be so sure that it's going to become a race. I do expect a Wonder to continue his hot streak. I can't see him falling behind the pack.
So he's your pick.
Oh, definitely. I Wonder is my pick since before the tournament started. I think we were talking about it, and I think I Wonder is the one that comes the hottest into the event. And I think some of the more established players, such as Akshat and Feng, obviously they're going to be fighting for the top prizes, but they might suffer more than a couple of surprises. And I didn't expect it to happen in the very first round, but we already see that even some of the lower-rated players can steal full points from what are considered established grandmasters.
Right. And what about in the girls section?
In the girls section, it's kind of hard to tell. I don't know the players as well as I do in the junior. I haven't had the pleasure of playing against, I want to say, any of them. So I'm not entirely sure of their styles. As we do see the standings here after round 1. A lot of resourceful players. I do think that Carissa, being the one that, as far as I know, trains the hardest in chess, she's the one that's most dedicated, comes as the highest rated player. She comes as the youngest. She doesn't have the stability yet that I would like to see from her, but I do think she is the most talented of the crowd, and I do have her as my pick, even though it would be kind of difficult to say between her and Maggie Feng, who showed an amazing performance at the US Championship, on who would take the crown if I had to guess.
I'd go with Maggie Feng. Actually, I played 8 of the players in this field, so the only ones I haven't played are Talia and Rachel.
Oh, I actually made a mistake. I have played Talia before.
Oh, that's true. You
That's
mentioned
true,
this.
yeah.
And we have a result.
finally, we have a result here between Andrew Tang and Caden Troff. Obviously, this had been winning for the white pieces for quite some time. And we finally get Caden, who was the U.S. Junior champion, I believe, previously.
I don't believe so.
I might be wrong about that. We'll have to double check. He was, we're being told that perhaps in 2014, he was the U.S. Junior champion.
We can ask him. He's here.
He wants to regain that title, a title that's been elusive. Back in 2014, I remember he was one of the top talents in America. I remember in 2013, he had a really good run in the U.S. Championship, drawing against Honestchuk in the final round, finishing only a point away from the eventual playoff players. So he's definitely a player that wants to get his stride back. I think that he's been overpassed and overshadowed by some of his peers, and he wants to say, hey, I'm still a strong grandmaster. I'm here to prove that I am not in the past. I'm very much present and future of American chess.
Probably wants to establish himself before he's not able to play in more chess, as you mentioned.
Yes.
I think we just... I'm shocked. I'm completely shell-shocked.
Wait, what?
That's a perpetual.
Guys, this is a perpetual. A queen to a4 was played. h2... No, king e7, sorry. Queen a4 check, king went to e7, creating this trap around the king. h2, bishop to f7. And this is simply a perpetual. Wherever you're going to go, king g7, rook to g5, king on the h file anywhere, rook to h5. Perpetual on the board. We're going to see a draw. What a turn of events. A resilient performance by Feng. And it seems like Mika just collapsed right before the finish line.
Just he overlooked sitting clubs. I think he was being careful for so long, and then
this
kind of backfired. I can't say backfired. Just completely overlooked the perpetual. Probably wasn't looking for it as an option for
and he knows
white.
His body language shows how disappointed he is.
Wait, can I try this one or?
Can white try to win? No, but no, definitely not.
What are you gonna play after this one?
You're saying if Feng tries to win this position?
No.
I mean, we've come so far, so why not?
No.
Oh no, you have check and then queen f8 maybe.
Yeah,
okay.
check is just completely winning. No, but yeah, this nice perpetual here. Construction, let's take a look at what happened. A lot of checks. King on g6 is pretty safe. Rook on d5. I would never throw my queen to the queen side, but whatever. I would probably play queen g7 is my first impression.
But somehow I feel like the king got way too far, too advanced on d7. Like, why would you permit anything like that? With the king on g6, far away from the pawn, unable to protect against
yeah,
the
he kind of encouraged it, and after king e7, he only had eyes for the move d7. He only had eyes for the move d7, after which he would have won easily. And instead he blunders horribly. Feng Li could not be happier with himself, as he has salvaged an important half point. Mika knows that he has wasted a golden opportunity. Horrible blunder.
With the black pieces beating the highest rated player of the tournament.
This is what happens. Chess is a cruel game. It's not over until it's over. One move can simply destroy the work of what's been almost 5 or 6 hours of chess. And Mika Brattain is unable to defeat Li Feng. He escapes. The young grandmaster from Dallas, like Houdini, manages to create some kind of entrapment and escapes with a perpetual check. Unreal, unbelievable, but hey, this is what we were talking about. We were talking about it over and over again. You find those resources, you put on those traps. Some people call it luck, and some people say, hey, this is just part of the game. You play on until your resources are exhausted. I know that none of us would have resigned this position as long as the pawn on d6 was alive. And it's the pawn on d6 that distracted Mika's attention. He only saw the pawn. He didn't think of a perpetual construction. And here we have it, a draw between Li Feng and Mika Brattain.
Well, we do have a winner, another winner of the round with us. We have Caden Troff with Christian.
Definitely, guys. A victor that didn't let his opponent lose in a winning position. Caden, what a brilliant performance in the first round. How do you feel about your game?
I felt pretty good. I spent a lot of time preparing this line, so just getting some sort of advantage out of the opening already made me happy, because I'm like, I didn't waste work. But yeah, I think overall I just, I never really felt uncomfortable. Like, I wasn't sure how good my position is. I thought I was better. But yeah, just having that, nice position where it's not too uncomfortable for me, like I don't have to play a bunch of crazy calculation, was kind of nice.
Were you surprised by this aggressive approach quite early in the opening with the move G5 by your opponent?
G5 didn't surprise me. I mainly looked at other stuff other than G6 on move 6. Yeah, so here he played G6, which is a move, but maybe not the best. But, once we hit this position, after he plays knight D7, already I remember the computer suggested G5. I didn't look at it too much. I saw G5, bishop G3, knight F6, bishop D3, and I'm like, white's slightly better. And then I was like, more worried about other things that were a little more forcing. Where this one I just felt like, okay, I'll get a game, I'll play, see what happens. So yeah, G5, I guess didn't surprise me just because I knew it was the computer move, but I didn't know what to expect really from G5.
And after he castled, you very, very nicely seized the initiative on the king side. But in this moment, it felt like you lost the thread of the game after, especially in this position after queen to e7. Did you consider the move knight to g1 and improving the knight first, strategically placing it on e5, and at the right moment after that only play g4? Or were you just simply focused on opening the position as soon as possible?
I thought about knight g1, but I kind of thought, maybe it takes too much time. I didn't think I needed this. Somewhere I did think I kind of lost it, but I still feel like what I did should be okay.
You never lost it. You kept a constant advantage, and then at the end you just brilliantly converted the 3 pawns up. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck in the rest of your tournament. Guys, back to you.
We're still here in a state of shock, obviously, as Ru Fengli has managed to escape with half a point, and that pretty much finishes the round for today. We can recap on the results as both Caden, Troff, and Liang, and actually Chandra.
Well, we're going to have a chance to talk with Ru Fengli about his game.
Excellent, because I am very curious about that game. Your feelings are of suffering for so many hours and finally being able to escape.
Well, at least your suffering pays off. It's even worse when you're just suffering and then you lose anyways.
It's
well,
true.
his opponent might feel differently, but it's another story.
Definitely. Well, only 2 draws then in the
and 3 draws in the girls
championship.
section. So we're expecting more decisive results, I think, given the pairings and how the games were going.
Well, absolutely. I think we had roller coaster games today. The players clearly still warming up, some of them. I felt that there were opportunities missed. There were a lot of opportunities missed today, both in the girls and in the junior. I think that we'll see much more precision coming up in the next few days than that we saw here in the opening round.
Players are just warming up. They're gearing up. They're getting their novelties ready, and I'm sure they're going to bring everything they got to the table in the upcoming rounds. We've seen some explosive chess. We've seen the wild cards do really well. Talia Cervantes did really well up until the moment where she collapsed, but she proved that she can definitely compete with these ladies. We've seen Mika almost upsetting Ru Fengli, if not for a last moment slip, which allowed the perpetual. So unpredictable tournament, exciting chess. This is going to be a fun event. Back to you guys.
Right, and I think we're still waiting on Ru Fengli's interview, so don't go away, as we have what I want to see and hear is what are your thoughts when you see a move like, here we have it, knight f4 come into the position way many hours ago. You have this powerful knight f4 move that you have to face over the board. Suddenly everything is collapsing. You know that you're absolutely dead lost coming into this position where there is no hope, and your opponent gives you just the slightest glimmer, and you decide to try it. You know that you're holding on for dear life by the skin of your teeth, and somehow it just proves to be enough.
I mean, it's just probably so heartbreaking for him. You play such a nice move, knight f4, and you have this nice attacking position. So many, like, I don't understand why he wouldn't play f1. It just really baffles me.
Right, bishop e2, and even in time pressure, which he sees this interesting combination. Rook f takes c3. Just the move f1 was completely winning. It was obvious and it was simple. So I think that this was the easy way out, and it would have sealed the deal hours before it needed to happen. And when you don't seal the deal, you make mistakes. Sometimes you just let it go. And this is what happened to Mika. Surely a disappointing result here in the first round, despite the fact that if somebody asked him before the round, hey, a draw against the top seed, how do you feel? With black? Excellent. But judging by what happened in today's game, he's going to be in a foul mood for sure.
Yeah, you got to recover from your losses. You got to recover from your wins.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the standings after round one. In the junior section, we have Wonder Liang, Chandra, and Caden Troff, two grandmasters and grandmaster-elect with full point. Feng Lee, Michael Brown, Nicholas Checa, Mika Brattain, half a point, and Andrew Tang, Josh Kolas, and Bobby Liu lost their games, so in last place with 0 points.
Yeah, despite the Feng Lee game, which could have gone the other way, not too many surprises. I thought some of the higher-rated players exhibited quite a dominant performance. This actually Chandra against Joshua Kolas and I wonder Liang against Bobby Liu specifically, I thought were pretty one-sided games even from the opening. More or less what we expected from the established players, but I do hope that some of the lower-rated players of the event can continue to put pressure on their opponents more or less the way that Mika did today against Feng.
Right, so that was the only unpredictable result. So being the highest rated player playing against one of the lowest rated players with white pieces, this is not what we were expecting. But round one, I think early rounds, anything can happen, but also I think anyone here can play, so I don't think any game is going to be an easy win for anyone.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the standings in the girls section. So we have we only have two winners, Emily and Agata, with full point. We have a lot of draws here. We have Maggie Feng, Carissa, Apurva, Akshita, Rachel, and Annie Wang, all with half a point, and Ashrita and Talia, the only two players who lost their games today.
Right, Talia, that definitely could be leading the tournament, but she didn't have the technique to finish off Agata. And again, that's what we were talking about earlier. You don't finish off your opponent. If your opponent exhibits some kind of resilience, you gotta kill the game at some point. And if you're not able to give that strike, then eventually your opponent might claw themselves out. This is exactly what happened in two very important games. Talia Cervantes with the white pieces against Agata Bykovtsev, and Rufelin with white against Mika Brattain.
Right. Very heartbreaking results for both of them. I'm sure Talia is not very happy with her drive, although it was against a high-rated player. But so let's hear some final thoughts from Cristian.
Once again, one of the key words in this competition is resilience, resilience, resilience. If you manage to be resilient and take the game until the last moment, try to fight through every single adversity, you might get this type of lucky shots, such as Feng's King E7 and the engagement of the king on H and G file. So definitely Feng is feeling good about himself. My prediction for the tournament, I'm going to go with Feng, and in the ladies section, I'm going to go with Carissa. Tatev, I think you're the last one to throw your prediction in.
I mean, objectively, I really want to go for Feng, but I want to root for my Southern California people, so I'm going to go with Michael Brown, and I'm going to go with Maggie Feng.
Maggie Feng is from South California?
No. we have Annie Wang.
Annie Wang is from South California.
Oh, that's true. So I'll go with Annie Wang, and
very loyal to the city.
I haven't been home in a month, so I have to root for my people.
Well, there you go. What an exciting round we had today, Tatev.
Yeah, it was a great round. Thank you for tuning in. Please make sure you're tuning in tomorrow at the same time, at the same place, 12:50. We'll start the coverage of round 2 of the US 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Girls Juniors. Make sure you tune in to uschesschamps.com to watch our coverage of round 2.